Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow! Veli! Incroyable, magnifique! What? No! What are you doing? What are you doing? No! Keep it! He was so good!
Yours was better.
For a well-rested night, join Marriott Bonvoy. Not only do you get a masterwork chest, but also room upgrades, late checkout, and priority treatment. Use your points on money can't buy experiences, where maybe you'll meet these sleeping beauties. Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your masterwork chest and key.
Don't cancel it, no.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
Oh. I just listened to my gut.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fight, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the LEC year, live from the Olympiahalle in Munich, Germany. My name is Shax, and I am joined by Goldborg and Odewamne to kick off this amazing grand final day with Fnatic versus G2. First up, Servus, München. Geht's dir gut? Na, freue ich mich schon. We will continue in English. Hey, welcome to the desk. Temperature check, how excited are we? The people are about to spend an hour with us, also some special guests, but you know, I hope you got something in store.
I mean, I am so excited. It is hot in here. I am ready for G2 and Fnatic once again. I am very excited.
I'm also really, really warm, but that's okay.
Well, after G2's performance yesterday, everyone is warm because this is spicing up to be one of maybe the best G2 versus Fnatic iterations we had in a long time.
Let's hope so. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday. Indeed, G2 versus MDK. Now, more at stake than maybe meets the eye because the loser would go to the play-ins as a third seed from Europe. Now, MDK, they started off great, Odewamne, but then what happened?
Yeah, everything went downhill. I think that G2 made the perfect adaptations throughout the drafts going into game 2, 3, and 4, and MDK, in my opinion, they just kind of failed to identify what was going wrong for them.
No, but I also think it just became an easy issue for G2 as well, because all they said was just, oh, Cassandra, that works against ranged top laners, let's just go with that. BB soaks the pressure. Yike had a great performance again on some of the AD, or AP jungler rather, and Hans Sama is really showing up towards the end of this season finals.
Yeah, I heard you say it yesterday. Hans Sama is someone we don't highlight that often because he's often in a role in the team. Well, he just has to get it done whilst BB is popping off or Caps is popping off, right? But it's good to see for G2 coming into these finals that they're all firing on all cylinders.
Especially because it was this whole G2 identity shit that they always do, because they hit a point where they feel like they need to innovate a bit more to push their level, their overall ceiling a little bit further. And it started with Hans being a dominant ADC, and then it went into, you know, BB being a bit more creative, Kaz being a lot more enabled, Yike playing whatever he wants, but then it went full circle back into Hans Sama being the main carry.
Yeah, but I gotta say, they swept out that really quickly. Like, they just flicked that switch and they were ready to play for bot lane again. They locked into Draven, they started picking up the Ashe as well, which he's been incredible on. His precision on those Ashe ultimates has been fantastic. And I just gotta say, I think it's amazing that we went from seeing a guy that got 2v2 killed against Fnatic again and again with Noah and Jun to finally just being the guy that can carry G2.
I love that setup also for the best of 5 today. I do want to spend one word on MDK as well. I think what they have shown here this entire year has been incredible, and I know a lot of people scoff at the fact that they qualified to the World Championship with that low win rate, but peaking at the right time is important, and so many teams weren't able to beat G2 when it mattered.
No, but I gotta say as well, I think with the style that MDK is kind of developing for themselves, if they get more time to be more creative with it and actually just ironing out some of the flaws, I think they got a really good foundation for what they want to do, specifically going through the play-in. So I do have high hope for MDK moving forward.
So let's see what happens today. Now, one thing was awry over in the Fnatic camp. Jun apparently took it a little too serious when they said break a leg, and it is so eerily reminiscent of last year. Of course, remember, Oscar wasn't able to perform here in the finals. You remember because you're in the tweet, Odo.
I'm even in the tweet that everyone's doing me dirty. Thank you, LEC production.
And did he make good on that? That's true, right? He pentakilled you or something, or what happened?
I mean, he didn't pentakill only me. You know, my whole team did get pentakilled, but I think it was game one of that series. Everyone's riding in super confident, being like, oh, you know, guys, Oscar has a broken hand, we're gonna win. And then by the end of the game, he gets a pentakill, and I was like, guys, it's not that easy today.
There's something up with Fnatic, you know. Something always happens. But lucky for them, it's a foot this time, and not a wrist.
Maybe gets a pentakill this time.
Maybe. Maybe like puts his foot on the... No, we're not gonna...
Don't do that.
Anyways,
He's not gonna play Yumi.
No, maybe not.
Hopefully not.
Don't invoke it. So we have a lot going on here in Munich as the LEC circus really landed in the city. And yesterday, Ginny spent the day at our LEC Expo at the Odeonsplatz. So let's take a look at the shenanigans that went down there.
Another year, another banger. We are here at the LEC Season Finals 2024 Munich Expo. And once again, we have so much in store. Multiple booths, we have meet and greets, we have the stage for the expo as well. So I'm Ginny and I'm going to be showing you around what we got in store. Why is this not going in? I might have lost, so we're gonna go get a stamp.
We're here at the KitKat booth and we're taking photos, and you can get a special emote if you take the photo with me.
We're in the League of Legends booth and I'm gonna be getting my first ever tattoo courtesy of Jinx from Arcade. Who Megalul are you again?
My name is Mango. Hi, I'm the only player at SK Gaming that isn't good at League. We have like a dual concept. We have friendship bracelets up front, so people come for the wholesome stuff first, and then they come to play League, and they lose all the wholesomeness. That's great.
And then they win against you, and they feel better about themselves.
Exactly.
We're here at the Uber Eats booth, and we're gonna try once again to play a game and not be terrible at it. I managed to get 2, so I think I'm really good at this game, and I should definitely play it more often.
I picked Garen, so I think this is a free win, but he picked Tristana, so it's not a free win.
Wait, throw the snowball, you might actually win. I believe.
Wait. Holy shit! Let's go!
Ginny here at the Marriott Bonvoy booth, and we're gonna be shooting some t-shirts to see what we can win.
It's like actually way more people than expected.
Yes.
That's crazy.
I know.
The atmosphere, right, is like really great. I love it.
At the Kia booth this time around, and we're gonna play a game to test our speed. I'm too short. No, wait. I am number 89. With Caps is that at the G2 booth. Who do you think is gonna be winning the season finals?
Do I have to answer?
And we're joined with Tolkien. We're at the Expos. How does it feel to be part of it?
Nice atmosphere, excited fans, so nice to be here.
Fnatic has some arts and crafts going on. We're making friendship bracelets. Talk us through what you think you're going to be making.
Something like always Fnatic to support the guys.
That is us done and dusted here at the LEC Season Finals 2024 in Munich Expo. It keeps getting bigger and better, but I've saw some incredible fans, some insane cosplays, and of course, won some prizes. So we're gonna be back again next year. Make sure to step around for that, and I'll see you then.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I always look forward to these. I'm sure a lot of people here have also already been to the booth. We have something special coming up. We are going to crown our LEC coaching staff of the year, but they're running behind a little bit. Who do you think deserves it? Without spoiling it, is that possible?
I don't think so.
No, it isn't.
So it's kind of, I mean, they definitely need to teach themselves a bit about a tempo advantage, because being late on objectives like this, I mean, coming from a coach. Oh!
There we are.
I'm not saying anything. These are great.
Yeah, our LEC coaching staff of the year is G2 Esports, and we have Rodrigo and Isma here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, Rodrigo, you want to go first, maybe? Why do you think it is that you were voted as part of the coaching staff of the year?
I mean, I think we have a lot of people working to make sure that our processes work together for the players. And I think everyone can kind of notice how everyone is included. We have Isma working together with players for the mental health and stuff. And we have me and Click remotely working on the scouting part and analytics. Dylan, the head coach, of course. Romain, more like the manager, making sure everything's okay. So we have a lot of people. Duffman as well, of course, came in this year. And I think that makes us just strong, you know? Everyone knows what everyone is doing, so.
Yeah, proof is in the pudding. Very successful track record for the both of you. Isma, can you tell me if this year was particularly challenging, I want to say, because it seems like the team almost had no free time and yet had to perform at, I mean, every week, and then especially at every season finals, going to these other tournaments as well, so.
It was very challenging. It was very, very tiring, so I think we're very glad that we're here. I think this has been our goal the whole year, and even since last year we know each other already, but that comes with a little bit of baggage. Like, knowing each other, that doesn't mean always that you are going to perform well. I think there is a lot of monotony. There are way more tournaments now, or more intensity in the tournaments. So definitely finding new ways how to prepare the players, how to take care of the details, and also how to recover them has been very, very important.
Yeah, I gotta ask as well, because it's been a bit of up and down, and I know progress is never just one steady line. It's often sometimes one step back, two step forward. How has this process been like with obviously 5 individuals that's been together for a long time, breaking down maybe some bad habits that have been in the past and also making some new ones? How's the process been?
Yeah, I think the process started last year when we lay out some foundations and the expectations that us as a staff were expecting from the players. So our bar was very, very high in terms of habits, in terms of what we eat, how we move, how we sleep and all these things, and besides how we focus in the game. From myself was to change a lot of bad habits, and then from more the in-game perspective was more a lot about focusing on the game in a more effective manner. So it's a combination of different things.
Okay, follow-up then, of course, Rodrigo, from an analytical perspective, right?
Sure.
Do you feel like, what are some of the most important steps you think you've taken? Because as a pro team, you're obviously good at everything, or you're supposed to be, and then sometimes maybe you lose a best of 5 and there's so much to focus on. What do you think some of the single most important habits are that you learned for the boys in-game this year?
Okay, actually, I think the most important thing is realizing no one is good at everything. And knowing how to get the job done is the most important thing, and I think that's where our coaching staff is very good at it. Me and Dylan, we really know how to get it done, and that's what matters in the end. So actually, I don't really agree that everyone, like the pro players, should play everything, for example, or be good at everything. But we, as a coaching staff, we need to lead them in a way that we know we are good. And that's the most important thing. Sometimes it might look like we're kind of playing some weird stuff.
Yeah.
But what matters if the Nexus is destroyed at the end, so.
That's true, and hopefully that's also the moniker going into today. Maybe they play some weird stuff, but the Nexus will get destroyed. Thank you so much, G2, the coaching staff of the year. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more action and a quiz show, question mark?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
More!
Red Bull gives you wings.
teams will win tonight, but we also want some of you to win as well. One of you lucky fans is gonna be lucky tonight and ascend to become a challenger. Who wants to play? Who wants to become a challenger? You? You? Would you like to play? All right. I'm gonna explain the game in just a bit. We're gonna have a few questions that we're gonna ask you. Each question allows you to win amazing prizes. Here are the prizes. For the first one, you could go home with 2.5k RP. If you want to keep on going and you reach question 4, you can gain a statue of Lucian for a worth of 450 euros. And if you make it to the last question, we're offering you a trip to World Finals. Fully paid with 450 euros of pocket money that you can just spend in London. That's hype, right? Yeah! The trick is, you're not gonna be answering questions yourself, because I see 3 amazing gentlemen on stage who are gonna answer on your behalf, so you better choose the right one, you better choose the smartest one, because either they're gonna make you win or they're gonna make you lose. Are you ready to become a challenger?
Yes.
Where do you come from? Tell us a bit of your story and then we're gonna send it to the crowd.
My name is Lena. I'm from Belgium, and I'm gonna be rooting for Fnatic tonight.
Belgium hype, rooting for Fnatic, hysterics.
Yo.
Let's show Lena what these guys have on stage. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Law and Lena. Very nice to meet you. It is a pleasure to have you. Let's quickly do an introduction. First of all, first influencer, very well known, is Kadril on my left. Yes. Yeah, not bad. Keep that same applause going. Another influencer, who knew? Tolkien in the middle. And a favorite of the LEC, a man I also love as well. It's Medic at the end. Come on. Now, Lena over there is going to choose the person they trust the most, okay? Super simple. You're going to answer the questions for them, and it's up to you to win big for them. All right, there's a lot of pressure on you. Now, we're nice here in the LEC, and we've given you 3 ways to ping for help if you need to. This is for you guys, right? The first one is you can ask chat. We'll then show you how Twitch chat is voting, and that'll help the influence of the vote. Twitch chat, I'm looking at you guys. Don't int, this is important. You need to be spamming what you think is the correct answer. That confidence already worrying me. A, B, C, or D, whenever you see the question on the screen, okay? That's what you have to spam for me at home. You can also flip it, that's another option. We'll remove 2 incorrect answers, and then you'll have 2 left as well to vote. Or you can get ganked. Now the gank is where your fellow allies here come in and help you. And if you're about to get the answers wrong, they can gank you and again, give you that extra lifeline. Simple, everyone here understand? We know what's going on? Yep. Now, Law, who are we going for with Lena for the first question?
Yeah, I don't know, Lena. Who do you want to go with first here? Tolkien, Kadril, or Medic?
Medic.
Oh, wow.
Right.
That was surprising. Maybe there's no trust because it's the first question, right? So they know I'll get it right? No, this is
now,
super right.
Medic, I'll ask you to take a step forward. Gentlemen, a small step back. Of course, if he does get that option of ganking, he'll call you in and you can step up to the plate. He's in the limelight. He's used to this. Don't worry. Let's begin. Are we all ready to begin? At home, come on. Let's get Lena some prizes. Question number 1. Which team has won the most LEC titles? Is it A, Fnatic, B, G2 Esports, C, Mad Lions Koi, or D, Rogue?
It is a tough one to start off with, but I'm pretty sure it's G2 Esports.
Confidence on the man. Final answer, Medic.
Final answer.
Final answer. And that is correct!
Ooh, that's it, that's it.
Now, Law, next influencer, Lena's choice.
I mean, do you want to stay with Medic? Do you have trust in him?
Yes, for sure,
All right, make it Medic for now.
I'm going to
Having
get
a caster up
so
here.
I feel so bad about this.
No. Maybe not yet.
Okay.
Now, for a total of 500 RP, remember it's cumulative. First one was 100 RP, now 400. Question 2. Who was the first player to win the LEC MVP award twice? Was it A, Caps, B, Reckless, C, Trick, or D, Yankos?
So I think a lot of people will think this is Caps.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure Trick won 2 MVP titles before Caps did.
You think it's Trick?
Should I take a 50-50?
What would you like to do?
I honestly don't know.
Like to lock, or would you like to use your options?
I want to save the options in case Lena picks Cadril later.
Right.
So I think we'll go with Trick as the final answer.
No lifelines. It is still early days, but you want to lock in C, Trick? Absolutely.
C, Trick, yeah, 100%.
Let's lock that in. And I'm being told it's correct! 2 in a row for Medic.
Keep trusting Medic.
He's not here just for fun.
That was, yeah.
Run us through.
I mean, that was a hard one. Honestly, I was worried a bit. Did you have any trust in Medic for this one? Are we going with Medic for the next question then?
I guess not. He's shaking his head, so...
So
I just want to see Cadril mess up an answer, I'm going to be honest.
Okay, who are we going with?
Cadril.
Cadril,
let's go!
Step up. Step up. For 2,500 RP. We've stepped up the game, 2,500 RP. Question 3. In what year did the LEC, formerly EULCS, rebrand to its current name? Was it A, 2016, B, 2018, C, 2019, or D, 2020? Mark.
I think it's 2019. I'll lock it in.
These people don't want to play with lifelines.
Yeah.
Confident, 2019.
Yeah, 2019.
100%
I remember
sure.
because I was playing 100%.
We're locking in 2019. And that is correct!
Yeah, let's go!
Law, take it over.
I mean, I know that you have the answer, but the question I have for you is, do you want to stop here? Or do you want to keep on going?
I want to keep on going and torture them a little bit.
Wow.
Well, then, you've got to pick Tolkien then. You've got to pick Tolkien. He's the only one that hasn't
Choose
been
him
tortured.
again. He gave a good answer. Choose him.
Lena.
I'm going to go with Cadril one more time.
Pedro, step up again.
Wait, which lifelines do we have?
We have all 3.
Okay.
All 3. You can get ganked. You can remember you can split it.
Yeah.
Sorry, flip it.
Yeah.
For question 4, let's get it started. This is for the Lucian statue worth 450 euros. Yeah.
Okay, no pressure.
Who is the player with the 3rd most deaths in the LEC? Is it A,
you got this,
Mickey X, B, Wonder, C, Odawane, or D, Yankos?
You've got this, man. I believe in you.
No clue.
Wait, I can ask chat, right?
You can ask chat. You can ask chat.
How confident are we feeling? You feeling confident?
I'm pretty sure I have good logic. Okay. But chat is all, chat has 100,000 minds.
Yo, chat, don't troll. You have to find the right answer.
You can use 2 lifelines as well if you need. So if you don't trust
No,
chat.
I think if I save the other 2 for Tolkien or for you or whoever gets the next question, because the next question's harder.
Remember, you've got 3 lifelines still. 3 lifelines. You haven't used any yet. Ask chat.
I think I'll ask chat, yeah.
Chat, start voting. And then I'll be told.
I trust chat then.
Are we allowed to vote as part of chat?
You are not in chat.
What if I get my phone out and join a co-stream?
Yep.
Who was it? It was Mickey, Wunder.
Okay. Chat
Yankos
is 41% Mickey X, and it is 36% Yankos. Yankos,
Yeah,
wait,
please.
Yankos is getting more votes. Producer, if you can confirm the percentage.
The 3rd highest deaths.
Yankos, it's now tied. Chat is now voting for Yankos, and I believe Yankos has just taken the lead.
Matt, if you're still worried,
trust that?
no,
Do you
if you're
trust
still
Yankos?
worried, just get a gang.
Producer,
I'll
one
trust you.
final update before I...
Who do you think it is?
Who does chat think it is?
Mickey X by a few points, but it's very
It's
close.
too close, it's too close.
I'm gonna get ganked by Medic, I think.
All right, Medic is gonna gank another lifeline.
Okay, talk to me.
So here's my logic, right?
Yeah.
Hilly obviously number 1.
Yeah.
Mickey
sure.
obviously number 2.
Yeah.
And then who's been in the league the longest in a row that's gonna die?
It is the third most deaths.
Right?
Yeah.
Who are the other options? Odo and...
Mickey, Wonder, Odo, Jankos.
Yeah, Wonder and Odo aren't gonna die that much. And I'm pretty sure Mickey's second,
third, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mickey's second because we celebrated
but he
this
asked
year.
third.
So you have Hilly, then Mickey,
Yeah.
then who out of
Jankos,
I'm gonna need an
Jankos,
answer
Wonder
soon.
and Odo? It has to be Jankos.
I'm gonna need an answer
Wait,
soon.
how many answers are there? 4?
There's 4.
Yeah, Mickey is one of the answers.
You've used
and I
2
think Mickey's
lifelines.
number
Oh, I
2.
see what you're saying.
I think it has to be Jankos.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with Jankos then.
Jankos is the lock-in. Let's hold. It is correct again!
Honestly, we were sweating so much on this
Oh
side.
my god.
None of the audience knew what it was.
Hot damn. That was
Wow.
close. Chat almost got it wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, chat says a lot of things about the game as well, and we don't
I thought
trust
they
them
would be
there.
serious this time, but they're never
No,
serious.
never.
All right,
Rats.
do you want to keep going?
For sure, for sure.
We
The
keep
last
going.
question.
Let's go. Cajun still. I mean, I feel like they're all playing anyway. But do you wanna change? Do you wanna
Yeah,
have
can we
Tolkien
just
maybe?
all answer this one together?
Wait.
I feel that's
Medic
fair.
to answer.
I mean, they can.
That's a good choice.
I
Back
think
to
so.
Medic. I mean, yeah, Medic seems to have his League of Legends right. Do you want all of them maybe to answer? That's the final.
Yeah, just ask for all of us, because I want to
Yes,
know
yes,
what
yes.
Tolkien's
Oh
going to say.
my god, okay.
Triple combo. Let's have all of them.
This is the final question, the last one.
You're locked in?
With the accumulation, we have World's Finals trip, tickets, flights, hotel, and cash. For Lena there, standing up next to Law. Give some energy, come on. It's our last question. Question number 5 for our 3 influencers. How many times? Listen in. Here we go. How many times has Teemo been played on the LEC EU-LCS stage? How many times has Teemo been played on the LEC EU-LCS stage? Is it A, 0, B, 2, C, 4, or D, 6? Remember, you have one lifeline remaining.
It's been played more. It's not been played 0 times.
Yeah,
It's been played
It's been
once.
played at least once.
Guys, it's the last
Do
question.
you want to just 50-50 off the
No, no,
bat?
no, no.
Yeah, flip it.
Well, no, because we
Yeah,
have
flip
the
it. Yeah,
lifeline.
we
It's
have
the
it.
last
Sure,
question.
sure, sure.
Yeah, 50-50 off the bat. I can't
Okay,
remember what that was called.
let's flip it. Okay, it's either B2 or D6. Those are your 50-50.
So Splice played it once.
Wait, the
when they
crowd
were-
went kind of crazy on
Yeah.
6.
Splice played it once because it was.
It was regular season, didn't matter
It
anymore.
was I think there were 2
Listen
not
in,
meta
folks.
games.
Yeah.
Because Wonder
I-
played it into Odo once.
Yes,
I
I
remember
hear
Wonder played
2
it.
in the audience. The
You hear
audience
2 in the
thinks
audience? What does the audience think?
Audience?
Cheer if you think it's 2.
Yeah. Do you think so as well?
Are we cheating?
I mean, okay, that's cheating.
Wait, stop cheering. If you think it's 6, cheer. Literally no, it has to be 2. We go with the audience.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
they're wrong, Lena's going to beat them all
You
up
know
later.
what? If they're right, though, the audience has helped you guys make this dream a reality. Is this going to be it? The world trip, Lena, you will have the perfect journey on the 2nd of November. And beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, it is correct!
Yeah!
She's in the World Finals! Lena, congratulations!
Bro, you...
Gentlemen,
Oh, that's epic.
gentlemen,
You're going
you
to
helped
world
Ernest come
final!
down. I think you need to meet. Lena, congratulations. Your influencers who played for you are coming down.
That's a pretty amazing way to start the day. How do you feel right now?
I'm shaking. I don't know what to say.
Hey, I know each other.
Yo, Medic.
All of you guys did a great job, honestly. Thank you.
Yo, you crushed it. You went crazy.
Okay.
Come on.
You said you were cheering for Fnatic today, right?
Sorry?
You said you were cheering for Fnatic today, right? Give me your prediction for this series.
Sorry?
Give me your prediction for the series.
3-0 for Fnatic.
Do you think you will get to see them at Worlds?
I hope so. I hope so.
We hope so. Lina, thank you so much. Congratulations yet again. See you at World Finals. And Shox, over to you.
I think that was so amazing. Congratulations.
That was incredible.
That was so wholesome.
This is one of my favorite things at roadshows. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is so adorable. I'm so happy for them. Just wish we could also play, you know, some of us
No, I do not want to be the one on the stage. That was
No, I mean to make it to the World Finals.
Oh, yes.
Also, shout out to Tolkien. Really contributed a lot there. Amazing stuff. Hey, welcome to the desk, Dagda. I believe you're going to cast later as well?
I am, yes.
Okay, so
I'm very much looking forward to it.
We'll try to take care of your voice a little bit, but I want to get into this matchup, Fnatic versus G2. And I want to start with something because I've seen a lot of sentiment online, and I do understand it, about like, ugh, Fnatic versus G2 again. And I don't really agree with that because, one, it's always something, right? Oh, it can't be BDS because I don't like that they play slow. The same for Rogue. Oh, MDK, do they really deserve it? Blah, 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 blah. I mean, aren't you happy to see Fnatic versus G2? Especially, I feel like in this year where I hope that Fnatic has taken those lessons throughout the year and can really implement them today. That's the dream.
And that's the thing, like I was even talking to some of the fans here earlier, this feels to me like the closest this matchup has been in a very long time. Fnatic have been great in the early game, they've been finding their success in the mid game, and it's only just a case of trying to find that success against a team like G2. Now, they're no easy pushovers, but it's still more than capable of Fnatic being able to take them down here today and completing that runners, our upper bracket run through into the winners.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to make an argument for Fnatic, they've always had that choke. They also already had that choke in summer. So if there's one time where you needed to do it, it was then, so you got it ready for season finals. They have gone through the most amount of lessons as possible as they could to be prepared for G2 in this finals. Are they an easy pushover? Absolutely not, like you said, Dagda, but this Fnatic is a team right now that can be competitive.
Hey, when we look at that, that is damning though, Oruwamne, but there is no time like the present, I always say.
Yeah, especially because everyone was just looking at this matchup and they're like, oh, it's always going to be a G2 win, that's why we hate it, that's why we never want to see it again. But today, as GB said, those chokes that they had previously in the summer split, they have been atrocious, but today I really think that we're going to have a really good competitive series.
Also, must we remind people of Malmö? It can happen.
I mean, the record was even worse. I think we were like 2 wins and 40 losses to G2, and it worked, you know, so maybe it will work today as well.
I think we can all agree that the games now feel exciting. Of course, Fnatic got that best-of-5 victory over G2, only unfortunately to not win the summer finals, even though, we gotta say it, they were in a winning position for 3 games, which does worry me a little bit in terms of mental block, but all the signs point to 2 teams that can take each other on.
But that, I'm nearly the opposite. I've seen Fnatic are like, you can do it. You have put in the work. You can take G2 in the early game. You can catch them on mistakes. And we've seen Mad Lion Koi yesterday even pushing G2 as well. This is not a team that's indomitable. You just need to find that spark in the mid game. And we've seen them improve at that. We've seen them in the course of season finals take teams in the mid game. I am far more confident seeing what that performance was in summer finals, now coming into season finals with the improvement.
There's a couple of individuals I have my eye on specifically. Goldberg, I know you do as well. Oscar. Oscar Ridden had a nightmare last year. Of course, he had the injury. He had to stand on the sidelines, and he couldn't play in that final. You know, that does something to a person in terms of motivation.
No, absolutely. Like, the hunger coming through from Oscar Ridden can probably not be overstated whatsoever. This is a guy who came into the league as probably one of the worst top laners in the beginning, who then had to run through all the criticism, earn his spot in this final once again, because he couldn't get it last time due to his injury. And I gotta say, he has cemented himself as one of the best top laners in Europe. Going up against BB today is gonna be a great challenge, but he's worked his ass off to get to this point.
And it's going to be a double-edged sword because, as you said before, it was really hard for him because he was already having this build-up into being a great stable top laner for Fnatic, and then the injury came. And now, as I said, it's going to be a double-edged sword. How is he going to come up? Are the nerves going to be too much for him, or is he going to be extremely hungry today to show what he can do?
Definitely extremely hungry. Let me ask you this, Odo. Do you feel that he is as stable as he can be when you look across every single game that Fnatic plays?
Definitely, because we saw in the previous series against MDK, he didn't really have good games. Early game, he was being shut down a lot, but come mid and late game, those are the traits of a really, really good top laner, because when you're set behind, and it's especially more difficult for you to find these angles and make to become as much of a factor as you can be with this many low resources, he found those marks.
And I think Fnatic showed that they trust him. When you look at the champions on your screen, he's not just on K'Sante duty, he's not just on the Poppy and the tank duty. Hey, we're bringing out the Kennen, we trust you to carry. He had a fantastic Gnar ultimate in their series against MDK, shutting down Frescowi, setting Fnatic up for some success, bringing them back from the brink. This is a man that is on a mission to prove that he belongs as one of the top laners in the LEC right now.
I love it. That's a great setup for this match and also for the interview. We have the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby with Oscar Rinnen and Razor.
Oscar, Razor, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's finals. I'm going to come to you first, because that's a first for you as well.
Yeah.
How was it discovering the arena, everything, the build-up, and yeah, taking your first steps on stage in a few minutes?
I mean, I think the arena looks really amazing. Like, it's huge. I think it's going to be really insane that there is such a big crowd with also the stage in the middle. I think like we're going to hear a lot of chants, so it's going to be really exciting.
Razor, you've been here before. It's not your first rodeo, not your first finals. Do you think he's ready? Nerves-wise and everything.
I mean, I hope he's ready because there are way more people here than in Montpellier. So yeah, I'm pretty sure like the crowd will be screaming much more. And yeah, I hope he's not getting nervous and we are able to do our gameplay.
All right. Well, tell me about the preparation ahead of today's series. G2 Fnatic, G2 Fnatic, G2 Fnatic. I don't know how many times we saw this matchup, but even you, as one of the most recent players we have in the league, you've been playing them a couple times. So what is going to make a difference this time, Oscar?
I mean, I hope it's a bit like the best, like our best version today. I think if we're playing well, I think we can for sure win. I think like we kind of expected them to win yesterday, kind of. I think if they show a good version, like they should have won yesterday, so they did. So yeah, I mean, I think they are looking way better than the last days, which they were looking a bit more shaky. But I think if we are playing well, we are going to take it.
We have been talking about you a lot lately as the best jungler we have in the LEC right now. Would you agree? And do you feel like it's the strongest you've been this year, Razor?
I mean, a lot of people ask me this question, and my answer is like, I feel like the top 3 junglers in the league, Eljoya, in my opinion, Jake, and me, we can all out-jungle each other. So I don't feel like there is a clear like top 1, and I feel like meta is also really important. It's not like I'm trying to be humble or anything, it's just like how I truly feel, and I think if I have a good day today, I can outperform Jake. But if he also has a day, I think yesterday he played fantastic. So I hope he actually brings a good version today and we can have a battle of jungle that's very good level.
Prove it on the Rift. I guess that's going to be about this. First finals, again, coming to you for this last question. What are you anticipating the most when it comes to today, either personally or for Fnatic as a whole?
Anticipating?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know. Like I didn't come today with any expectation, honestly, of the final or ourselves. I just want to have fun, to actually play well with the crowd. I think it's gonna be like good for me. Like usually I think I get excited, but in a good way with big crowds. So yeah, I mean, I just want to have fun and play as good as I can.
Well, good luck and have fun then. Thank you so much, guys. Best of luck on the Rift, and Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laure. I will pick up just one thing that Razor said. I know you can't say you're the best. Like rarely when you ask a player that, they will say that, but I will say it. I feel like he is the best jungler in the LEC, and I think it's unfortunate for him that Caps is just in the league, because otherwise that MVP might as well have gone to him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and there's 2 points that are my main takeaway from that interview. One, I think the first thing is correct. At any given day, these 3 junglers do have the capabilities of out-jungling each other, but the thing that separates Razor from the 2 others is the fact that he is actually consistent at doing it. He's consistently been at the top in the jungle while the others are too shaky, and he runs the region in the jungle.
You say consistency at the top, I would agree. Is there still consistency issues in his performance on the Rift? Because that is something we did talk about, even up until last year.
Definitely not. I think he just completely shattered this, because when we look at Fnatic the previous years, we would look at Razor as maybe one of the main players that are dropping the ball, because he just has so many resources and then he doesn't find the way to translate these leads to the other side of the map. But right now, when I look at Fnatic and I see Fnatic failing, it's him who picks them back up.
But it's not only that, it's whatever Fnatic wants to pick as their style, Razork is the core component of it. Whether it's we want to try and play around bot, get Noah going, cool, it's Razork who's setting that up. No, actually, we want to try and play around mid lane. All right, it's Razork and Jun who are setting that up. Even coming into the series that we saw between Fnatic and G2, it was Razork beating BB into the ground to set up that success for Fnatic that they could run through.
Absolutely.
Everything they do is for him.
Sorry, I was just going to say, as we take a look at Oma, who is getting everybody pumped up, we appreciate it. But yeah, when it comes to Razork as well, we know that he has proliferated himself as this captain, as this person to lead the team. The Euphoria episode this week was also very, very insightful. There's one thing that I want to bring into this conversation, right? The thing that he said, if we have a bad day, sometimes we have a bad day. Not often everyone is on the same page. Some people after a bad game will tilt and take that into the next game. I feel like these are all things that are the lessons that should have been learned, and hopefully this is the apotheosis of everything that they have.
I mean, I agree with that point, but Fnatic has always and probably will always be an emotionally driven team. That's why we say when they're in a slump, they're in a big slump, but when they are on the ramp up, they are a team that you need to be respectful of and need to fear them a bit to a certain degree as well. And Fnatic right now, once again, they are on the ramp up. They're coming into this final from the upper bracket, not having to crawl through the lower bracket this time around, and that puts them in a spot where you have to root for them a little bit.
But for me, it's so interesting because they have such an interesting mix of personalities. You have Humanoid and Rozark who enjoy this sort of pressure. They feed off of it. You have Oscar who even said that he's just here to have fun. And I think in a group, having this sort of mixed personalities is always extremely, extremely important because you can feed off of each other in many different ways.
Especially when you're looking at just the powerhouses that you see on the Fnatic side. Like, you're looking at Razork, you're looking at Humanoid, the fact that he's able to bring out like Azir consistently banned against him, the big quirky picks, the Yone that's now become a staple for this team. It feels like they've evolved into just such a threat regardless of the day, and I'm so excited to see now what they bring to this main stage.
I completely agree. I guess it's always the weight of the organization. Also, it's something we cannot overstate. You know, you have all these stats that the org hasn't won since 2018, that they've been so close so many times, that they've not been able to close out the games that they absolutely should. And it's just a question if they can channel that all into what they need. Now, when it comes to Razork, he's up against Yike, and I think we're going to have to look very closely at the jungle, but also how they work together with the bot lane.
No, absolutely. I think there's been a lot of question marks around Yike, especially in summer and at the season final specifically. But yesterday, he was on fire. This guy back on brand. Some of the AP junglers complemented with caps on his AD mid laners. And as you said, the supports linking up with him. Mickey with his Rakan, like they were the trio that you want to see G2 play around with. You want to see them be the spear that this team attacks with.
Especially for today's matchup, because Razork, I think, comes with a lot of confidence. And Yike, I think his performance up to yesterday has been shaky at times, but for him to bounce back from that Gwen game and have these monstrous performances on brand, I think he's just going to hype up the matchup so much more for today.
Especially when we're talking about that trio, this was the pillar of that trio that fell for me in the last time we saw these at the summer finals. It was a failed dive in bot, it was a failed dive in mid, it was Yike not being able to find his footing on things like the Sejuani. Yesterday filled me with that confidence again. He looked like a man on a mission on the brand, and his mission was to show that he belongs in that top 3 jungler scenario, and there's just no stopping him when he plays like that. This is a kid that thrives off of confidence, and he's bringing that here to Munich.
Absolutely is. So let's talk to the man in the jungle himself, the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game interview with Yike.
Yike, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's finals. Again, I want to follow up on something we said at the end of the show yesterday. Beginning of playoffs for you. The match you played yesterday, night and day in terms of performance. What was the difference?
Maybe just the preparation, I would say. I think for the beginning of season finals, I was a bit more nervous. I didn't really know where to be, what to do on the map, and I felt very lost. Yeah. And then coming to this next weeks, I think I've been improving a lot on that. I've been working a lot on that, and I think it kind of showed yesterday.
If you don't mind, can you tell me more about finding your groove again, actually, and finding yourself again in the game? What did it take, whether it's some outside of the game aspect, something you've been working on, maybe? Can you tell me more?
I mean, recently now in season finals, I've actually got like personal help from Memento, an old Swedish jungler. Yeah, so he's been helping me a lot, and he's been actually helping me a lot in like with in-game stuff, with how I can just do the early games better, because usually people are talking about G2 early games, you know, and I want to make it easier for us, and I feel like recently I've been doing that, so huge shout out to Memento helping me.
Great, Swedish jungler to Swedish jungler. I guess the synergy works here. Last question I have for you, Yike. We've been talking about Razork a lot as one of the best junglers we have in the league. In fact, when I've talked to him earlier today, he was like, yeah, Yike, me and Yoya, pretty much on the same level, just depends who's going to show up on the day. What is special about playing against a Razork in general?
I think he's just like very creative. I think it's always hard to know what he will do in the games. I think he always just comes up with something, and it's always making it work. And that's why it's like always hard to play versus Fnatic, because you can never know what Razork is going to do.
Last question here. You know Fnatic, you know them really well, but still you have a quick turnaround from yesterday to today to prep for today's finals. Any adjustments that you made? I know you can't say too much, but did you have enough time? Do you feel ready?
Yeah, I think we had enough time. I think yesterday we were talking a bit, today as well in the morning, so we have enough time to talk. And yeah, I think we'll come up with a good plan for today.
Thank you so much. Best of luck on the Rift. Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that is always the question, you know. Would you rather come from the lower bracket? I know a lot of people prefer to start in the finals just because then at least you can say that you were in the finals. Odo, but how do you feel G2 deals with a situation like this where they have that short turnaround, where they have that lower bracket situation?
I think for G2 it's extremely motivating because it's a bounce back, and also you get to feel off of, you know, the arena and the crowd and everything, and a lot of teams really get this sort of buff by having a lot more games under pressure. And I think yesterday was not an easy task for them, even though they won convincingly.
Yeah, and I mean, especially because they got that in-doubt in that first game yesterday. And I think it's important that a team like G2 can have one of those games before they get into a real final. We've seen there's been a bit hiccups here and there. I'm not gonna, okay, yeah, Mickey. And I think that coming into today, he has been on a ramp up where he's just looking so much better, especially on that last recount performance.
It was amazing in the interview yesterday also, that I was like, yeah, they had a good performance. And he was like, yeah, my family's here. They were last there in 2019 in Paris. So this was better at least.
I mean, he even said that their family is behind him, so they will see him in. So I guess you don't want to see you don't want to see your mom in. You know, or your mom doesn't want to see you in.
Or if she's playing. Yeah. Anyway.
That would be sad anyway.
Yeah, that would be sad anyways. Moving on to the other part of the bot lane, Hans Sama. You know, a staple of Europe, has been for so incredibly long, has been part of some of the most, I want to say, kind of fantastic moments of European history, yet we don't talk about him that much. Why is that?
I mean, he disappeared. He did. Like, it felt like he was gone for some time. I thought so, at least. It felt like Hansama wasn't really a part of this G2 team. It was easy for enemy teams to ban him out. He had a hard time finding his impact on the current AD carry champions in the meta. But coming up to this season finals, that just hasn't been the case. Actually, he's been the driving force for G2. Even when he's playing these facilitating champions like the Jhin, I thought a Jhin and Leona should never beat Braum and Ashe level 1, but they can make it work. So it's so important if you shut them down today, because if you shut down Hans Sama, you shut down Mickey's roam, and then Yike and Caps will not have that much of
Exactly, and knowing Hans and playing with him, I would attribute some of that fall off to maybe lack of confidence, but he's usually always the player that bounces back from this lack of confidence. Now we see him into season finals. All the lane dominance is back, baby. Hans is back. That's why G2 got him in the first place, to just smash bot lane with Mickey. And now, is this a preview we're gonna see today? Maybe.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we've seen them play versus each other as well, and I feel like I could flip a coin sometimes in these best of fives, and it would be the one bot lane getting a solo kill and getting ahead, or the other one, right? Is that the same expectation today? Because if it is the key to victory, then we have to see something more stable out of the team that wants to win.
I don't think it's the expectation coming into today, just because of the fact that when they played against each other last time and Mickey and Hans kept getting 2v2 killed, they were just straight up making very basic mistakes. They didn't count levels, so the enemy just got level 2 before them in lane and bot lane, which is something that should never happen at this level. Coming into today, they're in top form. June and Noah has also had a great bounce back from the summer finals loss, and I think bot lane will be very competitive today.
But looking at the matchups, I do feel that both of these teams have a completely different approach. G2 is back to playing lane dominant champions. When I look at Noah and June, they're more on the scaling side. They like the Kai'Sa, they like the Ezreal, because they want this very strong mid-game spike that's gonna get them through to the finish line, because when you're 15k gold up, maybe your ADC needs to be in a better position, and maybe that's the fix. But for G2, their fix was to just play early game again.
Oh, we'll see how it translates onto the Rift today. When it comes to the mid lane, I want to kind of talk about them, but before I do, I want to show you this clip. Okay, let's see if you can hear this. What did you think of this first game?
Oh, I think both teams look really bad. Honestly, I wasn't impressed, and I think tomorrow is going to be a free win.
Whoa, okay. When it comes to the opponents tomorrow, you said it's an easy 3-0. Why are you so confident, knowing that you've played really, really close games against both of these teams?
just because it's an offline arena, and I know I'm just going to stomp them. And honestly, it's kind of time for us to win. We haven't won in a long time, and I believe in us.
I definitely think he's just more bark and not so much bite.
Oh, okay. I don't know what he said before that, but that was enough. I think we got the gist of it. It's cool. We don't often see Humanoid doing that specifically. Also to do it, they were watching in the crowd yesterday. You know, he might have embellished things a little bit, but a confident Humanoid, a Humanoid who is locked in, is a completely different beast than a Humanoid sometimes in the regular season.
When you look at playoffs, it was always the Humanoid show, because every single time the Fnatic had great performances, was off of his back, having, you know, sloppy regular seasons into ramping up super hard in playoffs. Well, this time he started off great. You know, his regular season has been great as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love the confidence coming out from Humanoid. I don't love the arguments coming through with it just because it's an offline final. 2022 semi-finals against Rogue, lose to Odamamne. 2023 finals against G2, lose to G2. Now 2024 offline finals again. It's gotta be more than arena that brings him the victory. It's gotta be the gameplay. It's gotta be the willingness to lock in against G2 and beat Caps.
And I love what Caps said, is like, you're more bark than bite, because he's been in this position versus Humanoid so many times, and Humanoid never really got the best of him, and Caps is like, sit down, kid.
It's true. It's like, we can talk about it all we want, but until it happens, until he has that supernatural performance, because that's what you need to beat Caps these days, you're not going to be lifting that trophy. And I think it's a good time to talk a little bit about that, because we've had a long season and there is a lot of sentiment about like another final. Yes, but this is the one that matters. And you can say that maybe if you're G2, you've won a couple, you don't care that much, and that is complete, I'm gonna say bullshit, because this is so important, because every single fan that traveled here to see you as Fnatic, to see you as G2, on top of yourself, right? Are you a competitor if you don't find honor in wanting to win here today? Then you can just leave, in my opinion.
I mean, this win means more than pretty much anything for this whole year. Any win in arena, even when we were back in COVID times, you'd win, it was different format, you would win the LEC Spring, LEC Summer. It didn't really feel like anything unless you would win in front of a big crowd.
You know it, right? In Malmo, and everything that came over you, the idea of, this feels like I was destined to win here.
It was amazing, because we had everything going against us, and this is where Fnatic is right now as well. Everything stacked up against them. Bad history, always like a great rivalry with them, and now they are here, and it's their moment to clinch it.
Yeah, but here's the thing as well. You're a perfect example of that. You lost to Mad Lions. That looked like that was finally going to be your final against them, and you got reverse swept at the time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But how many people remember that in a contrast to then what happened at Malmö? Everyone will mention the victory. Fnatic wins here today. No one's going to care about Montpellier anymore. Going into the future, Fnatic is going to be the name that people will be talking about. So you can't think about the past. You don't need those memories. All you need is the now and the future and the willingness to move forward.
And listen, even if you have like a bad win rate, 20% win rate, you still win sometimes. So this is the day for Fnatic to get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is what makes it all kind of so dangerous for Fnatic, because you say today is the day. It's not like they've been getting continuously to all of these finals in these big arenas that they have wanted. Not as much as, honestly, as the pedigree of their organization. But that's so much to ask. Yes, you can all be playing the best League of Legends that you have. Yes, you can all be on the same page, but that pressure against G2 in a best of 5, where you crumbled 3 games in a row in the last final you played them, you gotta overcome it all.
It helped us. We lost 3-0 literally the week before, so for them it's a little bit more back in time, but that mental scar, it was still always there. You always think back to that moment where you lost to them, and then you're just hungry for revenge, and I really, really want to see them hungry for revenge today.
Yeah, but all it takes is just that one game, isn't it? Because they couldn't get it done at summer finals. It was all about the fact that they just kept going into a downward spiral. Oh, we lost the first game. Second game, we lose even harder. Third game, we lose the hardest. They just need that one game to break that mental barrier, to prove to themselves we can actually do it. But if they can't do that at all, they're just going to lose another final.
Yeah, and then you have the momentum going into Worlds and all that, right? They owe it to themselves. It's a lot to ask of them, but maybe today is the day. And when you look at their performance, that they're coming through the upper bracket, it can be, and it should be. But will it also translate into that? I'd love to know if your predictions say the same.
I mean, I'm hyping up Fnatic here, but my prediction is still 3-1 for G2, because there's just a lot of mental aspects
going. You went fast into that. I thought you were going to build it up.
Well, just rip off the Band-Aid, you know, so not pamper it too much. But I do think 3-1 G2 because there's just a lot of mental aspects coming into play today. And I do think that G2 is on this upward spiral. And for me, my biggest question is, will the Fnatic break over those scars from last time they faced each other?
It's tough.
It is.
It's the fact that it looked like they were never going to come back from that summer. The fact that they look like this team is mentally broken now, they tilted off the surface of the earth and they're not coming back. But they are here again, not just here from a straight get-go. They had to crawl back in their first best-of through the upper bracket to get to the final again. Through MDK with all their wacky picks and getting through whatever that was. If that's not good practice against G2, I don't know what is. But still, my brain and the ramp-up I'm seeing from G2 is still making me say that G2 is going to win the finals.
Your heart is saying Fnatic.
My heart is. I won, so I gotta be honest, okay? I'm sorry to all the G2 fans out there. I'm tired of seeing you win. I have to go through the same script again and again and again, and I want something new. So today my brain says G2, but my heart is for Fnatic.
Well, I think you kind of got around the possible curse there as well. You navigated that expertly. We talked a lot about Fnatic. I think it is because kind of the weight of the world is on their shoulders. But I do kind of also want to lead us into G2. The Grand Slam, we have dubbed it, no matter what you want to call it. It would be an incredible feat to win every single final this year and to top it off with this one here in Munich. It is incredibly difficult to have that resilience as a player the entire year. It would be a crowning achievement, and it would send them into Worlds as our first seed, which is something that they feel like they deserve.
And it doesn't tell the story of G2 because if they do make this huge accomplishment, it doesn't show all the hurdles that they had, the losses that they had, the slumps that they had. It will just be a crowning moment for them to be recognized as one of the most consistent teams that even though you go through all of these hurdles, you still have what it takes to, when the pressure is up and when the finish line is right there, you're going to cross it first.
I mean, I completely agree. I don't think I could have said it any better, Odo. It's the fact that even if they win here today, you're right. Most people will probably forget that they had these struggles and they'll just say it's another G2 final. But it also goes back to what you said, Shox. It feels like it has to be today that they stumble a bit because there has been a lot of stumbles throughout this year. But it's a question of can they overcome those stumbles and also just make sure that they have the consistency that G2 as a brand has been known for. Or is it just going to be the Fnatic that finally breaks the curse? It's the two questions that's just lingering in my mind.
I love it, and as a League of Legends fan and a fan of European League of Legends, yes, we exist and we love it. I just want to see 5 games, hopefully, where both teams put in everything, because this is the very last match they're going to play in LEC this year, Odo Omni. Just hearing that would send me into a spiral. Luckily, I am not a pro player.
Well, they're all professionals, of course, so they know how to deal with pressure, but this is the time to show up because this is what the fans will be remembering for the whole year, going into Worlds and then going also into the next year of the LEC.
I would say, short advice, Odo, what's the best you can say to anyone on Fnatic? You've been in this position before.
Unironically, what Oscar said, just have fun, just feel the crowd, feel off of the amazing energy of the crowd, because I'm sure that there's a lot of Fnatic fans right here cheering for their team, and I think if they feed off of that, they will have what it takes.
It's odd, isn't it? Fnatic comes through the upper bracket, and they are the ones that we are painting as the underdogs. Once again, it just is a testament to the might of G2. And why wouldn't it be the might of G2? They've won 15 times in Europe, the most successful organization Europe has ever seen. Heck, perhaps even one of the most successful organizations that the world has ever seen. But if there was ever a moment to seize the day for Fnatic, who have not won since 2018, then perhaps it could be today. They have to leave it all on the Rift and see if they can finally lift that trophy again. It's the opening ceremony delivered by Uber Eats.
War on anybody standing in the way of what I dream for. How could you ignore the ones that are voiceless, scream from the poor? They only here to score. I do it for the underground kings that don't need more. I'm kicking down your door. If I wonder why you got a pocket full of green for, it's all about the get back. It's hard to give back while the politicians kick back. They say I'm only brick rap. Well, that's the foundation of this mountain that I live at. I can get you kidnapped. These kids ain't playing with you, acting like you live rap. And all those little mishaps that only happen to you misfits, I'm here to fix that, yeah. The logic. My people need me beside them now.
Munich! Welcome everyone to the LEC Grand Final! Gave everything they had to make it to this moment. But for 8 of them, everything was not enough. Now only 2 remain. 2 perseverance with the tenacity to make it to this great stage. 2 teams locked in nearly a decade-long rivalry. The challenger, undaunted in the lower bracket, G2 Esports. In the top lane, Broken Flame. In the jungle, Yike. Your MVP, Caps. Haiti Carey, Hansama. Support, Mickey X. Their opponents, the unstoppable force of the upper bracket, Fanatics. In the top lane, Oscar Ridden. In the jungle, Razor. In the mid lane, Humanoid. 80 carry, Noah. Their support, Jun. Supporting the team, their coaches, G2's, Dylan Falco and Rodrigo. Fanatics, Nightshare and Gax. Their eyes set on the crown jewel of EMEA, the ultimate prize, the LEC Championship Trophy! Munich, give it up for your finalists! The time for talk is over. Today is about action. Who will walk away victorious? Who will show up when it matters most? Who will be your champion? The LEC season finals start now!
We are competitors. We want to be the best. Day by day, I'm reminding myself how it will feel to lift the LEC trophy in season finals at the end of the year.
The rage from G2 and Broken Blade. Now coming in, Yike gonna be in trouble. Mirwin trying to bring this one back. The ulti good. He goes golden, but it's just enough time to watch his team die before his eyes. G2 and Fnatic, as it was before, it is inevitable. G2 return to the finals.
I lost 3 finals already. I didn't win anything. But if you keep working on it, you're gonna win eventually. This is a matter of time.
When I went to Montpellier, it was the best day of my life. I wanted to win everything.
Now Broken Blade going in, finding the knockback onto 2. Yike, then a follow-up.
You want to win against the best.
They don't have vision on Oscar! Finds the sun onto Super and he's immediately forced out of the fight. Alvaro will fall first and the oil will follow suit. And once again, it's Oscar winning!
They have been in tough situations and they didn't make it. And we have been in tough situations and we made it.
G2 now responding. Hansama continuing to step up. Solar Flare down. Alvaro cut down. Arrow to follow. Connecting on Elyoya. The damage coming in.
It does give you that little thing in your head. We're gonna make it. They're not strong enough. And we are.
I would actually feel like all the 3 splits in Europe were actually wasted.
I think both teams look really bad. Honestly, I wasn't impressed, and I think tomorrow is going to be a free win.
Now we have the momentum after we won on stage. They will have to come prepared or they're just going to lose.
They are actually hungry to win, but I'm more hungry to win. So I'm gonna win.
And here we are once again for the season finals. It's always G2 Fnatic, it seems. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Betty and by Dagda to lead you through what hopefully is 5 games of breakneck action.
I mean, the hype is here, the build-up is here, the fans came out in force for both G2 and Fnatic. And I mean, after the finals of summer, so many question marks were raised, and today both these teams are looking to answer those questions.
108 times we have seen these two teams face off against each other, but something feels different this time. There's something in the air. These teams have never looked more close, and as we get into draft, we're going to have to see exactly what their game plan is going to be. This is the first time since dropping to the lower bracket we have seen G2 on the red side, and immediately they are going with the vibe and the misfortune, which Noah has been performing fantastically on. My question is the Rel going to follow now for G2?
Definitely a possibility here. Obviously the Braum, Tristana and Ashe taken away by Fnatic. Things like the Ezreal immediately spring to mind. Maokai, Sejuani, 2 junglers we have seen dominate the meta through season finals. But alongside that, even something like the Brand is a possibility.
Corki, also a very big pick for Humanoid, but he's happy to take the Yone into it. I think you take the Rel here, try and set yourself up nicely in that bottom side, because Noah has a bit more of a flexible champion pool when we've seen coming into season finals. Willing to take things like the Zeri, the Ezreal. He's got options when it comes to the later portion of the draft, but they want to take that Ezreal early.
The Ezreal is going to be the priority. You imagine that's going to go in the hands of Noah. When we think about him as a player, comfort is going to be key in high-pressure situations, is where this player has proven to fall short for Fnatic, and today he's looking to change that narrative. G2, though, they can grab the Corki for themselves. Caps had a monster performance on it yesterday.
These are 2 of the teams, though, that we've seen a bizarre number of Azir bans towards. So the Corki's going to be locked in. I'm curious if Humanoid wants to go back towards the Yone in response to it, or if he wants to go towards something like the Azir, which we've seen almost 100% presence, at least in the G2 side of things. So last pick here, imagine it's going to be the jungle, or do they just want to take that Rel away?
Will it be the Brand or will it be the Ivern? We've seen both options from Yike. The Zyra, consistently banned away from him yesterday, going to get his hands on it today. A strong AP option. Great for team fighting, but now Fnatic, how do they want to...
Oh, wrong button. That was the wrong off button. It's going to happen at some point.
Yeah. The the flexibility that you have with the champion means that, of course, you can put it both top and mid, whether it be an answer into the Corki or a potential blind Cassante up towards the top side, and Leona going to be locked in for Jern.
I will say the Smolder yesterday for MDK didn't have the impact they wanted it to because of that Cassante coming out from Broken Blade in the top side, because of the ability for him just to run through their opposition. Kalista locked in for G2, likely going down to the bottom lane, although I have heard rumblings of Kalista top, making its way back into the meta.
I do think we will see it in the bottom side though. Hansam has already brought it out and it's looked great for him. It gives you a ton of aggression in that bottom side. Whether you get something like the Alistar here, you can still go for the Leona. Even Renata pick could work out really well here paired alongside that. And then you play for these early dragons using big ultimates like the Renata. You use that Zyra ultimate as well, and it gives a great early pressure to G2 when it comes towards their draft.
The Cassante ban makes sense. We know it's the strongest blind. Oscar is an excellent Cassante player. But now the support ban's likely going to come out from Fnatic. There's the Renata. Do they consider the Rel something a threat? Do they want it with the Braum already taken away? Perhaps a range support? I'm thinking about the best pairings that you can have with the Kalista. Maybe the Alistar is the one that they go with.
On the opposite side, will it be a Poppy ban? Because right now the Kalista definitely vulnerable to something along those lines. Not something that you probably want to blind pick, so that's probably why G2 are just going for the Renekton. But there is that Rel, so I wouldn't be fully surprised to see the Alistar come through decent into Leona, but could actually go for the Seraphine as well if they really want to try and go for that full push in that bottom side of the map.
Where will G2 decide to go? Looks like they're leaving top for last, most likely. Obviously, Zyra can also be flexed to that support role, not something we've seen too often with how good she is in the jungle. Rakan locked in for Mickey, had a stormer of a series on it yesterday. MDK couldn't deal with those snap engages where you ultimate from the backline, E onto someone, and then immediately come flash forward and get that quickness off. Sejuani now locked in for Fnatic. That's their jungler, and it looks like it's going to be a Kennen top.
But I like this adaptation for Fnatic. You look across at G2 and you're like, you have a ton of squishy characters and no one really to tank any of the CC that Fnatic can throw at them. A Leona, a Sejuani, now a Kennen on top of it. There is so much lockdown, and we've seen how good Oscarinen is at finding these flanks in season finals to set up for that Kennen to have a massive punch.
The Mundo, we've seen it before and we're going to see it again for Broken Blades. A great answer into many AP top options due to the lifesteal, his mitigation of so much burst that can come out from a Kennen. But I wonder how easily he's going to be able to run down AD carries that have that mobility, the arcane shift, the flat from humanoids. Often we see Mundo picked into things like Ashe, harder to kite, harder to create that space against him, but G2 needed a front line. They needed another form of tank. They decided that something like the Ornn wasn't worth the risk, so instead they go with the Mundo. I think overall I kind of prefer Fnatic's composition just because of how it functions, how it looks. It looks very straightforward, easy to execute, good scaling, good range, nice siege, great front lining. It just seems very well rounded, whereas I feel like the burden of execution falls on G2. How is this Kalista going to play into Kennen that's going to make his life miserable?
And even the rest of the comp as well. When you look, it's a lot of champions that want the enemy team to come in to you. And sure, you've got like Leona and Sejuani's, but they have very non-committal engage coming through from the ultimate from Sejuani, the solar flare. You have the opportunity to fish for great fights before you have to truly engage as Fnatic. So this has to be G2 getting off to an early lead, and it has been G2 that have struggled consistently to find success in the early game against Fnatic.
A year ago in Montpellier, Fnatic fell short. 3-1 to G2 back in 2019 in our closest finals in a long time. Fnatic fell short. It has been 2,138 days since Fnatic hoisted that LEC trophy, and G2 have continually stood in their way. We'll see today if the Fnatic faithful are finally rewarded here in Munich.
A lot on the line, and this is just the first game of hopefully many. We start the game slow. Both teams setting up a line of scrimmage. The roar of the G2 support is strong today.
It was pretty damn strong yesterday as well, Betty. Doesn't look like we're going to have any shenanigans early on. Was wondering perhaps if a lane swap would happen. Kennen will struggle into it a little bit. Obviously the Mundo a bit tankier, but Kennen does have that range.
Yeah, especially when you look at the opportunities for Fnatic. The problem is they don't really win push on bot. They don't really win push on mid. So technically they could go in for some sort of lane swap, but as you say, Oscarinen then struggles. So I think for G2, they're relatively happy to just go, hey, we can get push mid, we can get push bot. And with Yike starting on this top side, there's an opportunity for them to even maybe look for some sort of invade onto this bottom half of the map as well.
Control over the forward brush coming out from Fnatic. They know that they can get this early prio just because Rakan can't really offer a huge amount, especially once Fnatic gets that level 2. A lot of kill threat. Jun starting with the Q, just controlling that brush, making things a little bit awkward for Hans. We talked about that early priority. Oscar into the Mundo. I imagine that's relatively even on the top side of the mid lane. Also should be relatively even at the very early stages with that Kennen going to continue to harass the Mundo. Things are going to progressively get worse for Broken Blade until he's able to get a bit of itemization under his belt. And in the mid lane, it's just 80 carries back and forth. Early level 2 for Humanoid, not going to mean a huge amount.
It's just going to sneeze all over Caps to do a little bit of damage, try and get those stacks up. You can see those stacks just under Humanoid's name on his portrait, currently sitting at 6. 225 is the magic number to start to get that execute and the burn. Both the junglers pathing from the top side to the bot side. Yike was seen on the ward by his Razor Beaks, so Fnatic have full information, or at least can assume exactly where Yike is right now.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at that stage, that's all you really want as Razork. As long as you're not getting under any sort of pressure from the Zyra in the early stages, you're relatively happy, so he should be able to finish out his jungle clear. I imagine he'll look for the quick reset after Krugs and try and move up towards that top half of the map. He already has, well, great trades from Humanoid on towards Caps in the mid lane, and you've got push for Oscar in up there as well, so he should be able to secure that Scuttle Crab for himself.
We have seen Caps struggling a little bit in lane over this last few weeks in season finals. Yesterday, dying 1v1 against Frescawi on that Ezreal. Looks like Yike is actually going to look towards a lane gank here. Has avoided vision so far, but now spotted by Fnatic. He'll path his way across towards the Scuttle Crab. Obviously, Zyra's first clear, slightly quicker, and all subsequent quick clears as well, slightly quicker than the Sejuani will manage to be.
Yeah, you can see though, this Sejuani, Razork already knows that's going to be the case. He's moving back up towards his top side. Oscar and doing a ton of work. So solo lanes for Fnatic right now are going great. And for G2, I think Yike needs to try and find some way to disrupt that. Otherwise, Fnatic just get to scale, get to play for that later portion of the game where they can go for those big team fights.
Naturally, we expect a slower start, game 1 of a series. Fnatic need to get familiar with the stage, the environment, the heat. It's warm today. And G2, while they are, of course, comfortable having gotten to play yesterday, getting to reassess the vibe, Fnatic coming in with a different air to them compared to what we saw from Mad Lions. And this early game, as teams start to get settled, assess where their first game plans are. TP's invested as laners return. We're looking at those early objectives. Dragons, 50 seconds. Grubs, about 2 minutes. Are we going to see any early swaps? Early back comes out. G2 should be able to push this underneath the tower.
And we have seen a lot of these teams drift away from the Void Group priority over towards that first Dragon. That's certainly been what G2 have gone for, but Razork has kind of tended more still towards those Void Grubs in the top half of the map. So I'd be curious to see how they want to try and push this one forward, because when you've got strong lanes like Oscar Inen that can really take advantage of those Void Grub buffs, it could work out very well in their favor.
Broken Blade doesn't have vision here. Oscar Inen gonna lightning rush forward, flash forward as well, looking for that stun. Reeve still has the flash, but I don't think he has a chance of living. Oscar on the board for first blood in Munich.
And the crowd goes wild. Razork picking up that first blood immediately for Oscar Inen. This is one of the biggest threats on Fnatic, and he's off to a great start.
Nice gank from Razork, easy and clean as the wave is bouncing back. They set it up, and Broken Blade knows that it's not even worth the flash. Now the swap has come through from G2. They want to try and get Mundo out.
Hansama flashes to be a taxi for Mickey, and Hansama immediately answers.
Great adaptation from G2. What we saw in the last series these played off against each other was a ton of pressure towards Broken Blade in that top side. Fnatic start off well with that play, but G2 now rotating for those Void Grubs, get another pick back.
But Fnatic, they immediately set their sights on the bottom lane. Broken Blade is an easy dive target, and they want to answer back.
There's the risk of that flash though, Ben. He didn't burn it in the top lane play.
He's so close to 6 though.
He's
if he can get a couple of minions.
Needs a couple for the maximum dosage, now unlocks it. Fnatic yet to tank the tower. Jun will go in. Razork there as well. The Zenith Blade back in, and the flash away from Broken Blade. Ignite not enough to take him through the maximum dosage. Noah puts a bit more damage into his back. Caps has come across, but now Oscar Inen on the flank as well. Looking for that stun. He'll catch Caps. Flash. Shield of Daybreak. The Zenith follows the Valkyrie away. He's locked in an icy grave.
And Fnatic get their answer. Caps trying to help his top laner ends up giving away a kill. He loses the flash, he loses his life, and while Broken Blade walks away safely, Fnatic walk away with the advantage they were looking for.
And Oscar Rinnan is off to such a brilliant lead now. 800 gold lead for that top laner for Fnatic, but you do have to drop your eyes down to that AD carry role as well, because while all this shenanigans were going down on the bottom side, Hans Sam was just free firing on the top end, and Broken Blade plays this exceptionally well. He knows he's so close to 6, gets that E through the minions to finish off a bunch of them to get that maximum dosage, able to survive for so long, thanks to the W as well. But as Vetty already said, Caps thought he was here to help, thought he'd be some sort of aid to Broken Blade, but instead ends up just falling. As the amount of CC that this crew has is absolutely obnoxious.
I mean, he wasn't expecting Oscar to be right behind him. I mean, the good news for G2 is they're able to get a bunch of plates on the top side of the map. They did end up securing 2. They also secured the grubs. They now swap back to the bot side of the map. Berserker's Greed's already picked up for Hans Summer. He just ticks over to level 6, and G2 can now set the sights on the Dragon and look for ultimate early game objective control.
Gold only about 200 difference between these two teams, and it is the difference between Oscar and Hans Summer across the map that we'll be looking at. Razork's up towards the top side. Yike waiting around the corner, hasn't been seen yet. He's sneaky, trying to come in here to dissuade the gang. Oscar goes in with a slicing mouse, but Hans Summer's able to walk away from the side of it. Fate's call will pull Mickey out, and he dives back in. They smell blood in the water, and Oscar's got a lot of spears in his behind. Hans Summer takes the kill.
Beautiful dive from G2. The Guardian proc to keep Mickey as healthy as he needs to be. The reset on the dive with the Kalista ult. It's magnificently clean, and Fnatic just don't have an answer on the opposite side of the map.
A point of criticism at various points throughout the year.
No way.
To interrupt the backs, I feel. And he's not going to connect. The bot lane of G2 has been stepping up massively. Mickey's Rakan yesterday was phenomenal, and Hans Summer throughout season finals really has been the quiet star of the team. Mr. Consistent. Now that he's on Kalista, an old favorite of his, a champion where he could build that lead independently, he's the one finding the early game advantages for G2.
And even a lot of those tools that we've seen Hans Sama thrive on in season finals were taken away. The Misfortune, the Ashe, but going back to the Kalista and still having an incredible early game now. He is set up to be that carry, but you still have to watch out for Oscar Rinnan. And maybe Jun has to watch out for G2 here.
An AD carry is often nothing without their support. Want to give credit to Mickey over these last couple of days on the Rakan. Has kind of stepped back into the position where you can consider him one of the best, if not the best, Rakans in the LEC. Yike's able to get the Scuttle Crab here, the Drake up, a minute and a half on those next grubs. G2 got the first 3, Noah dashes away with an arcane shift, then Mickey dashes back. Battle dancing his way to safety.
There's no real push in the map for G2 though, so Fnatic kind of free to do this. You can see the waves only now connecting in the mid lane, and Caps will walk back, but may have to be careful as that Goon Squad is making their way towards the mid lane as well now.
Hans Summer utilizing the minions to keep this constant slow onto Noah so that he can keep weaving in these auto attacks. Great Kalista mechanics there to get an edge out in the 1v1. This will convert into pressure onto Dragon as the rest of Fnatic are resetting, and that's 3 grubs, early Dragon, gold lead, all going the way of G2. And when we think back to G2's strong early games, it was through their bot lane. That was how they found success last year.
Yeah.
But now they have the added threat of that mid-game macro that they've been spending the entire year working on. Fnatic, definitely not down and out just yet. This is a minor advantage that G2 have been able to build for themselves, but thinking back to the last finals where these two met each other, it was the early game where Fnatic found those advantages, but here in game 1, they haven't found many yet.
And G2 are only going to continue to build this push on bot. I was about to say with the resets, means that they should have been able to reset and move up towards that potential void growth. But Caps!
Jump in the mid lane, Mom is here! And Caps can't deal with that. Humanoid gets his first of the finals.
I mean, when it comes to Fnatic, Razork is the player you always have to look at. The heart, the playmaker of the team, finds that play on the Caps and gives them the kill lead.
The best jungler in the LEC, putting down the best mid laner in the LEC. And if Humanoid now can start to get control on this Corki, on this Smolder, it can be so devastating in taking over this game. But G2, they still get their reset, they move up towards this top side, and it will be the 6 grub buff that G2 will be able to pick up.
6 grubs and a Chem Drake. Next Drake up in 4 minutes time. It will be an Infernal. Caps might be ganked again in the mid lane, though does still have the flash. Razork on his way. No Glacial Prison, but they can chase him down. Knocks him up, he'll Valk. The Permafrost will chase and he'll flash as well. To the relative safety of Yike coming into that bush. Fog of War on Caps' side.
I mean, Fnatic have been able to find a lot of pressure onto Caps. And to try and get this Smolder accelerated, that's great. Great plan. Problem is you're conceding a lot of objectives. All 6 scrubs are gone, the Dragon is gone. Plate's going in the favor of G2 as well. It's a scary situation in terms of the early game for Fnatic.
But credit to Razork, he has been in the right position to constantly punish Caps, even down towards that bottom side with Oscar coming in for the flank. Razork has had a stellar season final so far, as you said, Vedi. Oh, sorry, Dagda, probably the best jungler we have in the LEC right now.
And it's because of those moments where he understands, look, I don't have to be positioned around my team at every point in time, but when he is near, you always have to be scared because he is so good at finding these moments to interrupt your plays, get a kill, burn a flash now on Caps, and especially when you look at a next Dragon fight in 2.5 minutes time, that's when you will see that punishment of Caps not having the flash available. And Razork has been clinical when it comes towards landing these Sejuani ults over the course of this year.
Vision control now, the name of the game between the two teams. Jun steps in and that bush, in there be monsters. The flash, not enough to get away from the quickness. The solar flare that will hit Yike, and Jun might still escape to survive another day. He can't. A rend through his heart puts him in the dirt.
And just barely whiffing on that lockdown from Yike means that Noah is able to escape as well, but Jun just wanted to get some vision, but didn't realize it was G2 in that brush.
A nice pick, and Jun, he did everything correctly. Utilized the Leona W to tank up as much as he could, then procs his rune passive afterwards to give even more durability, but even that just wasn't enough. Hans Sama now 3-0-0 on the board.
I mean, nearly the Blade of the Rune King finish surely will be now when he goes back to base. There it is, and you get to move back out onto the map, and as Noah, you have to be so scared of Hans Sama. He's a monster now when you come to these mid lane battles over the wave, especially if Mickey can use him as that taxi service in with the ultimate. Noah can get picked off very easy, maybe even Jun here as well.
It's always the threat of Rakan. Obviously, when he was released, he was giga broken and you could just ultimate and immediately flash. But now what you do is you ult behind your team, you E onto a tank on the front line, then you can just flash W and lock anyone up. It means even the escapability of the flap of the arcane shift can be mitigated by a well-played out-of-vision Rakan, and Mickey showed us that yesterday. We'll see if he can continue to do it today. For Fnatic, a lot of the impetus in teamfights is around finding flanking positions for Oscarinin. If he can find that flank, he is massive. 1.3k ahead in that top lane.
And that's why you can see Fnatic at the moment are just fishing for these spells, because they're like, look, if we can get this exhaust burnt on towards Mickey, that unlocks Oscarinin when we come to these later fights. 35 seconds on towards the Dragon. They were saying maybe we could get an exhaust, maybe we can then set up for that fight, but G2 able to avoid the engage. They're going to get the Rift Herald, and maybe Fnatic can actually sneak their way into this bottom side and try and get the cross-map objective.
Objective control is the name of the game for G2, though. What they've demonstrated in the season finals is really how to use pressure to gain advantages on the map. Calm, calculated play, cross-mapping any proactivity that we see from Fnatic. But remember that Fnatic is playing more towards the scaling. They know that they have great team fighting, and they've showed us multiple times in season finals, even from a deficit, they know how to fight. So as long as they can find those angles, they're definitely still in this game.
Definitely think the team with the Smolder is playing to scaling. He's a dragon after all. If only they had Renekton alongside him. We see the Drake begun, or the positioning around it begun by Fnatic. G2 invested most of their vision off towards the top side, and now Fnatic have a pocket here. G2 will step in. There's darkness in those corners. Noah shows. Mickey sneezed on. Mom joins the battle for a moment, but Mickey can always dash back out. Oscarinin will spot that ward being placed.
They're separating G2 though. You can see the Hans Sama's on mid, actually going on towards Noah as well. But if Noah is able to join in with Fnatic, it makes it very difficult for Hans to be part of this fight. So TP invested now by BB to force Fnatic back and give that Kalista an option to get into mid lane.
I mean, does Razzle just have to jump back into the back of the pit? Instead, he has to flash. Stranglethorn's coming down, and G2 will thank Fnatic for that leash. Hansama off towards the top side, being chased down by Humanoid, but they can't really find much more. Oscar running down in that bottom lane with the Rift Herald coming in as well. He needs to get the hell out of here, because if he stays around for much longer, I'm afraid he might be next on the menu. The Rift Herald avoids the turret. Oscar flashes away, but here's the charge. FNC you later, Oscar, as he's taken out by G2.
G2 are a rampaging bull. They said, screw the China, we're going for the rat in the back instead. And they lock down Oscarinin. They get the tower, another charge, and G2, they may not be stopped.
I mean, the pushes are just so accelerated. You have the 6 grubs as well. More bites come out, mites come out of the Rift Herald when you go for that. Almost getting the tier 2, already secured the tier 1, and a 2,000 gold lead now extended for G2.
The control is just slipping away from Fnatic. Every objective is falling over to G2. They're hesitant to fight. They know how hard they spike Razork.
Called out once again, Charmed with the quickness, pulls him back. Jun here, he's charmed as well. Razork able to get away with the Glacial Prism being used. Razork on about 100 HP. But here's Oscar! Here is Oscar! And there go G2, sent to their graves by the Electric Rats.
G2 thought they had the moment. There was no damage. Noah was in the bot lane, but they wait too long. They can't kill Razork, and Fnatic rally around the jungler to save the play.
A fantastic TP from Oscar as he finds the angle. Razork buys so much time. He is one of the champions that can face check. His durability proving worthwhile. Fnatic fans feeling the tension as we look back at this face check.
And Razork is like, hey, there's no way he stuck around. They needed to back, but they just can't kill him. They just don't quite have the damage, especially with caps being 0-2. But now, the rest of Fnatic show up. They've got that extra damage. Oscarinin is able to set it up. Hansama was in that mid lane, though, manages to get the mid lane tower off the back of it. But it is much needed gold in the hands of Fnatic.
Much needed play as well for Fnatic, as control felt like it was slipping away. To get a play like that has to do massive wonders for your confidence. Broken Blade now the target.
Has the flash, no wave there for Fnatic to play around, so should be able to walk away with Yike coming to bolster the defense of that tier 1 in the bottom lane. The gold now only 1,000 between these two teams. It's a minute and a half on the Baron and 2.5 before we see our third Drake of this match.
This is where Fnatic can get quite aggressive on the map, though, because they know that exhaust is down for Mickey. They can actually start to play relatively forward. The only downside is that big gold lead on Hansama. 2 items now completed on this Kalista. He controls that mid lane, and through that controls where Fnatic can move on the map. So they need to find some way to break Hansama in the mid lane.
The gold lead for Hansama is extending, even if the gold lead between the two teams has shrunk a little bit. 2,500 gold ahead. Blade, Ginsu's complete a true shot barrage down towards the bottom side to try and cull a little bit of that wave, but doesn't really do its job, only gets a couple of them. Broken Blade with the demolish will take it, 700 gold into his back pocket, and now he leads the Kennen in gold picked up this game.
Warmog secured, gives him so much durability. Of course, you could argue still a bit squishy just because of its limited resistances, but I think you'd be surprised as to how much this Mundo will be able to tank up. With the dragon spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds, you look at the vision at the bottom of your screen. Oscar and the TP.
Slice and Maelstrom coming out, no exhaust here, of course, because Mickey's on the top side and doesn't even have it. Broken Blade with a maximum dosage and the flash still in hand to try and get away. The Glacial Prison finds its mark, and I'm not sure Broken Blade survives this. He flashes, and of course he does, of course he damn does! Who am I to doubt the machinations of the Broken Blade?
He dupes everyone! They wanted to give the kill to Humanoid, but what's a baby dragon to a business mogul like Broken Blade?
And that's a flash and a TP committed from Humanoid. G2 have used that time to gain full vision control over the top side of the map. Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds, and I mean, observers, if you can show us what Fnatic can see right now, it is just darkness across the board. G2 have been trying to suffocate this vision. Specks of information scattered across the map. But Fnatic, while they're relying on their scaling and big spikes are now being hit for Humanoid and Noah, they're going to need to find that big fight to turn this game in their favor.
But that felt like their attempt. They don't have Oscarinen's ultimate now available for this Dragon, so a third Drake should go to G2. Fnatic just trying to set up vision somewhere, maybe make a pick onto Caps in this top side as Oscarinen takes a dangerous route and loses half his health bar for it.
Didn't even seem that dangerous. Why is Hansama there? Like, I don't blame Oscarinen for walking into that portion of the map. Caps and Mickey trying to defend the top tier 1. It's Fnatic are trying to make that cross-map play that we so often talk about when you are behind, but with Caps here to clear out the wave and Mickey able to jump away, the TP at the last moment means there's still a minion there. Mom called, Oscar goes in, Broken Blade's gonna TP as well, but Fnatic have already got 2 out of this play, and BB has no flash anymore! You may not stop for death, BB, but Fnatic will make him stop for you!
A huge tower dive for Fnatic, gets 3 kills, and they're looking to get the Baron. That play, that is what they needed. Off the back of Fnatic's initiation, Razuk, Jun, they're able to make it happen.
6 Void Grubs still though for G2. They're taking a tower, but there's so much standing gold.
Oscar went to 6 HP off that, by the way.
Calculated.
Yeah, 100% planned. For Fnatic now, it's all about the next 3 minutes. How much can you get out of this Baron power play? Already take the tower in the top lane, but you're still only 200 gold ahead. We've seen what Kalista and Corki can do if you have the 6 grubs. But what a decision this was to TP at the last possible moment.
And really well orchestrated. They knew that they had already committed members to that Dragon on the bottom side, so just number advantage here. Even the Ezreal ult being able to come in over the top adds that little bit more. But the tower juggling was sublime from Fnatic there. Nobody goes down, and there's cheers galore for Fnatic.
Razok just catching Caps off guard. A 0-4 Corki performance from him, as Humanoid is now so strong on this Smolder. He's reached that threshold. He has a 2.5k gold lead over Caps, and Hansama, as threatening as he is, we talked about how difficult this Kennen is going to make his life. Oscar has proven time and time again that he's able to find these angles on this champion, and he's looking to find it once more.
So Broken Blade is just down towards the bottom side of this river, but Caps is just going to recall. Okay, he'll get out. Not looking for his 5th death this game. Has only been involved in 1 of G2's kills so far. They do only have 4. And you can see Humanoid has got a 2,500 gold lead in the mid lane now.
But Fnatic are playing this really cleverly. They're not going for these big team fights where you can actually leverage Hansama. They're trying to find these quick picks where they can leverage the advantages that they have in those side lanes. And now it's G2 who need to try and come and match them in the side lane. Not many members here though. So G2 could end up picking Fnatic if they're not careful.
So G2 do know that Oscar doesn't have TP, and he's currently pushing in the mid lane, meaning that they'll send Hansama there to answer that pressure. With the Baron buff, Hansama takes a little bit longer to clear out the minions, but still does it lickety-split. And with that wave cleared out, Hansama can then move, shift up towards this top side and apply a bit more pressure. The problem is, will Oscar then be able to find the flank? Because we see Humanoid taking about a third of his HP. Broken Blade does the same, but of course he's got a bit more HP to spare. Hansama able to escape the clutches of Oscarinen, who's walked back towards that mid lane. His TP up in about 30 seconds time.
The poke is relentless from Fnatic. Noah and Humanoid chipping away the HP bars, and while Broken Blade will walk that damage off, the same can't be said for Yike. Doing his best to wave clear, connects onto Caps once more, and here comes Mom, trying to force G2 back, but they'll hold strong again. Great poke from Noah.
They need to make something happen here. 20 seconds left on that Baron buff. There's not a huge amount of turrets taken to help out Fnatic off the back of that. So G2 get to hold on to all their outer turrets. Hansama defends mid, and they just barely manage to push Fnatic off the top lane.
Oh, the Doomsday clock ticks over to 2 minutes for both these teams. That's when the Cloud Drake Soul will be available. Oscarinen on a ward here now spots it. For Fnatic, you have to feel that's where you got to make your next stand. Glacial Prison flashed by BB. Fnatic have just been chucking out abilities, seeing if they can get G2 to use those summoners, to use those health bars. And now, because of it, they gain control of the river.
And that's why I think non-committal engage is so strong in this meta. Just being able to throw a spell out that has a relatively short cooldown, fish for a summoner spell, fish for a pick, but never put yourselves in harm's way. Particularly with the amount of damage in the game right now, these tools are so good for finding those little advantages in upcoming fights.
And I mean, maybe silently, maybe loudly, but Razok has been so crucial in finding so many of these plays. 0-0-8, 100 kill participation here in game one. The heart of Fnatic. He wants his first trophy, and to get it against G2 would be so sweet for him. Of course, here we are, game one, a very tense moment. The gold is very similar. The gold distribution at the bottom of your screen is very clear. Can Oscar find the angle? Will Humanoid and Noah be at any real threat against things like the Mundo? Humanoid now level 16 on the Smolder, 3 items completed. The scaling that we've been talking about has been reached for Fnatic. And now it's all going to come down to a big fight.
Gonna play for the mid lane wave. It's still a while away for them. Plants come out and a little bit of Dragon Breath puts them in their place. Jun can try and need a bit of poke. I'm not sure if he's over the threshold for the Warmog because he doesn't have an extra Ruby Crystal, but he might have got it just from overgrowth in this game. We'll see if he heals back up through the poke that he has to endure. Caps putting some damage down. Oscar looking for the flank position. Out of vision. It's a great flanking if he can find it. Can Mickey mark him? Razzle goes in. Flashes double knockup. Unsummoned now dashing forward as well. Oscar in is late to the party. And is immediately exhausted and knocked up with a base call. Unsummoned still surviving. Do Fnatic have more in the tank? Can they find a way to crack Unsummoned? The answer is yes! Humanoid takes him out in the Dragon Pit, and now a 3v4. In favor of Fnatic, they'll take the Drake, they'll stop the Soul. Can they find more?
Humanoid called on his Dragon brethren there to help him take down Hans Sama in the pit. And now Yike wants to see if he can get that poke on towards Jun. The slow is there.
Humanoid not hit with the Rylai's. I don't think he's able to flap his way away. Caps and Yike still looking for that midway, but Noah pretty healthy. Has that red buffs to help tick him up as well. Broken Blade now finding Jun and Humanoid, forcing them down across the map. Oscar has the push in bot, and BB will go to answer.
Incredibly tense fights. The biggest questions coming into this fight was going to be, how will Kennen fare against Hans Sama, and how safe is Humanoid and Noah in the fight? Well, Humanoid and Noah were very safe. They had so much space to play with. They had the support from Razork on the front line with Jun right there as well. Oscar comes in on the right side, and a great initiation from Razork. Yike immediately forced a flash, but then the front line disappears. But look at how much control and space Oscar buys, immediately spinning G2 up. Humanoid oversteps there, forcing him to flash very early, but the damage was done onto Hans as he gets executed by Humanoid.
And if it's Mickey trying to be that counter-engage tool, there's very little then to get onto the carries of Fnatic after that play. You can see them using the Callisto ult to try and get breathing room from Oscar Innen, but it meant Humanoid had control. Noah could play aggressive, and G2 crumble as a result.
Humanoid at 337 stacks now, level 16, almost ticking over to 17, 6,000 damage in that last fight. And the battle that rages between Caps and Humanoid across the years of the LEC. Caps always seen as that top dog. Now Humanoid trying to displace him on the throne here. Bot wave pushed in, Humanoid's going to answer that. G2 can use that time to gain control of the river, but they only have one control ward and only one sweeper up as well.
Note that Oscar's flash is going to be up just a little bit beforehand. Summons. Exhaust unavailable currently for Mickey, but you imagine the next fight he'll have that available. No flash available for Humanoid as well, could be crucial. But these summoner spells, when you get into these late game fights, are just so valuable. Caps now finally ticking over to level 16. But I feel like the G2's composition, even with all the leads that they've built, a few mistakes here and there, they lost control over the map. The Baron was crucial for Fnatic, and now the scaling has really come into its own for Fnatic.
And Hans Sama is just starting to fall off. He just cannot get access in these fights with how many beefy members are on Fnatic, how much control Oscar Innen offers in those team fights. And with a Rabadon's death cap now completed on the Kennen as well, they need to get creative here as G2, but Fnatic are playing this slow. They're just playing around their vision, not giving them the moment to try and look for a pick.
They were looking for the route over the wall into the grand entrance for Mickey. A phosphorus bomb from Caps may have sentenced one of the Fnatic players to a 40-minute great-scale excursion.
Fnatic are on a timer here, though. Oh,
Jun caught out, goes in with his Zenith Blade, but is unable to get the stun onto Caps, and Jun is just dead. Glacial Prison going wide, and now G2 can look to open up. BB has a TP, and he's about to go back to base. The TP comes in, Mickey's still looking for the chase. Humanoid caught out, manages to survive for a second, but in the end, he's down. Oscar with the slicing Maelstrom does nothing.
G2 seem to always find a way in these crucial moments to fight Fnatic. Fnatic thought they had a chance with Broken Blade on bot side, but in the 4v5, it's Jun that gets picked.
A single overstep is all it takes. Fnatic, with the momentum at their backs, find themselves lost, pushing in the mid wave, trying to set up for the Baron. Jun mispositions, he overcommits, he gets collapsed on, and while the ulti from Oscar was still great, it was not enough as G2 find the Baron.
And Jun just ends up getting caught by Mickey here. Great engage, he goes forward onto Caps, but he is not tanky enough to survive Hans Sama and Caps. Even Razork with the panic ultimate. And G2, they smell the blood in the water. Immediately TPing in, looking to go all out, find that moment to bring this game back in their favor. And now a Baron in tow. It's the base that they'll be looking to crack of Fnatic.
These games are always a game of inches on a knife edge at any moment, but so often it's G2 that come out on top. Fnatic here now have to fight around the Cloud Soul as well. 20 seconds before that Drake does spawn in. The Baron buff on Caps pushing out the top lane.
G2 doing their due diligence this time though. Ward clearing on point. There is nowhere for Oscar Rinnan to go apart from potentially that wave on the bottom side of the map. G2 will have to try and deal with that as it starts to push in as well, but Fnatic at the moment at least have control of River. But you still have that 6 Void Grub buff, and a second Cloud Dragon to Fnatic is not something G2 are that concerned about.
All they have to do is just poke their heads in, prod around, see if you can keep Fnatic around a little bit longer, because already you've lost a tier 2 in the top lane, and you might be about to lose your inhibitor tower as well. The Glacial Prison goes down, the Drake secured for Fnatic, but they're about to lose an inhib as Caps continues to push in. G2 on the chase, looking to stop Fnatic from getting those bases off. Oscar Rinnan might be able to get back to the fountain in time before Yike can find him in the bush. He will. But still an inhibitor forfeit for just the Drake from Fnatic.
I think it's a smart call from G2. You have to respect that Fnatic's team fighting is still very strong. In that situation, you're able to find a pick. You started the fight by removing one of the frontliners and then snowballing off the back of that. Here, Fnatic already has position on the Dragon. You would be trying to enter that space with Oscar having flash ready, poised and looking for that play. So instead they say, you know what, we'll just take the inhibitor. We don't need the Cloud Soul right now. We create this extra point of pressure and we make it harder for Fnatic to play the 5v5.
We are getting to a point though where we're getting to 6 items across the board. See, Humanoid nearly hitting that crucial mark is already well past his point of no return when it comes to the stacks. So for G2, a full-on team fight is not as clear-cut as an easy win, so playing off on the map makes a lot of sense here as Mickey step forward against Razork.
Got the knock-up. Tango Bob's not going to connect in the mid lane! I think no earnest. Oscar just killed Caps! They just put him in the dirt, and now Broken Blade next on the menu. True Shot Barrage coming out, hits on some of the solar player has to be flashed away from, and Broken Blade abandoned by his team. The chase continues. Oscar looking at that flank position, has the blast cone, and Noah will take it. Oscar goes in with a lightning rush. Can Hans Sama, Mickey, and Yike survive this? Broken Blade there as well. G2 realize they immediately have to dive back in, but Mickey doesn't have the backup, and with the Zenith blade through his back, Fnatic! Is this it? Is this the oasis they have waited 6 years for? One game on the horizon, perhaps 2 more to come.
They find G2 overextended. Caps falls, Fnatic rise, they take down G2 and they will start to push towards their base.
So many times we've seen Oscar make these game-saving plays on Kennen, and it wasn't flashy, it wasn't crazy, he just caught Caps in mids. That single pick has swung the game once again, and in game 1 of this best of 5, Fnatic and G2 are going all out, back and forth, neck and neck.
A man who couldn't sit on this stage this time last year now finds the moment, has the hands to take down Caps, and beautifully sets up Fnatic to pick off G2.
And G2, they brazenly think that they can still pressure this tower. Broken Blade steps too far up, the True Shot Barrage connects onto Hans Sama, and they're immediately forced to retreat. They decide to take the fight too late. You'll notice this flash response from Humanoids as G2 say, fine, we take the fight. They're taking too long. Nice response. Able to disengage, and now G2, I mean, they're just fish in a barrel as Fnatic claim their prize.
There's just no escaping this Fnatic when they get rolling. There is so much damage, so much engage. And how many times are we going to see this game go back and forth? If this is what this series is like, I am here for it.
15,000 damage for Humanoid. The Saiyans would be proud with a number like that. And it's only going to get harder for G2. Look at the pressure. G2 setting up around the barn. Still 1 minute away. The vision is close. A single team fight is all it takes. But this Smolder is looking to do some serious damage in the fights.
Put it in my veins. Just pump it in. G2 Fnatic delivering once again here in Munich. And G2, they still have ways to win this game. It's still on a knife edge. It's still only 1.5k between the two teams. You can see the damage that Caps can do if he's actually alive to be in a fight. Oscar in forced back. Baron up in 30 seconds. Cloud in 50. It will be third for Fnatic. It would be Soul once again for G2.
And I think that's where G2 are going to try and split up on the map. They've already invested a ton of vision, which is now being cleared out by Fnatic on this top side, but you only need one person to go towards that dragon. Could be Hansama, could be Caps. They have an opportunity to try and open up against Fnatic and just deny them access to everything that's spawning at the same time.
They're looking to rush this. The Baron will spawn, it's spotted out, but here they go. The deciding moment in game one.
How do you beat Ren Smite where you've got to fight beforehand, I think. Razzle trying to get in the pit, Mickey there to act as a bouncer. It's secured by Hansama. Mickey low with the base call. Oscar takes him out. Oscar still looking for that flank position. No flash for him, but BB's down as well. Fnatic still have 5 alive, and G2 do not have that same luxury. The GA buys Hansama a second, but this Angel can only
Oscar
bring you back
back
once. Oscar goes in with the slicing mash from Caps, has the flash away. Yike now. Looking for that flank position, looking for the
Just buying time. He's buying time, man.
He's buying as much time as he can, because Fnatic, they did it against MDK. They'll look to go through the front door once again. The true shot barrage goes wide. Will the Wolves aggro? Back onto Caps, he's back.
The Baron buff resets means that they're able to come back in. It's 4 versus 2. Yike and Caps versus all of Fnatic.
A final stand, it seems. Come claim the Nexus if you can take it.
Mickey's just respawned though. That's the exhaust. G2 can force them back. There's TP wards if they can get Caps out.
TP to the bot lane.
That's a TP.
Caps is looking for the flank. Jun healing up with the Warmox. Razzle doing the same. Broken Blade has TP in 5. The Cloud alive. The Drake perhaps the target for Fnatic. Do they know that Caps is here? Broken Blade now TPs to the bot lane. Fnatic have to try and defend with only 4 alive. G2 begin to collapse. Yike a long way away though. Jun caught by Mickey. Broken Blade looking for that flank, can't find it. Jun falling low, the solar flare dodged. Only the slow connects. Jun continues to walk away. Razzle trying to do the same. Oscar up in 5 seconds. Holy smolder! Humanoid steps a little bit too far forward. And he's immediately put 6 feet under by G2. Now the rest of Fnatic need to try and get away from this. Oscar in here as well. Broken Blade can tank for days, and G2, it's a 4v4 for the next 30 seconds or so.
It's a 45-second death timer on Humanoid. G2 have a meager wave in mids, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. As the flank comes through, observers show us what G2 see, and they will spot Oscar. He knows he's been spotted, but will that stop him? He has the flash available. G2 have to respect it.
Yike, too low to cover. You need to try and get into position to cover Oscar in. He's going to get spotted on the way out as well, but Fnatic, they're too late. G2, they've already disappeared.
It's game one with 39 minutes in, and Fnatic versus G2 is delivering a tense, close back and forth. We thought 2 fights ago that would be the fight, but maybe this is it.
Jun going forward, Broken Blade flashes away from the solar flare. Mickey here to join the party, TP in by Fnatic. They'll look for more. Jun continues to advance. BB no flash, the slicing mash from exhausted, and Oscar innings the first ball in the battle. Broken Blade healing up with a maximum dosage. Lands a cleaver onto Noah. They'll continue to chase in. Mickey has the quickness, has the flash. Can he get down with it? That's the question now.
There's so much poke from Fnatic though as they retreat. Hasn't been able to land though. G2 have been able to avoid a lot of these mystic shots from Noah. But G2, they're gaining ground. They're gaining position on the map.
But there's really no objectives for them to play for. Look at the side lanes. There isn't anything really for G2 outside of running down mid, taking away some of these camps. It was a bold play from Oscar. His flash is gone. The exhaust in exchange. He tried to catch out Caps, but he couldn't quite lock him down. And the gold graph is like the heart rate of the fans in the arena today as things continue to go back and forth in game one.
They spotted Yike low on that bot wave. They thought maybe that was the moment in a 4 versus 5 that they could find the pick, but the exhaust from Mickey was crucial. And now they need to go back to the drawing board.
510 stacks for Humanoids. We are 41 minutes in, and I mean, I don't even know what there is to analyze. It's all going to come down to execution. How they execute will determine how game one shifts, and oh my goodness, both teams are here to play.
Will it be execution or will it be assassination? G2, that map is so heavily in their favor. You can see them trying to set up for picks on Jun, picks on anybody on Fnatic who is willing to overextend. At minute 45 on Baron, Fnatic refuse to walk up towards that river, knowing what might be lurking anywhere in that water.
We take a breather.
You're not going to get another one, Betty.
I'm mainly giving it for you, mate. You're the one that needs it. 1 minute 40 till the Dragon. 1 minute 20 till Baron. Both teams return to the line of scrimmage that started this whole game. Vision across the board, slowly being invested. You can see on the supports, not many wards left for Mickey. He needs to go back to base, replenish, but actually, look at the mini-map. Are they looking for a flank? As Fnatic, they've called the bluff. They set their sights on mid lane, 5 members strong.
Inhib up in 30 seconds time. They can just push forward. No exhaust for Mickey for about a third of its cooldown. Fnatic continue to push in through mid.
No true shot barrage to get rid of Yike's Banshee's Veil either, which means that Fnatic weren't able to try and look for the engage with that Glacial Prison. So G2 re-establish themselves in the base, but now it's Fnatic's turn to try and set up vision, but they have to be so careful. TP wards galore in behind them. But is there really a massive threat on a flank?
I mean, a sneaky Caps can be deadly, even though he struggled this game. He is at 5 items. True Shot Barrage goes down. The Inhib now respawns in mid. You can see both teams basically even in terms of combat gold. Humanoid 18, Oscar the same. 4 items on Razork as well. Basically full builds across the board, apart from people who need those control wards, and of course the supports who never really get to full build anyway. Jun caught out a little bit, he'll back away still. Now actually no vision behind Fnatic apart from that 1 ward in the mid lane. Camps is pushing up top. Fnatic begin to back away. Is it Drake, is it Baron? Which do you prefer?
That 1 ward in mid lane. Oh, Jun, his base is interrupted. A single play Mickey, he's the one in danger.
You can always just jump out of the back of the pit or dance to Yike.
Caps is getting so much work done on that top side though, just slowly but surely creeping that wave ever closer to the inhibitor. Broken Blade has moved over. He's going to solo the Dragon. This is the play that we talked about before, but now Fnatic, they're going.
Immediately they dive in onto Mickey. He can dash away. Mom comes down and doesn't really connect in a way that it's done before in this game. Caps continue to push in top. The Drake will be secured. You can't beat Rend. G2 take everything off the map. Fnatic looked for a fight, but they couldn't find it.
Caps just continues to be a nuisance. Dagda was talking about it earlier. He's going to TP away to safety, concerned about the collapse. But G2 forcing indecision in Fnatic, splitting their focus. Something that this team knows all too well. Caps knows how to be a nuisance in a side lane.
Wait a second. He saves it.
Just barely. Oscar keeps the inhibitor alive. But that gives the soul over to G2. 7 dragons have fallen this game. And now the Elder, 5 minutes away.
You know that there is no TP on Caps though, so do Fnatic try and do something similar, push out bot. Caps is showing on this bot wave, but Fnatic not really in a position to look for the engage as Caps is showing. G2 pulling back away from those engage tools of Fnatic.
5 minutes short of the longest game we've had in season finals this year as well. That was G2 versus MDK, game 3. 5 minutes away from an Elder. Will the game be decided before that? Jun looking for Caps in the bot side, can't find him. He backs away. Still has that flash, has that safety. A trigger to pull if he's in danger. G2 now, though, controlling the area around the Baron. No vision for Fnatic. BB walks over the Scuttle Crab, though, and will give Fnatic the knowledge this is happening. Jun on his way up. They don't know where Caps is. Fnatic looking for that flank position. Oscar has the flash, has the blast cone. He'll go in! The Baron secured. Hans Summer cleanse flashes away. Oscar puts a stopwatch to see if he can get out of this one. But I think the plants are going to do the work. They will! Yike finds his man. G2 find the Baron, and perhaps they found enough to close out this game.
Hans survives the burst. He has to use all his summoner spells to get away from it, but they're able to do it. On top of that, they kill Oscar, and with the Baron buff and 45 seconds left on Oscar, G2 have their sights set on the Nexus.
It was a dance across the rift. G2 and Fnatic holding hands, swaying back and forth, but Fnatic, they stumble, they couldn't keep pace, and G2 now a Baron buff will start that siege in towards the mid lane. Once more, Caps moving up towards that top side, sharing the love across all those minion lines.
Caps doesn't have TP. He's pushing out that top wave. This could be a window where Fnatic try to force a fight. The Baron buff providing that support for minions. This is a scary situation for G2. Their resources are spread very thin. Razork is fishing.
No TP ward behind G2 right now. Only in the top side really for Oscar when he respawns in 15 seconds. He's going to match Caps in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Broken Blade trying to sink these waves. No wave in bot for now. Means that G2 only have 2 prongs to this trident. A bident, if you will. Fnatic, though, clear out top. Caps has to back away. Mickey dashes across the wall, and Fnatic will get the wave in mid as well. These waves not perfectly synced from G2 makes it a little easier for Fnatic to mount this defense.
Caps continue to push on this top side. 3 members of G2 on the bottom half. I don't think Humanoid, can he hold against Caps here? There's going to be so much damage, actually, if Humanoid can get a couple of pop shots. Rapid fire cannon just to clear the way.
Look at the damage from Broken Blade with that demolish, though. And Caps uses the fact that Humanoid paths towards mid to break it open. The waves now crashing at the same time allows G2 this trident approach. Jun's still fishing, looking for something, but he just can't find purchase on G2. They're too slippery. The second inhibitor the target for Caps.
Already created the back door, and now they've created the side door as well. G2 en masse, moving in, choking out Fnatic. The TP from Broken Blade. G2 want to end this now.
He jumps in, dashes out, hit with the Glacial Prison. Jun takes about half his health from Broken Blade alone. Humanoid trying to deal with Caps up towards the top side, but now he's going to join in with the rest of Fnatic in their final defense. Tip, all the inhibitors are down. The back door, the front door, all the windows blown out. G2 just looking to defenestrate the current occupants of this game now. The Nexus tower's already down, 1 at half, 1 is taking about a 5th. G2 can wait for the next wave, 8 seconds on the Baron though. Perhaps Fnatic can then find a way to defend.
Fnatic are doing their best, but the amount of space that they have is quickly getting smaller and smaller.
Caps, the damage Jun flashes, he misses everything! He tried, and you can't blame him for that, but sometimes in these moments, you have to come up clutch. Fnatic now without a solar flare, without a flash, and they do still have a hope because the wave's still a little while away. Double supers in every one of them, though.
G2 can't afford to let up the pressure. No one sees his angle. Gets good damage onto Caps.
Stranglethorn's down though, Jun goes in, the slicing Maelstrom, base call will pull him out, Noah finds Caps, is that enough? Yike jumped on, he has his Zhonya's and the plants are doing work for him, but Noah finds a double, and now it's the bot lane battling up towards the top side. Razork here with a heroic intervention. Broken Blade able to take Oscar in and Hans still half HP, but Noah is putting the damage down the Nexus tower. Everything seems to be on G2's side.
Noah is doing his absolute best. With his back against the wall, he makes a hero play to buy some space for Fnatic, but 30 seconds until the Elder. I don't know if it's enough time. The Nexus is exposed, but Fnatic, they're still alive for now.
Noah found Super, and it was enough. Noah finds Caps, and the question is it? Fnatic will hold for the moment. The inhibitors are a long way from being back up, and they have an Elder that's about to spawn. Fnatic, they desperately needed that to go their way, but they just couldn't quite get it.
They're not going to get here in time.
It's G2 with just more available in the tank and more dints in the Fnatic base.
I mean, it's a miracle if you steal this. It's the True Shot Barrage, which is coming in, but if that beats the end, I'll eat my hat. It doesn't. G2 will secure the Elder, all 5 alive to take it. And now Fnatic have to fight for their lives. The longest game of the season finals has arrived, and what a place to have it. here in Munich. What a game these teams are giving us.
A tense affair. The Elder will be secured, and the Baron is soon to follow. There's nothing but a Nexus left. I don't know if G2 even need it. They can just force the fight now.
I mean, look where Humanoid is.
Trying to buy space for his mid laner.
Humanoid has Flash here, but do you even get to walk away? The answer is an emphatic no. G2 are done with this. They got the record for the longest game, and that's enough for them. They'll take down 3. No inhibitors, no Nexus towers stand in their way. Noah, I'm afraid that Angel doesn't have enough to say. G2 in an incredible roller coaster of a game will go 1-0 up.
What do you say after a game like that? This game throughout belonged to both these teams, but it's G2 who just barely managed to scrape that victory after a grueling 50-minute game.
So many moments of hero plays, tiny blunders being punished, and just incredible decision making. Smiles on the faces of G2, but Fnatic gotta be filled with confidence still. They know that they can still win this series and deliver on what is expected to be an incredible final.
Well, we'll see if they can continue the momentum. We'll see if we get 5. I know we want it. We'll be right back after this.
This series is going way too slow.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
forward, flash forward as well, looking for that stun. Reeve still has the flash, but I don't think he has a chance of living. Oscar on the board. The Riptail avoids the turret. Oscar flashes away, but here's the charge. FNC Arena, Oscar.
Look at Corky. I'm tanking. Mundo no flash. King Mundo. I'm tanking. Holy
smolder! Humanoid steps a little bit too far forward. Humanoid has splash here, but do you even get to walk away? The answer is an emphatic no. G2 are done with this. They got the record for the longest game, and that's enough for them.
What a game won here in the arena. 12,000 people just saw the longest game between G2 and Fnatic ever. Goes without saying, it was also the longest game of the entire season. They kept the best for last, and I just want to kind of nerd out about the game for a second.
What the hell? What is there to nerd out? It was a complete back and forth banger.
It's crazy. You saw the coaching staff, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so I ran into Dylan, and you know when you like run into someone, you have this like, you know, nod of acknowledgement that you see each other. He just looks at me, he's like, he was like hysterical. Like, I've never seen Dylan this hysterical, because for me, and I guess for him as well, this is the epitome of what he's always teaching them. He's always like, when the game goes bad, take it to the streets, and oh boy, they took the boulevard down.
I also just love the photos of the different fan interactions we get there, or that we saw in the shots, because there was times where it definitely felt like this is a G2 win, then it felt like this is a Fnatic win, and you can see the hype, but also the disappointment immediately after as they throw their leads away.
I mean, when we look at the post-game breakdown and we always have this, you know, these fluctuations in gold, you're like, you see one of them, two of them, and you're like, oh man, this game was so messy. Oh, we don't like it. This team threw. Well, this game we had like 7 of them.
I mean, it was a heartbeat monitor shots going straight up and down. You
look at
see
this.
that is a roller coaster.
I just have no words.
It's crazy. It was so fun for us to watch. You do have to think, though, for Fnatic, you know, we just have to take this in the context of everything that came before, being that they had that final and that experience, and they had a couple of situations where they were in more winning positions even than in this one, right? But they couldn't hang on in the crucial moments. Now, is that something we need to be worried about this in this game one, or did you see a team that truly went blow for blow and it was only inches that got it over the line?
I believe it was blow for blow, because before, when you saw Fnatic, we would see these situations where we're like, inexplicably, how can you throw this game? But this game, it felt really like it was blow for blow, and G2 was adapting this, you know, weird style where they're just going 1-3-1 because they realize they're not winning the game. The Smolder has 600 stacks. The splash was throughout the whole lane. How can you fight that?
I mean, they had to fight for it, right? I mean, that's what they did, and they did such a good job of splitting Fnatic up, but we can't forget how Fnatic got here. Threw Oscar in the beginning with some great cannon ultimates, but also up to this TP in the top side, where this entire early game really is just about cross maps and the different fights and the different priorities we get from Fnatic and G2, and it just culminates into the team fights we get.
Yeah, it's so much about the team fights, and we saw them trying to build Oscar into this force that can change the team fights, which you always can if you're a cannon. You can actually absolutely destroy them, also in combination with that Smolder. So where do you think they dropped the ball, right? Because if you dumb it down, which is not the case when you're stressed and it's 50 minutes into a game, you gotta wait for your angles, you gotta make sure you get a flank. Ideally, you gotta get the drop on him, and you gotta make sure that Kennen can get the ultimate off.
Yeah, I mean, I think they pulled the trigger a bit too quickly sometimes as well, where they just knew we have Flash Kennen, let's just go for it, instead of anticipating the gameplay a bit earlier, or just anticipating it in general, because G2 did a very good job of playing around with Mickey's exhaust, of using that Kalista ultimate to take the initial hit.
Credit to G2, because there were a lot of windows where Fnatic could have looked for these fights, because I think for the Soul, many of this, because since G2 was on Soul Point for so many times, they give up a lot of these drakes because there was a summoner mismatch. The Kennen has flash, our carries don't have flash. So what do? We go 1-3-1. We set Corky on the side lane, and there's just been a plethora of these decisions from G2 that stabilized the game and made it to an even playing ground where everyone has flash up, and it's a lot harder for Kennen to look for these situations and everyone on the enemy team has flash.
And it has to be said, those are the kind of split-second decisions that win championships, right? When you look ahead to kind of the pedigree that G2 does have. So I want to take a look at the Baron, the last one that really spelled the end for Fnatic.
I mean, I'm so happy you're bringing that up, because how mental are G2? Look at Caps, he's in bot lane, he's no teleport, they're just straight up starting this without having his mid laner.
I just can't believe it, because they're just doing this Nasher, on enemy TP advantage. You don't have TP at all. They even get this cool kill on Kennen with the Zyra plans. They blow the Kennen summons and everything, and all of a sudden, the game is just won off of them doing Baron 4v5 with Caps splitting like a madman. It's not even good.
It is not good. It is
not good.
like objectively here, yes, of course it worked. But when we're looking to make a call like this, you're going into it saying it's a risk. It's a calculated risk. You know it's probably not in your favor, but you have to do it at that stage. And they took that shot, and that's really what gave them the advantage in this game.
It's so interesting because Fnatic talks so often about how, you know, Humanoid is like a mastermind in macro and that he knows which decisions need to be taken. Maybe G2 is like, okay, well, we will give you an illogical decision that we're going to make right now. Are you going to be able to stop it? The answer is no.
Exactly, because as a player, when you go into these games, obviously you're playing with fog of war. You're playing off of what information the enemy is giving you. You're saying, oh, Caps is bot, he has no TP. Surely they're not on Nash. But then G2 is saying, is cooking the counterplay here, where they're like, okay, Caps, you go bot. Hans is probably saying, well, I'm Kalista, I can stack a lot, and then with Zyra plants and everything, we have so much DPS to just burn the Baron down before they even realize that it's happening.
It's crazy. I mean, it was so incredibly close, but I do feel for Fnatic. And I think if we wanted the best series we were going to get today, they should have won game one, right? If we wanted to get the best series. And why do I say that? It's because I've seen Fnatic crumble at times. We have it on record from Razor in Euphoria this week. When John has a bad game one, sometimes he takes that into game two and into game three. So this is really where they have to show, no, this was close. We could have closed this, and we're gonna win the next one.
I mean, they were so close to the enemy nexus so many times. We're talking in their base, okay? You were so close to putting the finishing touches on that game, and you're right, Eve. We need to see them actually be able to mentally come back into this game too. Objectively speaking, I don't think as fans we could have asked for a better game one. This was fantastic to witness between G2 and Fnatic.
And going into game two, if I'm Fnatic here, I'm not even doing any sort of breakdown of what happened here, because you don't have a lot of time between these games. What is most important is, who cares why you lost the game one? It's not going to happen again. You're not going to have 50-minute bangers. You're just going to go backstage and be like, reset. It doesn't matter what happened before, because before we had the issue of, you know, crumbling under pressure. And right now, all they need to do is reset, and this game is extremely pivotal for the series.
Yeah. They chose blue side. Do you think they're going to run it back?
I would. The Smolder was amazing, you know. They gave up the Corki, they gave the Zyra. Zyra was a non-factor for such a long part of the game, but the Smolder was amazing. Oscar had great performances, and I think the reason why Bowling got behind was a little bit more of the macro decisions that they had. So I would stick with blue side and continue getting these power picks.
Yeah, I think if you're able to actually just get some of those Drakes in the early game, I mean, we can't forget that G2 actually got 6 drop, the first 2 Drakes. They ran the objective game, they got the Rift Herald. Fnatic needs to be able to equalize their kills into neutral objectives, so they're actually better set up for the mid to late game where they struggled a little bit.
We want to see him run it back. Let's head over to our casters for game two.
I mean, I'd love it if they run it back. Give me another 50-minute banger. This time Fnatic win it, and then a 50-minute banger where G2 win, and then Fnatic can win. Just as long as we get a fun game.
Your voice didn't survive Athens when that happened, Medic. Are
yeah,
you really...
but I don't care. Like, Worlds is like 3 weeks away, Betty. I'm good. Let's just go all out.
We were given a fantastic game one, and we're not even going to waste that much time because the players are ready, the draft is ready, and so what are the shifts going to be? Is Humanoid going to get smaller once again? Is Corki going to be something that Fnatic don't want to give G2? Were they happy to play into that? The Ashe was something that they clearly want to remove once more. The Tristana, the focus around some of these power picks that G2 have found so much success with will continue to be removed.
Run it back, run it back. Ashe and Tristana banned away by Fnatic. They did that in game one. Vi and Maokai taken away by G2. Guess what? They did that in game one as well.
The Kalista ban.
With the Kalista ban, it means the bomb's up. The MF was G2's final ban as well. So G2's bans were exactly the same. Fnatic have replaced Braum with a Kalista.
And it's the Ezreal again, first pick for Fnatic. So although they take away the Kalista, it's just a case of trying to find a little bit more success for Noah in that bottom side of the map. That Kalista was such a massive proponent of the early game for G2.
Is it a Draven angle?
True.
Well, Zeri's going to be locked in. We have seen Hans Sommer play the Zeri. It's not a champion we typically associate with him, but G2 have been looking to expand their pool and bring this into their repertoire.
I was going to say Caps played as well, but the immediate Corki lock means that it doesn't really matter. So now, what do you want to try and pair this with? That Rel is still available and can cause some major issues for that Zeri.
Rel can be very powerful. Obviously, the Zeri and the Corki can be flex top lane as well. So it's possible Hans Sommer could still pick Draven. I will say the triple AD carry comps not as powerful as they were a few weeks ago. People seem to have worked them out a little bit more, especially if you look towards things like the Nasus. Smolder picked into what could be that Zeri in the mid lane, or the Corki. Still a good matchup for Humanoid either way. And there's the Rel that you were talking about, Dagda.
Yeah, I think it's just such a strong pick, and especially when you've got two very powerful AD carries with a ton of long-range poke. Having that nice setup in the rail makes a lot of sense. I imagine jungler going to be locked in here for Yike. Is it the Zyra once more, or do they want to go for the Brand? Could be an option, but actually just going to go for the Rakan instead, knowing that they've got first pick on that jungler after this rotation.
I mean, Mickey has proven to be an extremely potent Rakan player. He's found so many great engages. He works so well with Hans Sommer as well. Concedes the early laning phase a little bit, but definitely powerful in the team fights. The Kennen, a natural response. Want to take that away from Oscar.
Solid blind pick for him if he wants to try and go for it. We saw how potent it was in the last game, but do you try and go again for the Renekton and try and set up for that counter pick for Broken Blade, or how do you want to try and approach this? On the opposite side for Fnatic, I imagine it's more than likely going to be trying to get rid of the Zyra and the Brand. Razork looks way more concise when he's on something like the Sejuani for Fnatic, but they're going to continue with this top lane ban.
Mundo taken away by Fnatic. Obviously, Oscar did get out to an early lead in the Kennen-Mundo matchup, but he's not getting his hands on Kennen either. We'll see if G2 decides to continue towards that top side, or whether we start to see a couple of the junglers banned away. Instead, the Renekton, blind pickable. I wonder if we're leading to a Cassante on 4.
Definitely much seems like it, Medic. Yep. It's the safest blind in the meta. Broken Blade definitely will have answers to it, but the Zyra going to be removed from Yike as well. Someone we didn't really talk about a huge amount, but his damage was lethal in so many of those fights. Every time Fnatic did try to find those engages, the disengage power, the plant damage, the speed of taking the Baron contributed by that Zyra as well. Gonna be removed. And the Gwen once more for Yike.
Obviously still a flex.
That's what I was going to say. This could be flexed up to match the Cassante as well, so keeping their options open. Ivern would be a phenomenal pick here for Fnatic, to be perfectly honest. But either way, I think it will be the Cassante, and that's just a question mark of, is it Sejuani that they want to go for that more engaged, orientated pick, or is it going to be the Ivern to try and set up these double AD carries?
And you still have things like the Brand available as well if you do want a bit more AP damage, but I do like the Ivern, as you say. Put Daisy down, makes it harder for the team to get through that front line. Trigger Seed's very powerful, obviously, as well. But Gwen locked in. We'll see if G2 are flexing that top into the Cassante, or whether that is a jungle pick for Yike. Looks like it might be a flex.
They're testing the waters. Well, this Poppy doesn't really clear things up, I'm gonna be honest, but we expect the Poppy to go into the top lane. Oscar has been a big favorite of the Poppy into the Cassante matchup. Broken Blade is no stranger to it either. I will say, again, I like what Fnatic have drafted. I think it's very similar to what they drafted in game 1, just more of a tanky top line rather than trying to find those flanks. Still solid front to back, a little bit better scaling with the Ivern, but your engage becomes a little bit weaker. Whereas G2, multiple carry threats, decent disengage. Their engage is very reliant on Mickey though.
Yeah, and I'm not really sold on this Gwen pick. At least the last time there was multiple big spells that you could try and shroud away from and make sure you're going to be safe, but that's not really an option here on Fnatic. Everyone has consistent DPS. Daisy's going to do Daisy things. It just feels a little odd for me to try and go for the Gwen here when there were other AP options up and available, but if you can try and snipe some of these AD carries in the backline with that ultimate, maybe you can get use out of it.
And sometimes it's about comfort as well, right? Yike obviously comfortable on the Gwen right now. Yesterday, although he did struggle a little bit, perhaps just playing around the wrong windows. There was more CC on that MDK lineup as well. And we are getting ready to go on into game 2. G2's name etched on that trophy you see before you. It's been there many times over the years for Fnatic. You have to look a few columns up if you are going to find the FNC initials sitting on that LEC Championship trophy. Let's get into game 2 between Fnatic and G2, and let's hope, let's pray that we get a game like game 1.
Level 1 plans are something we haven't seen a huge amount from G2 in the season finals, but Fnatic, they're no strangers to it. I wonder if we'll see anything creative from them. Right now it looks like the standard line of scrimmage. But viewers at home, this is your opportunity. Grab a drink, get a snack. We just had a banger game 1 if you've just joined us. I mean, I don't know where you guys were. We started an hour later too. Like, we gave you so much time. What are you doing? Absolute banger game 1. G2 currently lead the series, but Fnatic showcased a lot of grit, a lot of great team fighting. Just a few simple mistakes towards the end, really what cost it. But I'm excited to see how Fnatic bounce back, if they can, or if G2 will bring us to match point.
For the moment, not a huge amount happening. Both the top laners would you know, struggle a little bit in a lane swap situation, but it seems like Noah and Jun are willing to take the 2v2 in the bot side. And Mickey is poking his head in around mid, and Caps is trading aggressively with Humanoid. It's on the winning side of that trade by about 100 HP.
Yeah, the armor shred from the E is going to be doing a lot of work there to try and help him out, but Jun and Noah trying to see if they can disrupt Mickey from getting into position. Still a lot of question mark pings on where Mickey is, so it will be at least this initial push going in favor of Fnatic. And with Yike moving down towards that bottom side, I don't think you see any sort of funky business in the early stages, but it will just give a bit of comfort to Fnatic knowing that that bot lane's in their favor.
And Mickey a little bit behind in terms of XP as well in this lane. Obviously, Gleaming Quill, a relatively good tool for the Rakan if you do go for those early trades. But, don't expect a huge amount to happen, as Noah and Jun should be able to get that level 2 first. Just an exchange of emotes. Important to win that mental warfare.
Keeping track of the junglers as well. Looks like Yike going to start on the top side. Early vision investment from Fnatic to help keep track of him as Razork now returns to collect his bounty.
No, he let us down.
Yeah, no fancy.
There's no fancy blast cone play. You root caller the blue, you blast cone over to the wolves, you then take them, root caller back to the blue. Saves you about 3 milliseconds, but it looks cool.
It's good vision control from Fnatic in the early game, though. They already had a ward that was up by Raptors to spot a Yike. Now they've got a ward here just by Krug as well to spot a Yike. So full information on how this G2 jungler is pathing, and being able to just hit tab and say, oh yeah, he's got 16 creeps, divide by 4, he's done 4 of his camps. We're very much aware of exactly what this path for Yike is at the moment.
It's a little bit slower than the Ivan, as to be expected in the early game. Guardian procced there on Mickey. Razork looking for that blue. If he can channel and smite, he can steal this away. He's saved the smite as well. Yike trying to get it in range before Razork gets in range of him. Yike will take it, but Razork still has that root caller. Just on the low side, Yike able to escape.
Good utilization of the bot pressure from Razork, with Noah and Jun having the push and Mickey on this Rakan not really being able to do much in the very early game. They just know that with numbers, they can put some pressure onto Yike. Unfortunately for Razork, he couldn't really convert it into much, but that's okay. He was mainly just testing the waters, seeing if there was anything small for him to secure. He does get the bot Scuttle Crab. He now looks to reset. And now we'll see what shenanigans he can get up to. Ivan spends a lot of time just wandering the map. And right now there are pings towards top lane. I really don't think that that's the lane that either side is really super invested in trying to find early advantages. But you know what, with Fnatic scaling, I think their game plan is very much, we'll take whatever we can, to be honest. As long as we don't concede much of an early deficit, we're in a good spot.
I think that's the thing they want to correct from game 1, right? Because they lost 6 grubs, they lost the first 2 drakes, and ever since that point, even though they were able to find some fights, they were always fighting at a deficit. It was always like, oh, we need to stop them from getting the Cloud Soul. We need to stop them from being able to get in this position. If you can at least get one of those early drakes or take some of those grubs, you really mitigate some of that pressure that G2 was able to put down in game 1.
And still, Razork sitting up towards his top side. Mickey goes for the engage on bot side. Gonna go for a reset anyway, so just fishing to see if they could catch Noah, but this is gonna be another slower paced early game. Just hope we get as much excitement as we did in the last one.
Dash in from Hans Summer. Jun waiting with the mount up there on the rel. Dodged away from Mickey's grand entrance, and in the end, Noah down to half HP. Hans Summer able to walk away without taking any wounds.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mickey, you need to stop that reset to make sure you're able to push in this wave, but I think at this stage, G2 just going to look for that reset, making sure they can keep this push on bot side as Yike's camps are respawning, so it makes it difficult for Razork to go for any sort of evade on the bottom side with that timing window. Still though, Dragon is up and available, so I think if you can get a quicker reset here for Hanson and Mickey, it will work out in your favor at that objective with Broken Blade.
Oscar only has Ghost here. Broken Blade has the flash! He's top father for a reason, Betty.
He gets the solo kill. Really good awareness. Once he hit level 5, he realized, you know what, my Q is doing a lot of damage, and Oscar really isn't respecting it. Oscar doesn't have flash. So Broken Blade said, the only way you can avoid this is if you can flash my Q, which I know you can't do. So I flash on top of you, secure the Q, and I'm able to find the solo kill. Very well played there by Broken Blade.
And in the end, Oscar invests the Ghost anyway. So he doesn't have that tool to try and chase down the Poppy later on. G2 used that as the trigger to start up the Drake. Yet to see a recall out from Hans Summer. TP to the top lane for Broken Blade. He's just going to match. Fnatic looking for the fight. Jun coming in from the side. Humanoid putting some damage down onto Caps as well, and the Drake is secured by Yike. But now he's caught up in the root caller, and Noah might get his burst instead. Humanoid the one that takes the kill. Noah dashing forward. Looking for a little bit more damage into the back of Hans Summer, and he will get that. Hans Summer will get his recall off.
This was a bizarre timing window from G2. As he said, Hans Summer hadn't gone for the reset. Noah had managed to get his into position. So Sheen on both the Smolder and Noah mean they just have a better advantage coming into the fight, and G2 blunders.
Looked like G2 just thought that they could get it quickly enough. Gwen, and actually a very fast jungle camp clearer. But yeah, the collapse came through from Fnatic, as you rightly said. Dagda, and the damage was just better. G2 was immediately forced to scatter. Mickey was primarily trying to stop the collapse coming in from the mid lane, which means that his resources weren't available to peel for Yike, who's now ticked over to level 6. And Razork looking to get his first set of grubs so far in this series.
Has the 6, has the flash. Yike, no ghost to dash in for the battle. Oscar in trading with Broken Blade. Oscar in needs to be a little bit careful, but always has that all out. Connie has the Q3 prime. Yike dashes forward. Pathmaker back. Broken Blade pulled back, and remember, he has no flash. The steadfast presence will buy him a second, but here comes Daisy. And perhaps Broken Blade's going to be pushing them up in a second. The root caller onto Yike instead, the first target. Broken Blade dashes back, hits a minion. The true shot barrage rings true on Yike. And Broken Blade feels the pain of the Into foes. Daisy tanking the tower now as they look for a little bit more damage. Yike can try and get away. Razork tanks it up. Jun coming in as well. Flash! Shattering strike! And Yike's world collapses!
Broken Blade and Yike get bopped in the top lane. Fnatic with a fantastic collapse as G2 look to find something in the top end, but ended up giving away everything.
I'm genuinely surprised that G2 tried to force that gank. They thought that with Oscar not having Ghost that it would be an easy setup, but I felt like Razork was way too, Oscar was way too healthy. They didn't have information as to where Razork was. And you know, when you look at Cassante and Ivern, you don't think of it as a very powerful top jungle combo, but you know what? Fnatic didn't give a damn. They make it work, and they find themselves some incredibly valuable early kills.
The fact that Broken Blade now is sitting 400 gold down despite getting that first kill says exactly how this one's going to go. Iceborne Gauntlet now completed, gives full control to Fnatic in that top side, and makes things significantly easier when you look towards some of these upcoming objectives. Now, Fnatic have only managed to get one grub before they had to move swiftly up to that top side to help out Oscar in, and so G2 will be able to get 2, but even if you can get the next 3 grubs for Fnatic, that's such a good position to be in.
Yeah, I expect we'll see a fight around that second grub spawn in about 4 minutes time. Oscar having a very strong series so far, first on the cannon, now on the Cassante, 2-1 against a lane that, I mean, Broken Blade throughout the year has been seen as G2's best player at times, G2's second best definitely throughout the course of 2024.
Especially when he came back from MSI, it felt like it was kind of Broken Blade holding things together, but unfortunately he has been the target of a lot of Fnatic plays, not only in this series but also when you look back at the summer finals as well, and hasn't been able to find the success he wants in a G2. Trying to see if they can get some aggression on the bottom side, but again, Fnatic just playing well off of their lane states, putting pressure on towards Yike as his camp spawn on the bot side.
Now you will notice Caps with a small advantage, but that's because while the action was happening top lane, Mickey did look for a roam in mid. That put a lot of damage down on the Humanoid, forced him to go back, and that's kind of resulting in the CS deficit. Of course, though, because of the kill, the Humanoid was able to grab it, more so equalizes the mid lane matchup. Fnatic, though, ultimately setting themselves up very nicely when you think about the scaling comp that they are working towards, similar to what we saw in Game 1. They would have loved to have secured more grubs, but due to the early action, you know what, they'll be fine with the kills. We'll see if they're eager to fight for the next dragon spawning in a minute's time.
Level 6 hit for Mickey. He's the one you have to keep your eyes on as that engage tool throughout this whole game. He has the flash, and Humanoid is that twinkle in his eye if you can find him now in this mid lane.
Humanoid, no flash.
He's respectful, though.
Yeah, it needs to be. Has to step back, knows he can just farm this wave as it comes in. 88 stacks on him so far. Usually you're looking at about the 20-minute mark for 10 a minute. 200 is a good benchmark as Oscar Rinnin trades with Broken Blade. The hammer shot down. Oscar Rinnin using that Iceborne Gauntlet to put some more damage onto Broken Blade, but a long-range buckler means that Broken Blade comes out on the positive side of the trade. 20 seconds on the Drake. Yike on the top side. Razork doing the same, clearing out those top side camps.
No real items completed as of yet, though. Oh, Joe, hang on. Oh,
Dashes back. Caps. Magnus Storm comes down. He has a Valkyrie, but here comes more. The true shot barrage from Noah is enough for Fnatic to find a kill on Caps, and perhaps with it, a Drake to boot.
The true shot mom is the deadliest, as Humanoid and Noah work so well together alongside Jun. Caps completely caught out there. Now Humanoid in the same position.
Oh, he still don't flash. I'm not sure why Humanoid was this far up. I'm gonna be honest, feels a little bit like a misplay. And G2 will happily take a kill. They can try and contest the Drake, but it's already gone. Fnatic have it in their pockets.
I just really like the proactiveness from Fnatic. They were able to find some great ganks onto Caps in the previous game, and they used it this time to convert it into an objective. Of course, Humanoid, he just wanted to push out the wave. He thought he would be fine. He thought he'd be fast enough, but he didn't expect the collapse to come in from Mickey and Yike, who end up turning it into a 1-for-1. But Fnatic should still be happy, given that they've alleviated some of that objective pressure that they experienced in Game 1.
It's feeling so similar to Game 1, though. The gold incredibly close. Both teams fisticuffs across the board, just trying desperately to find any sort of leverage in this game. And at the moment, sure, it's Fnatic with a slight lead, and they are starting to get control on this bottom side, but they need to try and find success now with 20 seconds until the next set of Void Grubs. Looks like they're going to give it up and look instead for a play on Caps again.
No flash. Razo looks for the root caller, the Valkyrie, a quick escape to avoid the clutches of Jun and Razo. Mickey dashes in, just Jun dodges to the side, but now they have to deal with the TP because Broken Blade is looking for that flank. Keeper's verdict, Ivan's guilty. Oscar in and coming in as well, but he's able to walk his way out of this one. And in the end, it's just TP's invested with not much else happening.
I mean, the top wave state is pretty neutral, so neither side really losing too much off the back of it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Broken Blade catch this bot wave, and then they send maybe Caps back to base to move up towards top. Right now, Fnatic set their sights on the tower. Maybe they can get themselves another play. Good poke damage from Humanoid as he continues to get stacks. But all right, G2 saw an opportunity, didn't quite pan out. Ends up, as you rightly said, Medic, just being an exchange of summoners.
I think we're going to get a quick reset, though, and a look at everything else in the map, because Hans Sama pushing in on this mid lane. He's still got those Void Grubs up on the top side. Maybe there's less attention, not being able to get the 6, but 4 Void Grubs, especially for people like Caps, is going to be very nice if you can get towards that later portion of the game. But it doesn't look like G2 are fully set on it. And Fnatic, they're pinging onto Broken Blade.
And once again, looking down towards that bottom side. Grubs now spawning. Yike secures the red, can clear out mid as well. It looks like Hans Sama wants a reset. Enough vision for Broken Blade here to know that he's in imminent danger, and because of that, he calls for a hasty retreat. Fnatic looking for the first turret of the game, should be able to secure it here with no wave in mid. They'll get that little extra bounty for taking the first tower.
Caps, though, has a good amount of pressure on top, and they can overload mid here as G2 as well, with that tower being incredibly low too, so they may get the first turret, but I'm very curious what the next couple of plays are going to look like for G2. I think Fnatic need to start to, as you can see, shift back attention up towards this top side very quickly.
It was, of course, too late for Grubs. Instead, the Rift Tower of the target for G2 in this top side. G2, as you say, Caps gets the top lane tower. 300 gold between the two teams. Rift Tower secured for G2, haven't picked up the eye yet, but Yike will quickly pocket it. And they should be able to dash away from this one. So in the end, an objective over to G2, a turret exchange with the first tower actually going in favor of Fnatic. They're looking for more up towards this top side. Yike only sitting on a Nash's TP in by Fnatic. They're looking to call this play a battle. Humanoid TP's in, G2 have 3. Hans Sama trying to move from mid, the Magnus Storm coming out as well. There's Mom, redemption enough to keep them alive even through the quickness. Jun kills Caps, Mickey next up, and Yike will take one in response. Oscar's able to kill off Mickey. Razzle attacks the tower! The trigger sees the root caller just enough! The last breath of his life! So close to falling, but Fnatic find 2 in the top side.
Razork felt those scissors clip and the wind rushing him away from that play, but still Humanoid did fall in that engagement as well, so 2 for 1 for Fnatic. They'll be very happy though with drawing that many members of G2 to topside and coming out on top.
I admire the confidence from Fnatic. A play that could have gone horribly wrong ends up getting them 2 kills. The problem is they do concede that bot tower. In terms of overall gold, it's still very even. You look at the bottom of your screen, Gwen with a slight lead, Corki with a slight lead, Hansama now with a 1k gold lead. G2, even though it's Fnatic being proactive, finding these picks, G2 in terms of gold is still in a very comfortable position with the Herald still at their back.
And it only gets easier to come through from here as well. You now get to put pressure on towards mid, knowing that bot lane turns down. Humanoid can't really overextend because you constantly have that mid pressure coming through for G2. And Rift Herald still to play for as well. Honestly, if I'm G2, I don't even use it on mid turret. I instead try to just use that for those tier 2s eventually and get that big boon of the extra gold.
Daisy comes down to do a little bit of reconnaissance behind enemy lines for the moment. Fnatic and G2 calling each other to arms. TP behind by Broken Blade. Hansama isn't in a good position here. Cleanse already used. The Pathmaker. He tries to flash. He tries to dash with the lightning crash. Will it be enough to keep him alive? Razork has the redemption to help him out, and he'll survive. But now, Hansama already down. Humanoid needs to get away from the Keeper's verdict. The Magna Storm from Chun saves his mid laner's life. Noah flashes away from Yike. Yike's looking for more of a chew from Humanoid. Will get the slow down. You still have the Trigger Siege, you still have the Ivan, you still have Oscar in at full HP. A Shadowing Strike on Broken Blade, the Drake not started by Yike. He's trying to heal up in the jungle. BB has to flash. Noah healing up with that red buff.
It's a bizarre fight from G2. I think the sweeper was meant to be used by Yike. He ends up using Rift Herald instead, and Hansama gets caught out mid. It was just a cacophony of mistakes on G2's side. Now the TP though, as they want to try to continue on towards the Dragon.
Oscar in it still has the all out here. You have to remember that. BB no flash. Mickey looking for the quickness flash on towards that backline. Fnatic have 3 to defend. Yike here to make it 4 for G2. Hansama here to join the party as well, but he's summonerless. Fnatic can step forward. The True Shot Barrage will take a chunk. The Drake secured by Caps. The dash up to the backline with the quickness from Mickey. And G2 look to run them down. It's 2 already, and they don't need to make it more. A Drake and 2 for G2.
Fnatic with a good initial fight feel that they need to still contest the Dragon. After Caps is able to TP back in, I feel like Fnatic just needed to disengage. They use so many tools. A lot of ultimates are on cooldown. And you look at this engage, like Oscar runs in, he gets melted. Mickey with a nice follow-up on the back. Only now does Noah arrive. The chip damage, it's just not really there. And a big misplay from Fnatic as they tried too hard to fight for that Dragon.
Papa Smurf very happy with that one though, managing to get those extra kills and that Dragon in his favor as well. But now G2 starting to wrangle control of the map state as well. That mid lane turret is the big one that they want to try and let fall. To do so, they push in top of Broken Blade, shift him over towards mid, start to get the suffocation on towards Fnatic, just like we saw in the last game.
2,000 gold Fnatic's deficit. In game 1, they fought back, and they were just so close to closing it out. But G2, that wall, that insurmountable problem for them continues to be vexing. Can you find a solution? Can you pick it apart? Can you pick the lock? Can you find some way to light up the darkness? Right now it's Jun and Humanoid trying to do that. They'll step in with the Oracles. Broken Blade a little bit overextended, doesn't have the flash. Jun looking for the flank, but he might just go for that control ward instead. He will.
The thing for Fnatic is, as soon as they see where Mickey is, they can make a play. Mickey is the guy that is the engage tool, and without that, G2 are significantly less threatening. So anytime Mickey pops up with a ward or they see him move into a position to clear out vision, that's where they can try and make a play, but they can invest on top.
Double TP into the bot lane. Caps is overextended, and Daisy puts him up in the air. I think he might be going back down to the dirt in a second. Fnatic will find him, invest 2 TPs to do so, lose their mid-tier 1, but that was falling anyway.
He didn't even tickle Oscar. He used the Valkyrie away. He tries to chip away at him, but he just brushes that off. You'd think in a situation like this, maybe G2 could go towards the Baron, but the truth is, it's just not fast enough. They realize that if they start that objective, if anything, they're just leashing it for Fnatic. So instead, they accept the loss. They push out top, they push out mid, they set up a few wards, and they look to recall.
It's rare that we see Caps looking so poor in the side lane, though. Last game wasn't looking so hot for him. This game as well now, getting caught out. And you're seeing Humanoid, he's starting to thrive. 225 stacks has been hit on this Smolder. 2 items now completed as well. Fnatic definitely in a position where if they can find fights, they can take it, but 3k gold lead, a lot of that sitting on towards Yike. He can be a big carry as well.
Fnatic have done a great job of getting deep wards to allow for the TP flanks though. And I think this is something that's been consistently catching Caps off guard. When we think back to the season finals earlier in the tournament, G2 invest a lot of resources to provide him with safety on the side, and I feel like Fnatic is doing a good job of denying that, making it harder with these flank TPs that create these opportunities to collapse on him. Regardless though, the mid lane is pretty much dead even between the two. The biggest thing is, as you rightly said, Small is only going to continue to scale.
2 items apiece in mid, in AD. 2 items for Razork, Redemption and Moonstone. His weapons of choice. His Broken Blade looks for Humanoid in the bottom lane. Humanoid still has the flash, and really this is 3 stacks for him. Steadfast Presence away by BB. Humanoid no TP though. Could allow G2 an opportunity to at least set up vision around the Baron, which they've done. No wards left for Mickey, means he's going to take a quick trip back to base to replenish that supply.
But it is Broken Blade now being pushed back. Caps can't step up to really put pressure on the map because they don't really know where Fnatic are, so he has to back his way, and it's Fnatic slowly but surely wrangling control over the lane states, and now they can start to get that vision in, see if they can start to crack some turrets open for themselves as well.
Take a breather. The game in a very tense spot. Don't let the gold at the top deceive you. A lot of the lead is, of course, sitting on top of Hans Sama, but Noah not that far behind in terms of itemization. We've seen Xerez have those moments, but in order for that to happen, you've got to get in range. And I would argue that's the biggest challenge against Fnatic's composition. Humanoid and Noah have so much safety. Can Yike find a flank? Can Mickey get the angle to provide that engage? Again, the burden of execution, I think, falls onto G2, whereas Fnatic have so much poke, have so many tools that they can play around, that it's going to be up to G2 to find these angles. They did it last game. Surely he can't solo this.
So I don't think so. In fact, I don't think so at all.
But he wouldn't have started it if he hadn't tested it in practice tool, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about soloing it is you need no one to come check it. And that's it's not what Fnatic is going to allow. Obviously, he could have started it, and then if Fnatic hadn't checked, then Rakan could jump over the wall. But if you are tanking the Baron, you do 50% less damage to it, which means even if you are a 2-item Gwen, it can be pretty tricky to get through it. Sharpish. The Drake secured for Fnatic. It's 2 apiece. And once again, this game is ringing true of game 1.
I like the idea, though. You know, Dragon is being started, so when you know all these people are on that bot side of the map, you'd think that no one would then come and check the Baron. The timing was actually very good. If anything, he may have been... Okay, good awareness, good awareness. No face checking for him. But yeah, I like the idea. It doesn't end up paying off as Fnatic with great awareness of their own.
Look at the collapse from G2. Like, they're trying to see if perhaps Jun oversteps to Tribush because they walked away, and so Caps would have backed away, perhaps. But the collapse not actually going to amount to anything. Humanoid still just scaling in that bottom lane. 280 stacks on him now, building up towards that 3rd item. It's 4 minutes on the next Drake, and I think we might be in for a little bit of, you know, a drop in the pace over these next 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think the problem is the Fnatic are still trying to look for these teleport plays, but every time they establish some sort of deep vision, it's getting cleared out by Mickey very, very quickly. So it means that then they're not really finding those moments. Oh, Mickey, good response there, being able to step away, but finding moments to attack Caps in the side lane or even burn through Broken Blade aren't really coming to fruition. And you can see again how much vision control is offered to Caps on this top side just to make sure that he's not going to get caught out.
The atmosphere electric. The game, a precarious balance between 2 juggernauts here in Europe. For G2, they won a title last year. They've been racking them up this year as well. 3 of our split titles, in fact all 3 of them, looking for the Grand Slam by claiming the LEC Championship as well. For Fnatic, it's been a long and lonely road. But it's the only one a lot of their fans will have ever known. 6 years since they last picked up a championship. 2,184 days. Been a while. Question is, can they find that magic once again? Can they find that spark? In game 1, they were a fraction of an inch from taking it. Broken Blade now looking for the flank on Noah. He dashes away. Fnatic will collapse first. Jun coming in. Mickey looking for something up towards the top side. Daisy down to 200, and taking out Daisy can be pretty impactful. Much harder for you to face check as a team if Daisy is pushing them up. That was a good one, man.
Yeah.
Solid.
Pretty good.
Thanks, man.
It is just funny, though, to see how Fnatic and G2 have nearly entered into a very similar playstyle as we've started to tend into season finals, where it's Humanoid and Caps constantly pushing side lanes, trying to see if you can get this almost main AD carry on your team ahead. But Caps now, by find Jun.
And as much as it might seem a bit weird for Jun to be the one who's constantly face-checking, if you don't have Daisy, it's kind of his job. Right, he has the Warmogs, he needs another Ruby Crystal. So actually, in fact, he's already got it from Overgrowth, so he's already got the passive healing. So he'll just step forward, have a Trigger Seed on him, and then can walk back out and regen some of that HP. Doesn't mean he doesn't get caught. We saw it in game 1 in the mid lane. He was pushing up a little bit too far. But here his job is to be that face checker.
A moment of pause as both teams just focus on vision. You know, we just saw Mickey drop a bunch of wards, reset, that vision gets cleared out. He then comes back, replenishes with wards, puts those wards down. Jun has just done the same. And it's this constant mid-game back and forth, constantly testing each other. Do you see what I see? Well, I see what I see. Do you know what I see? And it's this constant back and forth.
Ah, I see.
Yes, exactly, Dagda.
Do you see the sea?
Now, a lot of our attention has been put on the top side of the map because it's this outer tower. As Fnatic has found their window, they will be able to secure this objective, but in contrast, this should allow G2 to convert their pressure towards the bot side of the map. And already you'll see the pings coming out from Fnatic. They're indicating there's probably wards littered in their jungle, as G2 will be able to set up for this next Drake. Both teams find themselves even, and I don't really think Fnatic need to fight this. Depends how confident they feel. You look at their itemization and they're in a very comfortable spot, so they can definitely take this fight if they want to, but they are walking into darkness.
There's also a significant amount of wards up here behind Caps if they want to try and make something happen, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the game plan. Is it's actually Caps going to walk his way down river, maybe look for the flank on Fnatic.
If I'm Fnatic, I'm kind of tempted to wait for Dawn Core. Like, you're almost there with it on Razork. You just need a blasting wand and then the combined cost. So you can fight around this if you think you're strong enough, but if you really want that big spike, Dawn Core gives you a lot. Broken Blade on the flank here. Double control wards for him to keep him out of vision, but Razork puts a push down. Should spot BB as he comes around the corner. Fnatic immediately realize Mickey chunked out. BB going in with the Keeper's Verdict. It's only Daisy who's not back, and Mickey's already down. Redemption for Fnatic on summer flashes, but Humanoid, burn, baby, burn! It's an inferno from Fnatic. They find 3, the Drake there too, and Baron to boot.
It's the crescendo for Fnatic. The tense moment building into a roar from the Fnatic fans as they take the fight and might just look for Baron as well.
An incredibly well executed fight from Fnatic. They sidestep the disengage from Broken Blade. The initiation from Mickey is quickly shut down, and then Hansama gets caught out. So Fnatic avoid all the crucial pieces, play around it to perfection, and they get themselves a Baron.
And Broken Blade being spotted here means that Fnatic are able to start to step away. Mickey, that soul engage tool, denied by Jun as he goes in. The follow-up from Mom. Hansama goes down. Yike tries desperately to get into the backline, but he just doesn't quite have enough.
And Jun catching Hansama as well was crucial to set up for the follow-up from Humanoid. 4-2 and 4 on the Smolder, the Baron buff to boot. The carries of Fnatic doing their job extremely well.
And we've seen some questionable engages from Jun over the course of season finals, but denying that engage from Mickey might have just solidified the game for Fnatic. Now waiting over the wall, the Hex Flash is available as G2 are being sieged upon.
Wave shoving in the bot lane as well by Oscar winning. Jun will look for a little bit of vision around the corner to make sure they can spot G2 on their rotations. Fnatic now will get the mid-tier 2. They'll look for the tier 2 in bot as well. Baron still remains for 2 minutes, and there's so much standing gold for them to pick up on this map. Already 3,000 gold off the Baron power play. And they are 2k ahead. Caps trying to steal everything he can away from Razork, away from Fnatic. But right now, it's Fnatic who are in the ascendancy.
I mean, The frustrating thing about playing against Caps is he finds himself 0-3-2, yet he's still even with the Smolder.
100 gold, Betty. 100
I
gold.
mean, but you 4-2-4 on this Smolder, and he has a Baron.
Yep.
Like, this man is sitting at 366 CS, he is permanently sitting in a side lane, and he's just being annoying. He's being a nuisance, and it is something that Fnatic always have to keep in the back of their minds. We've seen Fnatic in these positions so many times before against G2, and they failed to secure the Nexus. It is crucial for their confidence that they're able to convert this lead, this control, into a win.
It's a game that can decide the way a series goes. You get this, you start to bounce back, you have the momentum, and it's a player who can decide the way a series goes as well. Remember, it was Caps on Fnatic the last time they hoisted the LEC Championship. It was Caps moving to G2 that led to 6 long years in the darkness, and now perhaps it's Caps getting caught out in the top lane, but Oscarinin now sees the TP coming in from Broken Blade. Oscar's overextended, but in the bot side, you can see Fnatic continues to push in for the tier 2. Caps continues to rattle in with the Gatling gun. Fnatic pushing in for the tier 3 now. All out onto Broken Blade, and the rest of G2 backing away to the top side. Now Broken Blade used his TP, he's going to start his back as Oscarinin will fall, but the inhibitor is forfeit as Fnatic push in and G2 just backed away.
Fnatic, as long as they can reset here, will be happy with it. Yike might try and use the ultimate to try and deny the resets on this bottom side of the map. Baron reset from Humanoid, though. Now it's just 3 members of Fnatic and no TP for G2 to catch them. They should be able to get away from this.
Honestly, I don't think G2's too upset about that. A kill, a tower. Yes, they will, of course, concede the inhibitor, giving Fnatic the ability to have that extra point of pressure on the map. With the Baron one off, Fnatic are the ones that need to maintain this degree of pressure.
Yeah, I think it's just with a minute and a half, well, minute 15 until that Dragon, and the potential to start putting pressure on that top side with Humanoid. That's where it's going to become difficult for G2 if they start to see those outer structures crumble and they're stuck in their base. But Fnatic still have to try and play it out. The deep vision slowly getting cleared out, but it's not fully cleared out, so potential for a TP from Caps onto a flank at this next Dragon could be the game decider for G2.
It definitely could, but it's so full Fnatic, so G2 have to fight it. Fnatic now, as you say, stepping forward, trying to clear out some of that vision. There's a couple of wards, one in Tri, one around the Krugs for G2 if they do want to get that TP in from flank from Caps. Remember, Broken Blade doesn't have his. It looks like Caps and Yike are trying to team up to the top side, trying to double team on to Humanoid, who's able to force Caps back with the Valkyrie.
And I like this from Fnatic. It's get control of mid, shift that pressure into top side, get that last outer turret. Maybe get Caps in at the same time.
TP behind, Caps where you're gonna go. Valkyrie's first, still has the flash, but Humanoid's on the chase. Oscarinin here to join the party, immediately pings from G2 saying, let's get the Ocean Drake. Sometimes you need a hand from Mom. And Humanoid will get the shot down with it. Hun Summers down to half HP, but the lightning crash into the quickness. The trigger seed, not enough. Noah has to dash away, G2. Still in the 4v4, Humanoid not gonna TP in. Super Minions pushing in bot. It looks like G2 will get this Drake, and Fnatic will look for the tier 2 in top.
A close exchange is Fnatic. They're the ones that find a pick on the side lane, but they concede the Dragon to do it. Razzle did not expect Mickey to find this flank. And it was good news that Hansama took so much damage because G2 was hungry for more, but they hesitated, knowing that their AD carry was far too low to follow up on any further fight.
Fnatic will trade Dragon for top tier 2. They're going to be able to walk away from this one. Everyone conga lining their way out, making sure no one is left behind. Baron in 45 seconds. G2 want to try and delay the resets here so they can get control of the map for them, but 2 big super creeps are on that bot wave, and it'll be Caps who's set to clear it out. Mickey spots Jun.
Jun will get knocked up. Yike can look for the dash forward, actually going the long way around here, but Oscarinin is in the vicinity. He can try and help his support if needed. G2 realize perhaps not too wise to overextend onto the Fnatic side of the map. They'll put some vision down. Still relatively shallow, relatively superficial. Caps has TP. He's pushing out bot. 16 seconds on the Baron buff.
It's pretty fast from G2.
Yeah.
Nice interrupt.
I mean, that's big. Mickey only has 1 ward. Fnatic can now use this time where they know Mickey wants to get the reset to step forward, clear out some of this vision. They've got a couple of controls for Jun, a couple of oracles still remaining. And easy stepping forward, Baron begun by Fnatic. They're calling G2 to the Barney. Come. have a fight. You want this buff, come and claim it.
I mean,
Broken
I
Blade
think that's
there, the keeper's verdict. He's stunned. Broken Blade stunned with the Shadowing Strike. And a dash in from Yike is only a dash to his demise. Fnatic looking to continue the fight. Flash away from Broken Blade. Fnatic will get the Baron buff. They'll get a kill. What more can they secure?
Razork looks Yike dead in the eyes and says, I dare you. He does not lose those smite fights, and he doesn't lose one today.
Now Fnatic starting the siege. Caps has reset. I think he just finished his 6th item as well. That's what G2 are trying to play for. You can see he's full build now, and it has to be on Caps. They've given him everything.
Broken Blade's just rooted. He's just locked up. He can't get away from the Shadowing Strike and knock back with the Pathmaker. Oscarinin making a path into the series for Fnatic. Caps trying to step forward, does the damage, but Noah still surviving. The Nexus towers between Fnatic and their prize. Unsummer trying to dash around, get away from Daisy. The root caller came in as well. Mickey still has that engage possibility. Flash quickness always an option. Yike now here. He'll step in, but look at the damage he takes from Humanoid. The lightning crash, the Magnus Storm in the backline. Unsummer has to flash away, gets the go of Noah. Unsummer dashing away from Oscar and dodges the Utokos. Humanoid finds one. It's Oscar and Humanoid versus Yike. And I damn well like those odds. Munich, stand up, soak it in. You're living through history. Fnatic will even out the series.
In what might just be a series-deciding game, Fnatic fight back against G2 and find themselves 1-1 in the series.
To be or not to be champions, Nancy? That is the question.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, Veli! Incroyable, magnifique. What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. It was so good.
This is better.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Ghost here. Motorblade has the flash! He's top father for a reason, Betty. Abs. Magnus Sword comes down, he has a Valkyrie, but here comes Mom! The true shot barrage!
I'm fine. Together. I can see you. 100%.
Nice.
Kill the ball. Kill the ball. I can see you.
And Sama dashing away from Oscar and he dodges the attack. Humanoid finds one. It's Oscar and Humanoid versus Yike. And I damn well like those odds. Munich, stand up.
Ginny here, and we are gearing up for the Kia cosplay contest. We have some incredible cosplays from your favorite champions on the Rift, but I'm so excited to be seeing them here in real life competing for the cash prize. I'm also really excited to get a chance to talk to them, to talk about everything cosplay related and see what they have in store.
Mädchen on Instagram, and I'm cosplaying since 2016. I'm super happy to be here in Munich this weekend and to cheer for the teams tonight and tomorrow. He means a lot to me. He's an artist. I can relate to him. It's the perfect hobby for me, yeah.
My name is Sharon. My social media is Sulia Sama. I love cosplay. I do it for like over 10 years. I started the process a year ago and I tried to replicate the cosplay to a perfection. Yeah, I wanted to look like Briar in real life. That was my goal, really.
What's it been like for you to have this cosplay contest being set up by Kia?
I'm just so happy I can be here and show off my craft and show it to the people, and everyone is so happy when they see you. And I'm really thankful that Kia sponsored this contest.
I'm Katashini Costumes, a cosplayer for 2 years now, so this is my second cosplay actually. It's really awesome to get together, to meet new people I haven't known before.
Those were some incredible cosplays, some great interaction, but most importantly, some lovely human beings. So make sure that you follow your favorite cosplayers on their socials and spread some of that love. That's it for us. We're done here at the Kia Cosplay Contest. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you next time.
Thank you, Ginny. That was sick.
Absolutely insane. The tech for cosplayers and the craft that they put. For me, the Hui is an absolute winner here. I love the brush. I love the painting behind her. She looked absolutely amazing.
And I love that she was like, yes, I can relate to him so much because that's exactly what they do. These are artists, pillars of our community. The winners were Kate, Briar, and Hui. Also, by the way, the Briar who really went in on that
blood.
song.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great. Oh, I love it. Congratulations to everyone. Also, if you didn't win, you did an insane job. And I also want to congratulate Fnatic. They closed a game from an advantage in the first time in 5 games versus G2.
And round of applause for finally breaking that curse and finally taking that game in a final. But I gotta say, job's not done, all right? But this was the first test that they had to go through tonight. Can they come back from a deficit against G2 or when they've already been down one time? And I think showing it here in game 2 that they have the capabilities of doing so lets you have hope for the rest of the night.
And not only that, honestly, having the mental resilience to come back the way they did after game 1 and the way it went, mad props to them.
It's awesome. I think my analysts are going to criticize them just a little bit, even in a win, just because similarly to game 1, I feel like a lot of focus on kills, not necessarily on objectives in that early game, which can be risky.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it's just the curse of the game state, because a lot of times they're just being forced in this trade-offs where they're getting gold but they're not getting objectives, and G2 is capitalizing very well on that. But it's just more so that they're not really leveraging their gold very well in the moments straight to follow. But I do guess that they did win this game, and it did make sense a lot of the trades that they have been doing so far.
No, I mean, I completely agree, and it's a great bounce back from Oscar as well in that top side. After getting solo killed by BB on stage, quick bounce back with his Razor coming up here. But you're right, Eve, because this bleeds into a larger point. It's the fact that despite Fnatic getting these kills, and you'd think them getting an advantage. They're actually not. They're not finding gold leads. They're not finding objective leads. And it's kind of what's holding them back in the early game. But I will say, though, G2's draft was a bit difficult to pilot, and I think that made it really hard.
And I completely agree here. The thing is that you have a lot of follow-up when it comes to CC, but you don't have hard lock-in CC on the side of G2. And I feel like this is what they were missing here, because even though Fnatic were stacking kills, G2 were stacking objectives. When it came to these later objectives, and especially this one, you can clearly see that if Poppy doesn't find a good ult, if Rakan doesn't find a good engage, it's going to be so hard to follow up on this, and then it goes in the advantage of Fnatic afterwards.
Definitely, because it looked really good for that one for G2, but at the same time, that whole game transitioned into this sort of style of whoever engages first will lose the game.
Also, Lore hates Gwen.
I'm sorry, but I feel like we kept on seeing the pick since yesterday. I don't see what it brings. I love the fact that we bring AP champions on the Rift for what it opens in the draft, especially in the mid lane. I really don't feel like Gwen is a hit for now.
No, I mean, I think there's probably a vision where G2 found a time where Gwen looks great, but I think when you combine it with the entire draft, you suddenly struggle. Poppy is playing into range. She's never really going to find that W value into the enemy team comp. You have Mickey as your sole engage on the Rakan, and while he did a great job in the fight we just saw now, when you go to the late game and Smolder has finally ramped up, how are you really playing into these fights? Seri outrange, Corki trading with the Smolder, it's just not working out. So I'm kind of done with the Gwen, I'm not going to lie.
Even though it was creative, and we did see it many times that they were trying to do this solo Ashe, because it looked like Fnatic saw it before, because every time Ezreal ult was off cooldown, they would throw it on an Ashe. There is some cooking to the Gwen, but we have seen it fail twice. I want them to go away from it and go into start something a little bit more specific, because, again, for me, going from the draft into this game, it felt impossible for G2 to play.
More than just Gwen, I want to see them build something that's more coherent and that opens more possibilities when it comes to team fighting, because we know that G2 usually are going to be really good when it comes to getting the advantage on the map, but Fnatic proved that they have the ability to fight, they have the ability to strike back, and if for me, G2 don't build something that's more maybe team fight oriented with a lot of CC or follow-up, it's going to be hard for them.
And for me, it's not about, you know, Fnatic not doing anything special, because their draft has been really, really good. Yeah. Game 1, their draft has been really, really good. But I really want G2 to make these adaptations so we can have another Game 1 banger.
Perhaps we will get those adaptations. They're moving on to the blue side, on the side of G2. Now, a big question for me is also the Smolder.
Absolutely.
I know it didn't win Game 1, but Humanoid is extremely comfortable on it. It has huge impact in those team fights as well, and it's been crushing it. Do you take it off the table?
I mean, I would love to. I think it's either a takeaway pick from Caps. We've already seen him play the Smolder himself. You can ban the Corki if you don't want to play into it, but it's also one of those things where Smolder is just too easy to play. Like, once you go late game...
Oh, so Humanoid is actually trash? It's just easy?
I mean, that's not what I'm saying, but I am just saying in terms of piloting this champions, it's very difficult to make mistakes in the late game. You just need to find those cues. It doesn't even have to be on the target. It can be in minion waves, it can be in anything. Very oppressive to play into.
Noob champ. Goldberg said it.
Yeah, well, fair
enough. It is noob champ, yeah. I would agree, because Game 1 and Game 2, even though he played Smolder, there were two completely different trajectories for the Smolder. Game 1, it was winning lane phase. Game 2, it fell behind, and the way this champion got ahead was in these random skirmishes around the Drake.
And when you look at both teams, it's mostly been about mid laner and AD carry, and who's going to have the better duo and the better setup in that matter. And I feel like if you keep on having Smolder, you're going to have the upper hand.
Okay, we all don't want to see Smolder. I gather we would also rather not see Gwen. What is your gut telling you? The fact that we came into this saying Fnatic has a lot of demons to slay going into this one, and when they lost Game 1, we were thinking it was just going to go down the same route. But resilience here is the key word.
Resilience and one man, Razork, in the jungle. For such a long time, he was fighting these inconsistencies, but throughout this year especially, he really rose and became the Fnatic captain that we were expecting him to be, and he's been spot on, stellar so far. Maybe not so much in Game 1, but Game 2, when you give him champions like Ivern, that's going to give him a lot of potential to help his teammates around and create the setup team fight that they want. It's the prime Razork I wanted to see here.
Absolutely.
Tonight.
The Euphoria episode is called King of the Jungle for a reason. Vedios knows everything about that, so let's kick it over to our casters for Game 3.
Yeah, Betty.
I do. I know everything about Razork. It was a pleasure chatting to him. He was very candid.
When did he say his first words?
Sorry?
What age did he say his first words?
He actually was so intelligent. He was already figuring out jungle pathing before he was even born.
Yeah, that does make sense. He is incredibly good.
We're going to be jumping into draft and adaptation as G2 return to the blue sides. This time they'll get their hands on first pick. Where will Smolder fall in the priority list? Is Corki still going to be the first lock-in for G2? As Ashe expected to be the denial, once again. Hans Sama has showcased his priority on that. But also, what about this Ezreal? Because continuously we're seeing Noah with strong performances and good damage on the champion.
It is interesting, though, with G2 going across the blue side now, how this is going to start to mix things up, right? Because I think the Vi very strong still against Razork. The Ashe and the Misfortune not fully surprised on. I think a lot of what Fnatic were hoping for on blue side was that they'll be able to sneak away there and get their hands on that Misfortune. But Maokai still up and available. I think you do need to try and deny that here as Fnatic. It's just such a potent pick, unless they are hoping that maybe G2 Esports try and go for something like a Rel or something along these lines, and you can go for that Corki Maokai yourself.
So, Corki, Ezreal, Smolder, Maokai, all still available, and the Rel. And it looks like it might be a Rel first pick for G2. They got rid of the Poppy, they got rid of the Braum. You can play Alistair into that Rel as well if you are Fnatic.
I think Jun was just so good on it in the last game, denying Mickey so often, well, at least the crucial moments. And now, is it just the Maokai Corki in response?
Maokai Corki, when in doubt.
You've never seen it before.
Well, do Fnatic care? Obviously, it's been a huge priority throughout season finals, but they're taking their time. They're thinking about this. They've already seen the Rel lock-in. There's a lot of champions available. And with the Ezreal still open, is this something that they want to get their hands on? Leona going to be the lock-in, but the Maokai immediately alongside it.
Maybe they're hoping that Caps ends up taking the Corki here and they can actually take Humanoid's Yone on pick 3 here. I mean, it's been really strong for him.
Even Smolder on 3. Like, Humanoid is winning mid. Like, he is obviously having a bit of help from his friends at times, but both the games we've had so far today, I would say Humanoid has had more impact as a mid laner. G2 looking towards Rek'Sai right now. Kalista also a possibility. When you ban out Poppy, when you ban out Braum, it does lean you towards a Kalista. So it's going to be Kalista Rel in the bottom side for G2. Less flexibility than we're used to so far in this draft. Often we're like, oh, it's a Zeri, it could be one of 7 roles. It's a Rel, it could be one of 18 roles, you know.
But let's be real, when you played 108 series against each other, or games against each other, you probably know each other fairly well,
pretty
right?
well, pretty well.
Like, there's no point trying to flex, but it's actually going to be the Varus taken in this third rotation. So
there's that flexibility, Medic.
Yeah, it's come.
It's something we've seen banned away a little bit, coming into like your second rotations of bans, but never really seen it picked up that early, because can be top, can be mid, can be AD carry, and I think as well, even taking it for Noah in that bottom side may not be the worst thing. Even if you build him the poke build, just getting control over that mid lane can help out wonderfully, and also providing that CC to try and lock down the Kalista.
So what do we now ban away? Fnatic. They are likely going to have to, I mean, this is one of the rare occasions where G2 often prioritizes their mid lane champion. Things like Corki is something that they often look to lock in very early on, but this time around Fnatic is going to have to blind pick something, whether it be top or mid. I imagine they're going to want to try and actually get the favorable matchup for Humanoid, given how things are going. So maybe they want to remove some of the things that could be good into things like the Cassante blind, which could be a priority for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to set up here, is just take Cassante and R4 and then hold on to that flexibility with the Varus and figure out exactly what you want to try and do with this. Curious though to see what are G2 cooking. They aren't convinced as to where this Varus is going, so it's going to be the Smolder basically baiting Fnatic, saying, look, if you do not take this Corki, we're going to try and get our hands on it ourselves.
Tristana, the respect once again towards Caps. There's so many champions that he's comfortable on, but so far in this finals, we haven't really felt the Caps effect. He's been annoying on the side lanes. We've still seen him put out damage in the team fights, but he's yet to really make his presence known so far in the finals.
And when you already have an AP jungler, you're really looking for some physical damage in the mid lane. So getting rid of the Tristana, getting rid of the Yone, even though G2 did that for you, makes it a little bit easier. Obviously, there are things like the Corki that it looks like Fnatic are going to take, the Zeri as well, the Ezreal, made its way all the way through pick ban so far.
You know, he hovered the Sylas yesterday, and while it would be AP mid jungle, I think Sylas into Maokai is a great pick.
Yeah.
I think you're right that he's going to lean more towards the AD mid laner. But what direction can he even go? Cheeky hover of the Malzahar.
Have you seen any rats around the stream?
No, I haven't.
I was just wondering, you know. Instead, this is it. Okay.
Classic.
So this is actually something that's been crazy high presence in G2 series. It was fully present in the BDS series and the MDK series. I was curious when we're going to see Caps' Azir come out. It looks like this is going to be it. Game number 3 of our finals.
It has been banned out. It wasn't banned. Oh, it was?
Yeah, BDS and MDK. It wasn't banned today.
It wasn't banned today. It's been banned out before. I was wondering if that Varus might be flexed up towards the top side. Instead, it's going to be Noah on the Varus. Oscar taking the Camille into Cassante matchup that we saw him win. I believe it was against 369 at MSI. Obviously, that was a while ago, but he's very comfortable in this matchup.
I mean, it's a confidence pick too, right? And I think that that's such a big deal for Fnatic. We've seen them on the stage last year. We've seen them in finals against G2. And sometimes it's that confidence that falters. And today they've come in with a game plan. We're going to meet G2 at their level. We're going to go toe-to-toe and we're going to give it everything we've got. And Oscar Renan said, you know what? I'm feeling confident in this matchup, so lock it in for me. It's great lockdown for both Azir and the Kalista. The thing you have to be careful of is getting in range of the Brand is always going to be a scary thing to do. The Azir ultimate to act as that disengage is also another threat. But if left unchecked in a side lane, Oscar can be a major threat.
And how often have we seen these games thus far being reduced to side lane pressure? Caps pushing, Humanoid pushing. If Oscar Renan can now throw his towel into the match as well and say, I'm going to win out wherever you place me up against this Cassante, wherever you place me up against this Azir, that can be the straw that breaks the camel back in this game in favor of Fnatic. And Oscar Renan has been so good this season finals, so good this finals. Now he's such a favorable matchup. We'll have to see if he can pop off once more.
Missed the last one due to a hand injury. Now here in Munich, he makes his stand. As you say, he's had BB's number in both the games. Getting ahead on the cannon, obviously Broken Blade has had a big impact as well, but Oscar Renan is having the finals of his life. Is it enough? Is it enough? The catchphrase of Fnatic fans over the last few years. For G2, it's always been enough. Come into the league in 2016, win 4 on the trot. And then only a short sabbatical in 2018 before you were back to winning ways. For Fnatic, it's been a long time. This game doesn't put you as the LEC champions, but it damn well gets you close.
Match point. One of our teams has to get there. And of course, with Worlds on the horizon, both teams looking to show what they've got ready for the international stage. It will be here in Europe this year.
That was a cool sign.
They'll bait and switch.
Yeah.
Let's see how things pan out. Caps back on Azir. You already heard Dagda talking about it in the draft, but it's a champion that, I mean, teams have respected. It is a champion that he is incredibly comfortable on. The plays that he's been able to make, the side lane threat that he consistently has in the late game. You don't really think of this champion as a backdoor champion, but Caps has made it one. Set our sights in the bot lane, 2 versus 2. Varus, a champion that can go a little bit more toe-to-toe with the Kalista compared to the Ezreal.
Excuse me, look at Broken Blade's HP. Like, that's 150, 180, 2 minutes into the laning phase. Now, he does have Doran Shield and some biscuits, but if Oscar Renan hits 2 first, Broken Blade, no flash, remember. Let's be in for a world of hurt. 2 will be hit for G2. They'll get that early push, the early pressure that forces Jun and Noah to back away. Oscar Renan with a tactical sweep. Broken Blade has to slowly walk his way away, but he's away from the wave now.
And it doesn't get easier for Broken Blade. Yike is pathing bot side, so he has to try and fix this by himself, but Oscar Renan has the biscuits in his back pocket. He's going to be able to trade very effectively, and when he hits level 3, having full access to his kit, that could be a kill.
Look at the wave state too.
That's doomed.
It's just pushing away from Broken Blade. Those Qs I just haven't helped at all. It's done too much damage to the minions, and Oscar's doing the smart thing. He's basing. He knows that the wave is pushing towards him. You don't touch that wave. You let the cannon do the work. Broken Blade forced to go back to base. He's just going to get himself a refillable. Oscar Renan looking to do the same thing, but now a level advantage, and Broken Blade is in a lot of danger. Razork pathing towards the top side. Could give Fnatic another lead. Mickey
flashing, trying to get the cleanse out of Noah. Zenith Blade going in, and Hansam not quite under the tower. Noah ignited as well.
Now we turn our attention to Yike. As the top lane becomes a threat for Broken Blade, the bot lane becomes a threat for Noah. Yike has already made his way across. They need to get this wave underneath the tower. The wave is in an awkward spot, top 2. Both teams set their sights on an early lead.
Noah's going to be able to get that recall off. Razzle running towards the top side. Broken Blade loses the Q3, has popped the Ghost, and that's all that will happen there. Jun has the Eclipse, will tank up Mickey. The passive from Yike doing a lot of work, but Mickey's tanking the tower, and with the ignite it will be enough. Jun's still alive, Hansama, if you want her, you die! Jun able to walk away. Yike still has the flash, will he go for it? The answer's yes. Noah has a flash, will he chase? Hansama on 200 HP, the piercing arrow still connects. It's not enough to kill the ADC.
Noah knew that Hansama still had that flash, so it doesn't follow over the wall. Another Q could spell disaster though. Does he read where Hansama's backing? Oh, just a little late. The auto goes on to the head in the river, not onto the head of Hansama, as Oscarinin takes a nice trade, but good dive finally comes through. You should be happy with a kill onto Brand rather than Leona.
It was all part of the plan. Mickey just wanted the fast recall back out on the map and looking for Oscarinin, who has the flash, but can he dash away from Mickey? Shadowing Strike, the option here. He's holding, but Oscar able to buffer. The hookshot wall dive out in time. Razzle on his way towards the top side. Broken Blade half HP, no 6 of course, only level 5, 4 still.
They're waiting for Jun. They're waiting for Jun. They want to try and make this play, but Yike was beelining there. Not sure as to where the Brand is right now.
Broken Blade slowed with the tactical assault. They'll look for more. The sweep comes in. Hex splash, knockback, Bramble smash coming out. Yike's here to join the party. The Pathmaker finds 2. And Brand could do a lot of work with his passive in this sort of situation. Mickey, the sapling! The sapling! It looks so cute, but it brings death. Fnatic able to walk away, the Zenith Blade back in, Jun's not done yet today! A tactical sweep is a tactical death for Yike, and now Broken Blade is left alone against 3. Oscar Lowe, he survives just somehow! Clinging onto the precipice of life, Fnatic find 3 in the top lane!
How did Fnatic bring them back from the edge? The health bars were blinking, but blinking you miss it, and it might be Humanoid though who has to pay the price.
Shadowing Strike coming out, that's a crash down as well. He's slided in underneath the tower. I don't think Humanoid survives this one, almost gets caps, but he can't do enough damage to topple the Azir.
Fnatic claim everything the top. Mickey salvages the mid, but it's a disaster for G2.
Keep your eyes on Yike. It's so crucial that he connects his skills, but as the engage comes through, the pillar doesn't connect, the Q doesn't connect. There just isn't any damage from Yike. And then he decides to overextend. He thinks that with the HP bars, his cooldowns coming off, that they can get something back at least. But the very tip of the Zenith Blade connects, the CC connects. And it is Fnatic that in the extended trade find 3.
There's no passive ring for Yike. But
meanwhile, Noah has to cleanse flash away, and Mickey's still on the chase on Summer. Puts spear after spear into his back, and Noah, he didn't catch the arc. Buried under the waves of G2, Mickey looking for more with another Shadowing Strike. Jun still on the chase with an advance going forward as Razzle still half HP here. Remember, I think G2 can turn this one around if Fnatic overextend, but with Humanoid on the way, they're looking for reinforcements, all out used in the top side as Oscarinin is able to dodge away. Broken Blade invests the ultimate with the wave shoved in. Looks like they won't get too much more. Mickey's staying under the tower. That's the aftershock. They'll wait for that to go off, and then they can just go in for the engage. He's not back with a Rambo smash, and even with the crash down, the fate's call just in time to pull him out of dodge. He dashes back in onto Humanoid. Mickey survived him for so long, but he has to flash away, and even that won't save him today. A double for Humanoid. Caps will clean up the pieces, but it's janitor duty for the Azir, and it's all coming up Fnatic.
The roar of the crowd is what a player like Humanoid lives for. With the crowd at his back, he saw the angle, he saw the play, and he gets 2 kills. Fnatic with a great sequence of events, because G2, when they find themselves in the chaos, they throw themselves into it. Mickey looking for plays all across the map. And as they find this play on the bot side, Fnatic say, we're not going to let you have this wave. They look to punish G2, and you see Humanoid see the angle.
It looks like chaos, but it's calculated from Fnatic. Gets the kill on Mickey and on towards Hansama. The 2-for-1 is a special. And you can even look at mid lane, Noah being able to shove in that wave means that Caps ends up losing out on a good amount of that. Yes, it's collected by Yike, but look at the gold at the bottom of your screens. 800 for Oscarinin, the lead for Humanoid. Fnatic are in full control of this game right now.
important to take stock that through all that chaos, the Grubs did go down in favor of G2. Fnatic are finding kills, they're finding these small incremental leads individually, but Hansama still with an advantage in the bot lane 2 versus 2, something that Noah is struggling to get control over the wave. Razork has spent a lot of time ganking for his lanes, but it has come at the cost of some of his farm, and he is a little bit behind in terms of experience. Yike now can turn his attention towards the Dragon, as it's Caps with the push in mid, and Hans with the push in bot. The ultimate is available for Razork, but it looks like he has no interest in trying to fight this, given that his laners aren't really in a position to contest.
No priority, they're going to back away. Flash is about to come up for Razork, so he can just help out in case G2 try to turn a Dragon into a bot dive, but I think they're just going to be happy taking that objective instead. Fnatic take a breather for the moment, but as you say, Veddy, it's G2 with full objective control, and just a minute now until those Void Grubs spawn.
I mean, the terrifying thing about both teams is that Fnatic is a team that thrive in this type of chaos, where individual talent really gets this opportunity to shine, where they can just create these moments where they kind of drag you into the mud with them. I have to cut myself off as the top lane has become the focus.
I mean, Hexagol made him going down. Broken Blade is able to dash away for the moment. Caps coming in as well. Willows going in overextend. Instead, decides against it. Broken Blade doing a good job of not tanking the tower as he was looking for that demolished proc.
Got to be careful though. Caps getting collapsed on. Oscar with not a lot of mana. Gets away to safety.
Across here.
Just gets the fleet footwork proc. We give him a bit of movement speed to walk away, but it's a love tap and a quick goodbye from Caps. Oscar in getting control on the top side, and Humanoid keeps pushing mid, so that roam from Caps amounts into 0.
I mean, honestly, a waste of time for Caps. TP now going to be used by the Cassante into the mid lane to make sure that not too much farm is lost. But my comment earlier about how Fnatic thrive in the chaos, G2 are constantly thinking about trading on the map. They turn their attention to see what can we get, what can we actually turn this into. A plate secured on the bot side, they've brought Caps up towards top to get Cassante out of this very difficult matchup. And now with the Grubs respawning, look, the swap has come through. G2 is again ahead of the play, they're ready to secure this objective, and Oscar now too low to really contest.
And Razork got in position to try and cross map, so Oscar in, he's got a dip. Razork will stick around because you imagine Oscar in will just TP back to make sure he can defend the tower, but G2 going to be happy with that continued objective control. Everyone on Fnatic just kind of window shopping here as they start to move to try and defend top turrets.
6 Grubs, a Mountain Drake. The gold lead still in Fnatic's favor, but with the plates going down for G2, and with the power that 6 Grubs give you, that's double might spawns, those plates will fall even faster. For the moment, you can see a lead for Hansama, as there has been after every laning phase across the course of this series, about 600 gold ahead. That's mirrored by Oscar Rinin in the top side, 570 his lead, and playing slightly in Humanoid's favor, but Caps having a bit more of an active performance in this early game. The other 2 games has been a bit quieter here, 2-0-0 on his signature Azir.
I think that is the benefit of what the Azir can bring. You can actually be a playmaker versus Corki, which is a bit more of a passenger in some of these fights in the early stages, but still have to try and deal with a very threatening side lanes coming through for Oscar and Humanoid. That lead has fallen a little bit for Oscar Innen, but maybe about to pick it on up.
Tactical sweep comes out. There's the Hexagol made him as well. Broken Blade going in with the Pathmaker. That's half HP. He's still got the all out, but Fnatic on the wrong side of him for that. Sapling comes down, and the Nature's Grasp won't be enough. Broken Blade able to get away with the Ghost.
Ultimately pressure gained for Fnatic though. Oscar Innen can do some good damage to this bot tower. Brand is going to be forced to stick around. What else can happen on the map for Fnatic? There's not really any objectives for them to take. Maybe they can consider a dive, but Mickey is here to cover.
Q flash, Q flash, Q flash.
TP as well.
TP behind, Mickey looking for the crash down. Oscar Innen flashes away, but Caps immediately TPs into the clutches of a twisted advance from Razork. Has to use the Shurima, Emperor's Divide, in fact.
Could have been a flash engage from Noah as well there to try and lock him down, so he definitely needs to get out, but a lot invested there by G2 to try and get in onto the bottom side, and it's now Hansama moved forward on mid, but Humanoid going to continue to push in this top side as well.
This is a great example of how, even though Fnatic are making moves on the map, G2 just don't settle. They use their TPs to find an opportunity, the flank from Caps there to try and punish Oscar, and they end up getting his flash. Broken Blade has now been able to once again get out of that matchup, turns his attention to top. Caps is now catching bots. They've got these very fluid lane assignments that are constantly coming through, And Fnatic constantly feel like they're playing catch-up. The Dragon is now in 50 seconds time. BBCP will be available for it. He's in the best position for that. They've kept the Kalista in mids, and now the Brand is hovering bot against a flashless Oscar.
Caps is waiting in around the corner, dashes in. Oscar down to a 3rd HP, making look for the chase. Pyroclasm, flash seer. And that's a well-done stake if I've ever seen one.
Just a great sequence of events from G2, from burning the flash into the correct lane assignments, into then the lane gank from Yike. G2 thinking ahead, and now with the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, Fnatic don't really have a way to contest.
And Broken Blade even able to sneak out on the top side. Fnatic were thinking of trying to set up for a dive, but he just hid in the bush. Now teleporting back in. The ultimate already committed though.
Dangerous. Broken Blade still has the all-out. Pathmaker coming out. Humanoid tanking the tower first. Now Razork has that joy. Shield of Daybreak going in, and Broken Blade still able to dash the solar flare. The power of the sun was what was needed to kill off Broken Blade in the top lane.
Broken Blade was lit up as they try and go for that topside dive, but they don't get the tower there. In fact, they actually have to back away as G2 starting to move into position. Rift Herald is what they'd really like, but because Razork tanks so much of that tower, they actually can't stick around after the play.
I mean, I will say that TP really didn't make much sense to me. I guess he thought he could survive in the 1 versus 3, but I feel like that cost G2 a big advantage. Ultimately, they should still be able to secure this top tower, though. Fnatic with the kill lead for now. They're not in a position to contest the Herald.
Tiny thing that I really like from Mickey there. He steps forward, takes tower aggro to get 2 mites to spawn, which then means Caps can step forward and attack the tower a couple of times when the mites are tanking it up. Still don't get the tower, they still have to wait for the next wave, but it was close, and they might have been able to get it 1 wave faster, which would have allowed Caps to be out on the map a little bit quicker. Instead, Fnatic go out on the map first, they'll get the Drake, their first of the game.
But it's those couple of seconds that might get them this top tower. Look at the positioning from G2. You will lose bot, but they can commit multiple members here in that 6 Void group buff. We've seen this weekend how quickly it can take towers, and here comes the Rift Herald to boot.
No solar flare now for Jun. That's a lot of mites coming in. Shield of Daybreak used up. Mickey dodges the pillar of flame, and Fnatic will be able to clear off the Rift Herald before she does any more damage to that top tier 2.
So interestingly, we spoke to Razork on the podcast, and he talked about how using this Herald for the tier 2, there's that debate between using it mid versus using it on sides, and he believes that by using it on the side lane, it just gives you so much deeper access into the enemy jungle that you can then transition that strength into mid to be able to secure that objective. I don't know how easy that's going to be against a Varus plus a Corki, but you have to imagine that's part of the game plan from G2. Putting that extra pressure down on the side lane also sets up Caps to be that split push threat later.
That's what I was going to say. The opportunity to try and to siege underneath this tower is tough, but so G2 have to try and catch Fnatic as they go for these resets so they can try and take mid lane turn. With all 4 members here, Fnatic have now reset. Broken Blade on the way as well.
They just got solar flare, chain of corruption. Caps where you gotta go. He tags the tower too long, and then with the twisted advance in, and Summer next on the menu. Oscar in looking for a little bit more. He dashes in onto Mickey. Hexa Golden Maiden puts down. Jun looking for the chase as well. The Zenith Blade will follow Mickey. And I'm not sure you escape the power of the piercing arrow. The all-out from Broken Blade takes Oscar in for a ride, but he doesn't really care about that. Dive back across to safety. Fnatic once again find 3.
And that was just perfect timing for Fnatic. G2 thought they'd catch Fnatic in a reset and they could all group up on that mid lane turret, but the ultimate from Noah locking down Caps alongside Jun with a great solar flare means he's nowhere to go. And what was a 4v5 turns into an absolute disaster for G2 as Fnatic run them down.
Just a fantastic play from Jun. He's kind of got 2 members looking at him in that brush. And Caps wasn't expecting that at all. The chain CC to follow up, you talked about it, Dagda, and the way in which they converted that into multiple kills, great. They unlocked the top tower as well. Fnatic making a significant play to very quickly shift the control of the game in their favor.
And they're looking to move Oscar in and around the map now. He started to shove up towards his top side, I think hoping to catch G2 as they went for this play, but he's now disappeared with Jun down to the bottom side. So it looks like Humanoid will have to leave as well as G2 try to establish themselves on the top side once more.
18 minutes in, a 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic. Item and a half on Humanoid. Caps almost on his way to that Rabadon's. TP behind here, it's a long way behind, as Caps has already put up the Sun Disc. Nature's Glass coming out from Fnatic, so they want to look to take this fight. Mickey rooted, Yike and Caps able to avoid it. TP coming in, Hansama, I'm not sure you're meant to be there, but they use him as the engage tool as the rest of G2 dive in. Mickey on the backline, knocked back with a Nature's Cross, Jun taking up the rest of G2 to the top side, and somehow Hansama dashing in is everything that G2 wanted. Fnatic thought they could collapse, but in the end they're the ones flashing for their lives.
It was a split fight from Fnatic. Everyone tried to jump on Hansama, but it meant that Noah was overextended. He gets jumped on, and then everyone from Fnatic goes different directions, whereas G2 re-established the front-to-back fight, and they can take down Fnatic.
A crazy exchange as Fnatic lose the top tier 2. Hans loses his summoners, Mickey the same. But look at this, Flash gone from Razork, Flash gone from Humanoid, Flash and Cleanse gone from Noah. Both sides expending so much. And with the Dragon on the horizon, it's going to be an interesting affair that we're setting ourselves up for.
And it's only the second Dragon of the game for either of these teams, so you could just not fight it.
That's
true. We
true.
could just go further, Betty. We could get to 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Again in this game, only 1,000 gold between the two teams at 20 minutes.
Or we could give this crowd everything that it wants. Another fight in front of this Dragon, but it looks like Fnatic. They may be taking your advice, Medic. The resets are coming through. The push was there for Oscarinin on that bottom side, but everyone going to take a step back.
Humanoid.
You hyped me up there, Rob.
Humanoid still waiting.
It's fully ready for the fight. I don't want to tell people to boo Fnatic for not fighting, but it's kind of inside me right now, you know?
Humanoid wanted to wait. Still stacking up that mana Munich. The Mura mana not completed yet. But look at Caps, Death Cap with the Nashes completed. It would be so risky to take this fight right now, especially with Yike right beside him with 2 fully completed items. Oscar may have found Broken Blade.
Broken Blade, we can cheer Fnatic, it seems. They're looking for this fight here. They're trying to get the mid lane prio. Oscarinin does have the flash. He's going to have to use it, but the Emperor's Divine will knock him back. And perhaps not fighting was the right choice. Solar Play used by Jun in the mid lane as well as he Chain of Corruption hits onto Hansama just about with the Pillar of Flame coming down onto Jun and the Shattering Strike to follow it up. G2 fight 2. Meanwhile in the top lane, Humanoid continues to push in, but can G2 look for more? Can they go towards the Baron? Doesn't seem like it.
Fnatic testing G2 and they just don't need to. Oscar, I mean, what was he looking for there with the trade against Broken Blade? He knows that he doesn't control the river. Now a TP flank response from Fnatic.
The problem is, he's seen. Like, Humanoid is entirely on vision here. Hex flash across the wall. Humanoid is now stuck between Caps and the rest of G2. Noah coming in as well, but no Chain of Corruption for him. Makes it very difficult. Dodge away from the Magnus Storm. Noah taking up the Sunders. And Fnatic are just diving in. Caps will get 2. He'll be answered by 1 from Humanoid. But the gold swings in G2's favor once again. The Drake's still up, of course, if Fnatic want to go for the fight again. I'll oblige them, I'll cast that, but perhaps this time, don't go for it, Fnatic.
The kills were 5 to 10 in favor of Fnatic, and now it's 10 to 11. All across the map, Fnatic falling prey to silly mistakes. They're getting caught out, and they're giving G2 much more than they need to.
The Emperor's defense system was online, making it look like they were trying to crack open the tomb of Tutankhamun, but everything falling awry for them. They just walked straight underneath the turret. And now G2, they get control again on the map. That's heartbreak for Fnatic, these little mistakes coming back to bite them.
They're still in an okay position, as we said, only second Dragon of the game for G2. A Mountain and an Infernal at their backs. It's a 700 gold difference, but you can see Caps, which is in such a strong position, has that Seeker's Arm Guard on his way to Azonius. Humanoid stacked up as well. A last Whisper in his inventory. Hoping we see that turn into a mortal reminder. Lord Dominic's regards, not very powerful at all on this patch in comparison. You get 10 extra AD, and you lose that Grievous Wounds passive. It's my favorite thing to talk about. I'm just like, just don't buy it, you know? Just don't buy it. For these two teams, though, sometimes you lose to Boris in a moment. Caps, okay.
Lose to Baron in a moment.
I mean, you would.
Just walks away.
You would definitely lose to Baron in that situation. Caps just trying to clear out the ward, accidentally ordering the Baron. Caps stepping forward. Eats the sapling, dashes away. Oscarinin in the bottom side. Not winning this matchup as aggressively as he'd like, and with Yike coming across, Oscarinin dives onto him, but he's stunned with the Seer, and the blaze is ticking. The ultimatum is one for Oscar's life, and G2 are happy to cash in that contract.
That focus from Fnatic that we saw in Game 1 and Game 2 seems to be slipping. G2 poised to punish these oversteps, set their sights on the mid-tier 1.
TP into the mid lane. Brokenblade has that flank position and has the all-out as well. Noah has to flash away. The 4-man Magnet Storm from Mickey is answered with an Emperor's Divide from Caps. 1-for-1 so far in the exchange. Brokenblade low, Jun trying to tank as he gets back to the safety of the turret. Caps hit with a missile from absolutely Narnia. And Humanoid dashes in for more, but can he trade against Hans Summer? Hans flashes and gets it with the red buff.
What a play from G2! Mickey finds the 4-man engage, and then somehow Fnatic start to bring it back. What's the finals MVP versus the Fnatic mid laner? But it all starts with this teleport from G2.
I mean, the engage looks good, but it's between two towers, boys. They find this great wombo combo, but in reality, it doesn't do that much to the carries. Noah gets chunked out massively, stays barely alive, and Humanoid's untouched. He forces a flash out from Yike. A nice tower shot connects onto Caps, followed up by the damage. Frustration from the fans of Fnatic. I mean, you turned that fight around.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure you can find a G2 fan doing exactly the same thing after that fight. It is a game of millimeters. Mickey is going to Hex Splash here. Straight onto Razork. He's going to get the lockup. Yike looking for that Seer as well. The Twisted Advance comes out and Razork has to flash away. Chain of Corruption invested as well by Noah.
Is that a
G2?
Baron?
I think it's the trigger, Betty.
That phase rush was crucial to Razork surviving, but now no flash. He's on a ward, and Yike is fishing for him.
Mickey is there. Yike in the pit. Razork looking for anything. Fnatic might just smoke for the fight. The Baron down to 2,000. Should be secured by Yike. It is. Jun on that front line. The Pyroclasm dancing around. The Solar Flare dodged by Brokenblade. Mickey goes in with a Magnet Storm, but this time he doesn't hit anyone. Down towards the bottom side. A Seer stun hits. And we'll see Oscar Rinnin falling as well. So far a 1-for-1, but G2 have that purple buff circling, and they'll be very happy with that exchange.
I mean, they don't need to overforce the fight anymore. They've gotten what they came for. A single pick onto Razork converts it into the Baron. And now they set their sights on the mid-tier 2. All tier 2 towers will fall. G2 cement their gold lead. And while Fnatic continue to find great skirmishes, great fights, they're really not converting it into anything.
And they're starting to fall apart now as G2 playing well around vision, denying them access to the side lanes. This is where we should start to see Oscar Rinnin really taking control as he starts to press over into 2.5 to 3 items, but it's G2 who are holding steady, controlling when Fnatic get out onto the map. And now once more, 20 seconds. Infernal Dragon on the cards. Fnatic have first move, and it's Caps who's just only resetting now. Humanoid can always teleport to this fight.
Difficulty for Fnatic at the moment is Mickey's hitting some good Magnet Storms and Yike is hitting some good stuns, right? And as soon as that Blaze passive starts ricocheting between you, you have an Azir following up with the soldiers. It's so hard to ever get into the battle. Oscar needs to find that flank position. Will they fight for this sole point for G2?
Mickey has no flash though, so that makes it a little bit easier for Fnatic do want to go for it. You always have to be careful though of that Fate's Call into setting up for that Magnet Storm, but it looks like Fnatic, once bitten, twice shy. They will retreat with their tail between their legs.
G2 saw themselves at the hands of Fnatic in the early game. They were falling prey to the outplays, to the missteps, but they were trading objectives, and that's proven to be the greater overall objective. They control the map well, their vision is superior, they set their sights on the bot tier 3 now, but they choose not to overextend. They get the Maokai ultimate and they can wait for the next wave.
Buys Fnatic 30 seconds in which Humanoid can reset and hope he can hold on, but that is a big tool down for Fnatic, and that may just be enough to try and keep them pushing and keeping control, but with 40 seconds left before that Baron buff runs out, looks like it'll be the resets and look to fight another day.
Baron going to expire, as we say, in 30 seconds time. Double buffs available for G2 as well. Go pick up that red, go pick up that blue. Make sure that you have those for your team in the next battle. In terms of itemization, we see 3 for Hans Sama, matched by 3 for Noah, both of them gone Blade. Ginsu's Terminus, plated steel caps. It is a Lord Dominic's regards for Humanoid. I'll shut up about that now. The
Sure.
Rabadons, the Nashers, and the Zonyas complete for Camps. So it's 3 apiece in mid, Lightning Jewel for Camps with that little bit of extra magic penetration, the BF Sword for some bigger autos for Humanoid. Is Mickey overextending? The answer so far is no, but Fnatic are looking for him. They're looking for him, and the answer swiftly turns to yes. Mickey down, Fnatic with their patented Bush strategy once again find a pick.
A valuable pick, but what objective can they convert it into? The mid lane wave has been pushed. The bot lane wave has been pushed. They can push in top wave, but Humanoid's already taken all the towers there, and Hansama, he's even going to be cheeky. He knows that there's 4 people top lane, and so he's going to push another wave as well. Fnatic, they find these picks, but it's been the story of this game where the kill just doesn't convert into anything.
And Mickey's back on the map in 10 seconds, so you're only just going to get those waves essentially back to where they were before you have to do the dance again. G2, we're going to be able to keep positioning here and make sure that they're kind of just fine. Like, again, I think Fnatic, it's nice that you're getting these picks, but and you will get an Infinity Edge now for Humanoid, but it has to be enough to leverage at this next team fight. And I think for Oscarinen, it's if he can finish off this Derek's Gage, that's really where he'll be a threat in these fights. And with Zonya's Hourglass for Caps, not only is he significantly safer from an Oscarinen, he can also be a major threat as an Engage, and here's the TP for that matter.
Second TP as well coming out from G2, Mickling for that flank. Jun trying to get to the blast cone. Caps goes in onto Oscarinen. How long will he wait before he hookshot wall dives? The Magna Storm hits onto 2. Noah trying to join the fray. Nature's Guard's coming out. Humanoid already low. The cleanse coming out onto him. And look at the damage being answered back. The Blaze doing so much work, but so far it's a 2 for 2. And Caps and Hansama still have full HP to run down Fnatic. Razzle flashes across the wall. Should be able to escape. It's going to be a 2v3 in defense of the base for Fnatic.
The flank was flawless. It ends up being a 2 for 3 as Fnatic fight valiantly to turn the fight around. Humanoid still putting out great damage, but the difference is too great. Caps on the Azir is left untouched, and they run away with the fight.
And what a difference Caps has been in this game 3. This Azir has given him significantly more confidence. And this is just a fight here. Great engage from Mickey once more. Caps dealing a ton of damage. Yike pressuring Razork on the side. And because he's got the bounce, Razork can't go in to help the rest of his team, which means that they're just left on their own to be ran down by Caps and Hansama. There's just nothing Fnatic could do in that instance.
They didn't lose much from it, though. As you can see, their inhibitor towers still stand. The Baron up in 20 seconds time, the Drake in a minute.
It's true.
It is soul point for G2. If they get that Infernal Soul, I'm not sure any strength of man could withstand the onslaught from Caps and from Yike and from Hansama. But Fnatic still hold on. There's still a light at the end of the tunnel. You still have a 4-item Corki. You still have the ability to step in like this, but the stun landing onto Jun with Mickey coming across. There's the Shadowing Strike, and with the Blaze there, Nature's Grasp now used by Fnatic just to disengage. Broken Blade will be happy enough, tanking up that. Takes another missile down to half HP. Doesn't have the TP though, so can't reset in time to get back out for the Baron if that's what we see Fnatic fighting for. However, they go up towards the Baron side. The Infernal Drake in the eyes of G2. Always a possibility. BB's working his way down there right now. Think he's collecting some honey fruit. Don't blame him for being a little bit hungry in the middle of game 3 of this best of 5. It's been intense. It's been back and forth. Mickey looking for that engage. No clash for him, but a Magna Storm as Caps dives in onto Humanoid. The Sun Disc comes down. Zenith player. There's the Magna Storm, but it's only onto Oscarinen. That's enough for G2. They find one. Razzle trunk down towards the bottom side. Noah looking for the Chain of Corruption. He's stunned with the Seer. I thought I liked it rare, but G2 won this fight. Well done. They're dominating. They clear up 4 of Fnatic. Only Jun stands in their way.
The Azir play into the Seer play into the end of the game for G2. They will march on down after controlling everything Fnatic attempted to throw at them.
Disconnected from Fnatic. They couldn't make the initiation work. They could not find that angle, and G2 shut them down. They will look to take us to match point.
The G2 army loud in voice. They know one more the call for the men in black. The question is, can the white and orange stand in their way? G2 won away from an LEC championship.
Honestly, a great bounce back performance from G2 after the early game was not going their way at all. They found consistent cross maps, they prioritized objectives, and then they leveraged those objectives into just controlling the rest of the game. Fnatic constantly felt like they were playing catch up, and they lost that moment of focus. Coming into game 4, they need to come together and find it once more.
They definitely do. We'll see if they can bounce back, see if they can take us to game 5 once again. We'll be right back. Don't you dare go anywhere.
They know what the duck they're doing. Let's go to game 4, baby. Yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Cupid brings death. Shadowy Strike coming out, let's crash down as well. He's sliding in underneath the tower. I don't think Humanoid survives this one, almost gets capped. Onto Humanoid, Nicky surviving for so long, but he has to flash away, and even that won't save him today. Basil chunked down towards the bottom side, Noah look for the chain of corruption. He's stunned with the sear. I thought I liked it rare, but G2 won this fight, well done!
Dylan, thank you so much for joining me. During this game, we are 10 minutes into third game right now. We identified Smolder as being an issue. Obviously, you guys did as well. But I want to talk about your adaptations from the previous draft. Why did you come up with this one this time around?
It's a bit more of a basic comp this time, like a little Cassante top lane with Brand, kind of similar to the games we were playing yesterday. So we reverted back to something a bit more basic. I actually think last game we were in a pretty good position, but I guess the dragon fight did not go too well.
Basic doesn't sound like G2 though.
Yeah, I guess sometimes the meta can be a bit strict, especially with a lot of these AP junglers, I would say.
Now talking about the series in general, is there anything that surprised you or threw you off when it comes to Fnatic so far?
No, I don't think they played anything out of the ordinary. I think they're playing pretty well both games. I think they had a good chance in game one and they won game two, and this one looks pretty close as well. So I think it's just been a good fight so far.
Best of luck in the rest of the series.
Thank you so much.
Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. You made him wobble. I know Dylan is very, very adept at giving these interviews. He's extremely PR. We appreciate him. He always wants to talk to us. But she was like, standard. That doesn't sound like G2 though. And he was like, he wavered.
It doesn't sound like G2, but at the same time, I do like that he went for it. I mean, he even said it himself, well, not with his own words, but with mine, that it was probably the best approach to just go standard, because you're forced into blue side. You can't really get these sort of spicy matchups that you get to thrive in the chaos. You're forced to go into something more basic that will withstand any sort of chaos that Fnatic throws at you.
And Fnatic elected to be on the red side again, so they'll be forced into blue again. You don't like it?
I mean, we were both looking at each other, but I was trying to figure out why.
You like it for G2?
I like it for G2, but I don't like it for Fnatic, because for me, if you go red side, especially after a game like this, it really feels like you're saying, oh, we liked what we have, we just couldn't close it out. But for me, this game wasn't really that close, you know? I mean, those skirmishes that they had early game were a little bit of, you know, a miracle. Since the HP bars are so low, they could go both sides. But for me, the picks that they chose as power picks, or they correctly identified as power picks, the Maokai, the Camille, even the Varus to some extent as the counter to Kalista, they didn't really work so well. So that's why I'm a little bit shocked that they chose red side.
Yeah, but I think their adaptation will probably come out in the bans, right? So they used to ban the Asir. They didn't do that this game. It came through. They had an AP jungle on the ban as well. Didn't really do that this game. They just traded it for Maokai, which is still a good trade, don't get me wrong. But I genuinely think that when Yike is on Brand, the games become so much easier for G2 to play. I'm actually baffled they're not forcing more Brand games on Yike, because I genuinely think it's his best champion.
It's incredibly on brand for him, and he always does well. And he always does well. But I also think, and we were talking about this in the green room, that regardless of if you're not too happy that Fnatic is going back on red or necessarily, of course, obviously they lost this game, so that sucks. But I saw a lot of good things from them as well. There were a couple of missteps that cost them the game again, and I'm starting to get really frustrated about that particular aspect of their game, but it was G2's Yike and Caps that had to save that game in the beginning.
No, absolutely, you're right, because Fnatic did have really good skirmishes in the early game. They had a great skirmish on top side, they had an even better on bot side where
what
they
did
just
they have?
I mean, they had everything they wanted. They
no,
had
they didn't have objectives again.
Oh, yeah, that is true. I'll give you that. But that's why they didn't get that one.
Yeah, more than the previous game.
Yeah, that's what my point is. They didn't get the stump stood in the early game on the objective game as they did in some of the other games. I love this skirmishes up in top side here. It's very close. It's trying to skill check your opponent. Fnatic's got them hands, they're showing it, and it's really giving them an early lead.
But then the pressure comes on G2, because now you've been set behind, you had a tragedy in the top lane, you're 3 kills behind, and then you need to look for the only win condition that you have, and it has been Caps on the mid lane, because the gank that they get after that just sets them up for pretty much the whole game to just be unstoppable.
And I think G2 had a lot of forces in the early game, which kind of allowed them to come back into it. But even when they did, it was like they got something and lost even more when they did it. And I think it's kind of been a trend, at least from the kill perspective, with G2, with what they've been going for. There's certainly times where they can slow the pace down a little bit. And I think Fnatic actually did a great job on capitalizing on that one weakness in this game. But it once again comes back to the fact that Fnatic, they can't keep the ball rolling, and they start dropping plays.
Exactly, because the ball is in their core. They have the Camille that is really strong. The Varus is still okay in the game. Humanoid, even though he, like, you know, Azir got his sort of like lead from the bot lane play, he still got gold. He could still be get funnel, but it just seemed that the lane assignments that the Fnatic were going for and who they're empowering the game doesn't really match their playstyle because Oscar was put in the situation with the Camille where he is the main character of the game, but then he was left out to dry against Caps, and even now he's getting bullied pretty much because he's looking for these flank plays, because it's just so hard for Fnatic to find these plays with how strong the front line is.
No, you're completely right. I mean, G2's the one picking Fnatic apart. They have the tempo advantage. They're willing to sacrifice plays. The reason why this play worked is because they identify Humanoid is taking the top tower on tier 2. Now, this play, I absolutely lost my mind. G2 has already won a game, the fight. Cap spawns the Azir turret. Nora is getting 1v1'd by an Azir turret. Caps probably doesn't even need to come in here. So they already won a fight around that dragon. Then Caps is sticking around. Fnatic try and punish it, and the Azir turret is enough to just take out Noah.
Yeah,
It looked like you wanted to say something.
I mean, I was still bamboozled from the whole play because I mean I can't really put it on Noah there because he's forced to walk through the tower, because when you pull the trigger and then Humanoid TPs in with the Corki, he's like, oh, he's kind of stuck here. I kind of have to help him, but then at the same time they're stuck between two plays, and then it just ends up being tragedy.
Yeah, and I won't put the blame on Noah either, but I will put it on a few members of the team who have done this 3 games in a row, when they were in positions that maybe they built up the advantage themselves, or maybe they got it through a good move of the team. Someone is just out of position, and it is so frustrating to watch because G2 is a team that when they have championship mentality, one pick is literally all it takes. We saw that in this game as well. Caps won the Azir in this late game. I mean, they're on match point now, and it could have been completely different.
And it's really tough because the reason this is happening is because the identity of Fnatic is changing throughout all of the 3 games. Everyone has different roles coming from game to game, and then they're stuck in these positions where they're just unfamiliar, while G2 is constantly adapting. Well, are they actually really adapting? Because they just keep getting this brand, and it's their ballpark where they just keep playing the same comp again and again.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the thing where it's great to have a team that is flexible, that can play off-meta pick. You know what's sometimes just better than that?
What?
Playing meta. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, because they are just going for the champions that are OP. The reason why I think G2's winning these games is because they are the ones that can dictate the game pace even when they're behind.
And GB, they're now on match point for the Grand Slam. They have won winter, spring, and summer. They couldn't do it last year. They failed 1 shield. This time they can. I know the Ultras are right here where we are. I know the Fnatic Ultras, I think, are on the other side, but it would be monumental. The first time since we had this system, it would be them to do it. And of course it would be them.
Yeah, but it feels weird, right? Because in winter, there's no one challenging G2. In spring, I kind of got to get better. But no, there's still the one who's just rolling with the punches and no one's really punishing them. But here in summer, this is where it's become difficult for them. Summer, they almost didn't make it against Fnatic. Season finals, there was question marks around it. Why are they going to get knocked out to BDS? They had to reverse sweep this one. This feels like it's the first one they've really had to work for. And it's not even done yet. It's on match point. But with the way that the games have been going so far, there's no telling if Fnatic's actually going to take the next one.
Work isn't done, and I have a feeling, because at Fnatic, if you know you've worked toward this for so long, you're finally in this position, you're not going to let it go that easily.
Now is the moment. Backs against the wall, hold that negative history back behind you, and this is your one opportunity here to turn it all around and secure at least a game 5.
And we'd love a game 5 here in the Olympiahalle in Munich. We're going to head back over to our casters for perhaps our final draft, but I do not want to believe it.
Nor do I, Shocks, nor do I. Give me one more after this. Give us 5. Plenty of people have traveled a long way to watch these 2 titans of Europe smash their faces into each other. And so far, it has delivered. Vi, Braum, Poppy banned away by G2, Ashe, and MF once again from Fnatic.
Zyra was the final one, but it is going to be that Kalista again. So trying to make sure that that doesn't fall into the hands of Hans Sama. Rel once more, so small adaptations, but nothing major. And now it comes to the question again, is it, I was going to say Maokai Corki, but it's Leona Maokai once again.
Fnatic saying that Hans Sama having too much agency is a problem, and they need to take it away from him. The problem is he always has that Draven in his back pocket. Is that something that he wants to bring out here, or something that he even wants to prioritize? With the Azir still open, that's always an option, but last time we saw the Rel, Kalista, Brand, they could just grab the Brand. Instead, to prioritize the Cassante, I think it would make sense to grab the Brand here for Yike as well.
So it feels like what basically G2 are saying, if they grab the Brand here, is you have to match us Fnatic on this top side, or else we're going to start banning away all of these AD carries picks on this next rotation as well, and then force us into this deep pool of all these different AD carries, like the Zayas, maybe then the Dravens, and get rid of things that like the Ezreal that can set up an easier time for Noah.
Last time we saw Olaf Tristana as Fnatic's bans on the second phase. Obviously, they haven't locked in the Varus yet. Got the hands on the Corki instead. So I wonder if we'll see Azir banned away.
Oh, for sure.
By Fnatic. Just to really, like, Caps looked like a shadow of himself in the first 2 games compared to the impact he had in game number 3. That Azir so powerful in his hands. Tristana, the first ban, no surprises there.
Tristana going to be taken away. I think it's either going to be AD carry bans here for G2, or do they get rid of things like the Camille and just try and set up an easier time for Broken Blade? But if you can get rid of Ezreal, if you can get rid of even things like Zeri, I think it actually ends up favoring Hansama, but it will end up being the top lane bans instead. Any sort of nuisance for the Cassante.
I mean, Azir still up. Smoda, the second ban here by Fnatic. Kind of asking G2 to go down that double AP route in the Brand and the Azir.
We have seen the Corki flex into top already against the Cassante, so could always be an option here that they're trying to bait out that Azir and then maybe go for some sort of flex position where Humanoid has Dione still up and available and can go very aggressive against that Azir. But at the moment, Ezreal banned away, so we'll be drifting down that champion pool.
Kennen looking to be the lock-in. I think it makes a lot of sense. I really love Oscar's Kennen. I prefer it over the Renekton personally. I think he's always going to have that comeback potential on the champion. They're debating between a lot of different options right now. Still plenty of time on the clock. But they're gonna lock it in. Renekton for Oscar. I feel like that into a Cassante, it just falls off so quickly. I think with the Renekton Maokai, it's a combo that doesn't really net you a lot of agency. Sure, it can be a strong backline threat if it can get into a solid position in the mid game, but I'm concerned about how much impact it's gonna offer in the team fights.
Also just the opportunity to try and play for range here as well if you really want to as G2. Just take the Azir, have that pushback potential, go for something that's a little bit safe in the AD carry role as well, and makes it very difficult for the Renekton to operate in these team fights.
They might go for Varus themselves.
Yeah, I think that could work out really well.
Jhin could also be an option.
Xayah potentially as well. Like,
also Xayah.
So, yeah, Jhin, okay. And there you go. Like, how do you try and run into them here with this Renekton? It makes it very, very difficult. But
now I would love this.
Cooking?
I would love to see a Ziggs. I think that it is incredibly strong right now. It offers so much power in the mid game, and we're gonna get it.
Oh my God!
The Ziggs for Noah.
All right, this is incredibly high priority in the LCK right now. We're seeing it in the LPL as well. Very good at controlling that lane state in bot after you get your Lost Chapter, that first part of your first item. Often runs the teleport as well, unleashing Jhin onto the map.
3 things that I think it does incredibly well. Number 1, just natural team fight power.
Sure.
Number 2, poke. Like, it's such an effective tool at just chipping away your HP bar, especially if you're first on an objective. Poke, 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 poke. He's got so much safety to play around with the Maokai. And third, and most crucially, I think, especially against G2, side wave management. The ultimate that you can just throw out to clear a wave to stop G2 from trying to attack those side lanes should alleviate a lot of the pressure from Fnatic. So what's crucial is getting Ziggs through the early laning phase, as we've seen Hansama largely dominate so far in this finals.
I was gonna say, it also has a significant amount of kill threat with the setup that's on that squad. Like, the level 5 to level 8, 9 is very strong if you set up with the Leona, the Maokai engage. So you can already see the cleanse will be taken more than likely on this Jhin, and I expect as we start to travel forward into that fight, there's a lot of pressure on this bottom side, even just so you can leverage the teleport advantage that Noah has.
For G2, it is one step away, one brick away from building what is a seemingly insurmountable legacy here in Europe. A Grand Slam, the first team to do it since season finals were introduced for Fnatic. It's one step on a long road back into this series. They have been close. The matches have been tight. The fights have been on a knife's edge, but every time there's been G2 favored. Can Fnatic find that fight? Can Fnatic find that victory? It does not occur without the suffering of defeat. But Fnatic have tasted that for the last 6 years. Is this the year?
Nikki and Jhin, an exchange of emotes as they set up the line of scrimmage once more. They know that nothing crazy is going to happen. The gentleman's agreement. And they'll both walk away. They know what's on the line here. Fnatic find themselves in a dire situation. They want to bring us to Game 5. I mean, we all want Game 5. This series has been extremely entertaining between the two staples of the LEC. Whereas G2, they want to close things out here. Cement themselves as the best team in Europe once more. Secure the Grand Slam. The domestic Golden Road. And we'll see who comes out on top. This Ziggs pick is going to be a treat to watch, I hope.
For G2, it's also about confidently closing out the series. It's a team that there's been many question marks around, a lot of doubts around, and they've been trying to answer them back over the last few days. They've had some great successes, but closing out here against Fnatic would definitely give them a big boon and kind of add to the threat level that they have going into those international events. Whereas for Fnatic, they just desperately want to try and take down G2 just this once and see if they can push us to that Game 5.
Mickey stunned as he jumps away, his shield already no longer there. And Summer takes a bit of damage, holding that fourth shot. Shield of Daybreak from Jun. He takes an order to the back, but with the aftershock, tanky enough to brush that one off. The push for G2 once again in the bot lane though means that they'll hit the level 2 first. But now we're really about surviving until you get towards that first lost chapter, until you get a little bit more wave clear. Ziggs does have a lot of damage and can be very powerful in the team fights, but in a pure 2v2, you're rotation based, unlike something that has those auto attacks like the Jhin, even though Jhin is kind of rotation based as well because of the 4 shots. Still, will put out more consistent DPS than the Ziggs in the early game.
So though, if that poke does start to land, you always can follow up very effectively with Jun. And it catches many people off by surprise just how much damage the Ziggs can do.
Yep.
We've seen Jackie Love get 2v2 kills alongside Mako with the Leona. Like, this is a mega threat. But Mickey, using that initial push they have to give Hans Sama the quick reset and look for a potential play, but Jun following, spotted on the ward.
So that might look really weird to you. The reason you do it is you can buffer the Shadowing Strike, then flash. And what Mickey's trying to do there is say, hey, Humanoid, you're going to flash this? Because I could flash, and then you'd be stunned. But Humanoid was relatively safe anyway with Jun coming in from the side, that even if Mickey had used the Q flash, I don't think he really would have been in any danger.
The health discrepancy also starting to show as Caps doing what he can to heal up with the fleet footwork, but Humanoid doing the same. Both junglers continuing that full clear. As Yike looks for his recall, and I imagine Razork is going to look to do the same thing. Maybe he drops a ward in the enemy jungle. And overall, a steady and slow start to the game, very much as we expected. But notice as well, Noah, due to the cheetah recall coming out from Hans Sama, has built himself up a bit of a lead. Going to likely be quickly closed though as Hans Sama comes back and catches this wave.
I don't think it's too much there for Noah, especially since you operate with that teleport for the Ziggs. I think Hans Sama just trying to get a quicker reset in so then he can at least match something in the later portion of the game, but, or sorry, in the later portion of the laning phase, but Mickey?
He'll look for the crash down. Deadly Flourish connecting from Hans Sama, but Noah able to walk away. Jun was a little bit later on his reset, so he's still working his way down towards this bottom lane. We saw Yike trying to avoid the vision that had been placed by Razork in his top side jungle by lane ganking, but didn't really need to. Broken Blade has that wave shoving in anyway.
I mean, Oscar Rinnan actually got a nice trade in the early stages, forcing Broken Blade back as the wave was pushing into him. So Broken Blade kind of needed that help to get this wave crash. You can see Oscar Rinnan doing a really good job in the early laning phase over the course of the series against Broken Blade.
Potentially setting up a bit of a freeze here. Yeah, he's got the wave in a nice spot. Caps going to be forced to teleport. Shouldn't come as really a surprise. Mid laners often tried to leverage that in the early game. He should be able to push this one out, especially with Mickey at his back. Renekton on the top side, building a small advantage as you would expect into the Cassante. But so far, nothing too crazy happening. Just a lot of trading, a lot of farming. Fnatic ultimately playing more towards scaling. When you have Corki, when you have the Ziggs especially, you really need those items. 2-item spikes are very valuable, especially with the Muramana and the Trinity Force on the Corki. So Fnatic should just prioritize looking to cross-map, trade on the map, and ultimately not concede too many early advantages to G2.
And that's one of the big advantages that you do get with the Ziggs being able to take that teleport, being able to move around the map, and Fnatic have been taking great advantage of those teleports over the course of the series, catching G2 out inside, but now Caps caught in mid.
Yeah, TPing by Humanoid, can go in with the Valkyrie. Caps still has the flash here, and I think Caps will be fine. Just going to constantly be harassed by Razork and by Humanoid, but meanwhile, the Drake secured for G2. Both Noah and Humanoid burning their TPs at the same time to get back into these lanes.
They're just trying to see if they could burn the health bar off of Caps, and maybe you could then lean over towards the Void Grubs that have spawned as well, but Caps actually managing to escape and get away from most of that damage. Still having those 3 biscuits in his back pocket means that he should be all right, but Fnatic still get that presence in the mid lane, and it's enough to go for the Void Grubs.
It's also first move for Jun, right? He's already in the mid lane, giving Razork that extra safety. You know you have a numbers advantage of the fight. We saw Mickey backing a little bit later. Both the AD carries, or bot laners, I guess we'll have to call them this game, are left to their own devices. Lost chapter already complete for Noah, means his wave plays good. Jin, obviously, relatively good at wave playing as well with that bouncing grenade and the deadly flourish.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try and keep my eyes on just how Fnatic try and push these early advantages. Actually, there's an ult to stop. There you go, Caps in the mid lane. And these are the plays that I was going to talk about, where you can consistently use this ultimate from Noah just to be a nuisance. Whether it's open up on mid and then use it to disrupt setup plays from G2 as they try to cross map, even just trying to stop Caps there from resetting to give advantages to Humanoid. This Ziggs can be so good at disrupting tempo plays, and that's where I really want to see Fnatic take it to G2.
Both teams putting a lot of priority on protecting their mid laners. But of course, no neutrals. Teams are just fishing for picks. Maybe they can burn summoner spells or valuable resources ahead of objective spawning within 3 minutes' time. So far, though, nothing too crazy. G2 happy to continue to farm up. First core components being completed. Lost chapter was something that's often discussed with the Ziggs. After TPing back into lane, he was able to secure that. And the gold is pretty much dead even outside of the small lead being built up in the top lane.
And the question is, how much will that lead be actually able to manifest into something in team fights? We've already talked about how difficult it can be for the Renekton to get into these battles. He does have 500 gold ahead. Oscarinin having very good finals in terms of getting individual leads in that top lane.
So I think the difference maker here is actually how the draft pivoted for Fnatic. The fact that you've taken Ziggs and Corki now gives you a little bit of a range advantage over G2 that you can try and look to leverage. Look, yes, you've got the big massive curtain call, but in a straight up fight of, hey, we want to try and close the distance with the curtain call, that still then favors like the opportunity to play into Oscarinin, to play into Razork, and I think that's where Fnatic will eventually be able to turn the tides by just kiting back and taking that initial open curtain call from G2.
For the moment, though, both teams willing just to push out the lane, catch the wave, push back the wave, catch the wave. Like watching a very simple game of, catch in the backyard. Everyone just...
I was thinking surfing, where you go out, you swim out, catch the wave back in, and then you
no one's riding any barrels yet, No one's doing any flips. Very willing just to continue to get these wave pushed in, get back. Lockett finished first for Razork. Oscar 33 stacks, 29 stacks now away from completing his cult. The Drake up in a minute and a half. The Void goes up in about the same time. We'll see if there's a battle around them. Fnatic had the first 3 this game. It's really been their modus operandi as Caps is chunked out quite a lot here. Mickey coming in from the side. Shield of Daybreak's going to stun him up. Noah has that Mega Inferno bomb, but without any CC on Caps, a little bit difficult to make sure that you land it. The Seer on Razork procs the Blaze, but he'll be able to walk back towards this Scuttlecrab.
I thought they might just throw out the ultimate, see if he can get the flash from Caps. Dragon in a minute's time, you'd have that flash down, maybe then he becomes the focus of an Oscarinin flash TP or something from Razork, but instead, they're just going to hold on to it, try and just leverage again the poke that Humanoid is already doing enough hurt with.
I mean, Humanoid honestly has been having a very good series overall. Fnatic have put a lot of resources throughout the series to try and put Caps behind. Oscar, though, not taking a great trade here against Broken Blade, who's really now starting to stack up that armor.
The good thing for Fnatic, though, is Oscar hasn't used his TP, and Broken Blade's already used his to get back into the lane. Caps' TP is slightly earlier than Humanoid's, but you have to remember that's the 3rd teleport on the side of Fnatic. Now, Noah's is still a while away as well, but if we do see a fight down towards that bottom side, Oscar will be able to join, whereas Broken Blade will have to run all the way through the rift to get down to a second Drake fight.
Jun hovering around top. Yike is here to cover though. Oscar, as you rightly said, really wants to get a base off. Spend some of that money that he's been sitting on. He should feel safe enough to do that now. The grubs are alive, but this is great timing because he can go back to base, spend his money, TP in, be ready for the fight. Ziggs has moved over to mid. Humanoid's TP still on cooldown, so it likely won't be available for the grubs. But look, Renekton rejoining the fray with a Black Cleaver finished. Fnatic should feel confident to secure 6 grubs for the first time this series.
And the risk is, though, if G2 decided they wanted to fight it, as you say, Caps has TP and Humanoid doesn't. Right, so they could have looked to take the fight. Instead, the 3 grubs will go over to Fnatic. The pushing power of Ziggs, complemented already with that satchel charge, now has the grubs as well to help him out. They're going to push in that top side. Broken Blade trying to survive as the flash shadowing strike into the crash down. Humanoid flashes away, the Ignite ticking. Mega Inferno bomb! Holy hell, that's a lot of damage! You need some sort of diffusal to deal with that. Humanoid's still alive! Caps has to flash away! Noah here to join the party! And Summer hits one! Noah gets one in response, and now Summer has the gun to take the kill. 2 for 2 on the bot side. Razzle trying to get away from Broken Blade, who dashes across the tower. Still should go over to Fnatic in the top lane. Oscar will take that as his prize for this sequence.
I mean, I swear that Humanoid and Noah just earned the accolade of explosives experts after that performance in the bot lane. My goodness, G2 were not expecting that damage. They secure the top lane as well. They'll get themselves 5 grubs. Mickey trying to buy time for Caps to arrive.
Storm going down. Caps, last comes into the pit, can dash across here, and I don't think Razzle really has a way out. Could look for the flash, the Bramble Smash used. Phase Rush isn't enough! Mickey, no flash, no Magnet Storm, and I think the tree will live. He just leaves the situation, uproots himself, and manages to extricate himself from any danger. And now Fnatic pushing in the bot side as well. It's more plates, it's more gold, it's more money for Fnatic and more hope, perhaps, for them in this series.
As Fnatic, who are just constantly coming out on top, even in the 2 for 2 on bot, you get the top lane turret. Now when you go for that play in the top end of the map as well as Humanoid, who's getting very, very strong, and you see the 2.3 thousand gold lead already for Oscar in side lane. Demolition Derby is fully underway for Fnatic.
Normally I would say that I've seen this type of lead on Renekton many times before and it's amounted to very little. But I feel like that with the way Fnatic is playing, this Ziggs changes so much. The ultimate gives you so much side lane control, the ability to deny those dives, the awkwardness that G2 have to experience through a strength that they've leveraged so often, Ziggs is able to nullify.
And he just keeps so much control even in his own lane as well. Clears out a wave, leans the bot. Jun is enough to pressure Broken Blade off that turret because Ziggs has left to Mickey.
He's going to try and jump the wall, but you can't get away from the Zenith Blade, and Mickey, that was a little greedy, my friend. He falls, Noah takes the kill.
He thinks that with the pressure he has in bot lane, the fact that mid is being caught as well, that he has the time to place the ward and get over to safety, but now Broken Blade is the target.
No ghost for him, does have the all-out. Zenith Blade goes in, Pathmaker as well will have to be a little afraid of that as Jun takes about a third of his HP. Broken Blade will be forced underneath the turret. Meanwhile, Hans Summer and Caps taking a Rift Herald for themselves. Yike here to shadow in the bot lane if a dive does materialize, and it looks like one Knight. The Seer hits Jun, he flashes. Pyroclasm only gets one bounce, and Jun should be able to escape. The Rift Herald for G2 will be their prize for surviving the bot side dive.
G2 playing well on the map. They just moved Yike down because you saw Jin drift across up towards that Rift Herald. They assume.
Oh, Mickey!
But Mickey!
Mickey, the TP. Perhaps it's the bait mate. It's Mickey pulls the Magnet Storm back. Razzle, no flash. A Bramble Smash will buy him a second. The phase rush. Trying to get away from the Seer. He dodges the stun. Another Bramble Smash back, but I think this tree is going timber. Fire beats wood after all. Yike will secure the kill, and Razzle is charcoal.
You can lead a horse to water, and it's G2 who are feeding off it. Incredible that Mickey managed to get away from that. Fnatic thought they'd found that pick, and by all rights they should have, but G2 again and again just showing up where Fnatic least expect them.
Fnatic, I feel like, have the right idea, but sometimes the execution falls short. Razzle did buy a lot of time, but Fnatic couldn't really convert it into much. They still hold the gold lead for now. A lot of it is sitting on this Renekton though. And we've seen what Yike can do on this brand when he gets rolling. With the Leandries finished, He's only going to continue to get stronger. His team fight impact has been instrumental over the last 2 days. And Fnatic, they need to be concerned. They need to find that focus to bring us to a Game 5.
I mean, he hasn't lost a game on the champ this weekend. Played it 3 in a row against MDK yesterday, went 3-0. Has 1 win so far on it against Fnatic. Now looking for another. G2 though, still 2,000 gold in the hole. Fnatic still in advantage, but when you look at the next Drake coming up in a minute's time and know that that is sole point for G2, you have to think Fnatic need to find a fight around it.
But you need to look at where that gold is. It is everything on Oscarinen for Fnatic. If he is not at a fight, this is an even fight for G2. And especially when you're able to take some great engages off of Yike, off of how well Mickey has been able to find these multi-man Magnet Storms. Fnatic are not as easily going to be able to fight this one out.
Cheers are up from the G2 fans. They're standing right beside us, and they have been boisterous, as have Fnatic fans in the audience. And now G2 set up around the Drake. Series can be defined by these single moments, the single plays. Broken blade there. Razok has to dodge the Seer and uses the flash to escape the shadowing strike from Mickey. TP into the mid lane by Noah, as he's going to try and get the push there, but G2 have prio on the Drake.
Losing the flash from Razok is massive. He still, of course, has the ultimate.
Here's
Very
the
close
TP.
to level 10. But
2 items on Noah, Betty. The event horizon is there, and they'll look for the damage. Mickey goes in, but Mickey might ball burst. Oscar on the back line as well, but he's only doing damage to Broken Blade. Meanwhile, Cabs is dashing forward. Those soldiers doing so much work. Broken Blade brings the in, Topo's down. And Summer looking for more. Won't chase into Noah.
Once again, Mickey's Rel is the difference maker for G2. The engage just tears apart Fnatic. They thought they could play in the choke, but in the end, they find themselves choked up as G2 take them down.
the setup from Fnatic was once again disjointed. We see the TP coming in, but in this choke point, all 5 members are looking to engage, and Mickey finds such a great angle. It doesn't turn into a massive wombo combo, but look, Fnatic is forced to retreat. They're terrified of Caps. Hans' ultimate is doing so much work, and the 2.4k gold lead Renekton is isolated and shut down.
The amount of damage that came off of Yike in that fight was absolutely absurd. Now G2 taking to the map once more.
They set their sights on the top lane tower. Broken Blade happy to catch bot. Fnatic though matching them, not looking to cross map as Noah continues to catch waves in mid.
But Noah hasn't really been in a position to help out with these waves on sides. He should be able to just clear out the waves, immediately move up, ult if you need to, get control, but unfortunately, trying to play for that Horizon focus meant he was late for the fight, and now you're just losing control of the map, so even trying to step into your own jungle from this position can be very precarious. Broken Blade starting to push through, no real support here.
Infinity Edge now done for Hans Summer as well as he makes his way back out onto the map. Broken Blade losing that exchange to Humanoid. Moramana still a ways away for Humanoid. He really wants that, given its item spike. Itemization across the board for Fnatic still looks good, but in terms of their objective setup, Fnatic has just been getting the better of it.
I mean, 3 dragons, Riftile still in Caps' back pocket, so he can be significantly more of a threat on side lanes. He's going to just plonk it down in the mid, though, because they know the Humanoid is resetting on boss, and it's 5 men for G2 in the mid lane.
Humanoid has that TP, satchel down by Noah. Looking to disengage. The Riftile will get the charge in. It's not going to be enough damage to take down this tower. And the Riftile will go down. Not as impactful as perhaps the cheers suggested, but still we love a Shelly shout here in Europe. It's Fnatic trying to get past this vision. It's a good vision line for G2. Humanoid steps in here. Their desperation creeping in for Fnatic. They are 1,000 gold ahead, remember, still, but last couple of fights have not gone in their favors. Caps puts up the Sun Disc. Mickey here to make sure that he is not under any real risk.
Not once in this series of these games blowing open early. It's been a long, hard-fought fight where G2 just hit Fnatic at the finish line. And as they start to drift further and further into their own half of the map, Fnatic starting to lose control of, crucially, mid-tower now, as Hans Sama should be able to finish this one off. And then it becomes a case of setting up vision on the bottom side. 2 minutes until that Mountain Soul for Fnatic. Sorry, for G2. I would expect them to shift Caps down to that bottom side to be the one that's really threatening on this bottom side and keep Broken Blade on the top half.
I will say, Hansammer has been first to this objective, first to the mid-wave every time. Broken Blade steals the Gromp away, says thank you for the leash, Oscar.
Gold lead's basically gone now.
I mean, you also got to think of the value that K'Sante brings in these fights. Yes, this Renekton is strong, but if you're not able to get onto Hansammer, what does the gold lead really mean? It's a situation that just seems to get scarier for Fnatic, even though the goal difference is fine, the game state is fine. You just feel like the control is slowly slipping away towards G2.
And we felt the same feeling in summer finals, right? Fnatic managed to win that first best of 5. We thought perhaps it was their time, and then they were getting massive leads and slipping. And then here, again today, we've seen them have leads in these games, and at times they've slipped. For Fnatic, it's about reaching in, finding that mental fortitude to battle out of this sort of situation.
But also just that team finding is probably the shining light of Fnatic. We're yet to see that big 5v5. I'm excited to see it play out for Fnatic if they can just get the proper setup around the objective. The Dragon spawns in 50 seconds and they need to get set up and ready to fight G2.
But G2 are not giving them those moments. They refuse to give in to Fnatic and those team fights. They've been playing side lanes. They've been playing what they've been working on all year, which is a spectacular mid-game that teams find very difficult to control. Getting to waves first, pushing out, Caps hiding it just out of vision so that you can pop up when you least expect them to again put pressure onto a turret. G2 have been so consistent when it comes to this mid-game, and now it's Fnatic in game 4, backs against the wall, who need to find that moment to break it.
It's the moment before the drop. It's the moment before it all collapses. Look at the combat goal difference, almost 5 percentage points between these two teams. Fnatic have spent and spent wisely. They have more in terms of items. And right now, with Caps pushing out top, does he have a TP ward? Only bot lane, the minions, really. The curtain's open. I think this is a Drake secured for Fnatic. Razork can block the shots, and we're going to get an encore. It's blocked by Razork, and the last shot goes wide. Drake secured for Fnatic.
So G2 say, you know what, we're not even going to take the risk. We're not going to give Fnatic that fight. The wave is cleared out in mid. Razork sets his sights on Hansammer.
Jun pulled across the wall with the all-out. Razork going in towards the backline. Hansammer dodge away from the Nature's Grasp. The Solar Flare goes wide as Broken Blade puts Jun 6 feet under. Razork going for the re-engage. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Oscar Ridden diving in. Broken Blade takes a shot. Oscar will take him. Razork able to survive in the mid lane. Yike. Still putting the damage down. Look at that Pillar of Flame. Can't quite get the blaze down. In the end, a 1-for-1 across the board.
Fnatic tried to force a fight in mid. Good use of the Ziggs ultimate to clear out that wave. But then they became disjointed as Jun is trying to work with Humanoid. The engage ends up happening on the bot side. Razork gets isolated as he's focusing Hansammer. Jun gets separated thanks to Broken Blade. And a play is happening on the top side with Oscar. It was all over the shot from Fnatic, and somehow G2 are able to make it work.
And it started off so clean in this series for Fnatic, but as it's gone on and on in the course of this game, we've said more and more it's been disjointed. More often it's Fnatic who haven't quite found that coordination to get the pick, to follow and engage, to get the vision down at an objective, and again, G2 come out the better for it. It's still a slight gold lead for Fnatic, but the map advantage for G2, the objectives that they've picked up, just means that they get to continue to play for sides and never give Fnatic that big wombo that they want.
Question is, can Fnatic force it? Can you just find the Wombo? You've got a Solar Flare, you've got a Nature's Grasp, you've got a Flash for Razork, and you've got Broken Blade in the top lane right now. Caps is down towards the bottom side and has a TP. G2 don't have too many wards around the bound right now. Mickey places one. Fnatic will answer the mid-wave. Caps continues to push in, poking his head into that bot side jungle. Doesn't know if there's monsters around the corner. Oscar's on his way to answer. Noah can clear the mid-wave from a very long way away, but if he steps to his left, he might get caught. Yike looking for Razork. Gets the blaze, gets the passive. Razork very tanky though, and with the Warmogs can just heal back up. And now G2 have their turn to gain vision control, and with this Scuttle Crab as well, they'll spot all of that vision that Fnatic left.
you have to start taking risks as Fnatic, but G2 are just taking it so slow, clearing out every ounce of vision behind them, not giving that moment where maybe you can go for a triple TP play, maybe you can find that pick with the long-range zigzags to set you up. In fact, it's Razorks who's consistently been pushed back as G2 are on the hunt from anyone from Fnatic.
I can only imagine. Sorry, Betty.
No, you go ahead, please.
I can only imagine what's going through the players' minds right now. Especially if you're Fnatic, you know a single mistake could cost you the series, could cost you a title chance. For G2, these players have been here before. They committed to the roster once again for this year. And over the year, we've seen them struggle so many times. We've seen them be battered and bruised, going down even to the lower bracket, but somehow, they always come up clutch in those final moments.
But this is the problem now for Fnatic. That indecision can sometimes be a decision. It can give G2 what they want. And look, Fnatic, they're not making plays. They're afraid to push forward. G2 are just walking at them saying, what are you going to do? And Fnatic, they're gifting them everything.
Razork stepping in, the control ward cleared by G2. And 5 members strong on this top side, and the vision is there in the back of the pit. Yike will spot it though. Fnatic now basically no vision. They have one flank ward if they want it, but they don't know that G2 haven't started the Baron yet. Broken Blade's still there. Hansama looking for the route onto Jun. Jun does have a warm on, so should be able to heal a bit of this up. I'm not sure if he's got that threshold yet. Meanwhile, in the bot side, Oscar is still pushing in, but he hasn't got a TP ward even if he wants to join the battle.
And that's why G2 are just trying to push these waves in. I think they want to try and start the Baron and get that TP out, but at the moment, Fnatic, the wave clear is good, so will be G2 resetting to catch those.
Dragon 45. Soul point once again. Hans, this has been his lane. First to the wave every time, getting that early push. Noah playing defensive. He's strong on the Ziggs, don't get me wrong. But it's Hans who's always able to gain that control. A 2-level difference between the junglers. As Yike picks up the Verdant Barrier. The battle for vision around this river is a very tense moment. Look at Caps in the side lane securing another objective. Little by little, G2 gains more control.
Noah here, Banshees on Yike. You want to pop that from that Verdant Barrier. G2 have the mid prio. Fnatic trying to fight back for it. 4 members in the mid lane. Humanoid Basin can TP in. Caps has a TP ward behind here. The first TP in from Caps. Humanoid TP's up towards the top side. G2 has started the Drake, but it's going to reset. And we're going to have a fight before it begins. Razork locked up with a sail, locked up with a stun! And he's buried in the river! Fnatic can't fight it anymore. It's Mountain Soul to G2.
Razork didn't even get to move. Shut down before the fight even starts. And that could be huge.
G2 don't want Fnatic to get away from this. Mickey locks up Humanoid with a Magnet Storm. He's going to flash away. Broken Blade dashing in as well, looking for more Humanoid. Can he get to Blast going in time? You can't! Hansama the sniper finds his mark, and now G2 are looking for more. Oscar in and trying to dash away. Still has the flash. He'll slice, he'll dice, he'll dash. The Emperor's Divide goes wide as Oscar in and able to survive for now, but G2 in a 5v3 can look towards the Baron buff.
They're moving over. That wave and bot is already doing work for them, and Fnatic, they need to try and contest. Noah still has ult, could still do major damage in this pit, and Fnatic are hoping he can do just that as they teleport in.
It's do or die, it's all or nothing. Mega Inferno Bomb hits the back line, 5,000 on the Baron. Oscar in and on the front line, the Baron falling low though, and Yike will land the smite. Razork still trying to get him to join the battle, but I don't think there's going to be any fighting left for him to participate in. G2 get the Baron, they get the Soul, they win the fight, and they are 1 fight away from the LEC Championship.
No space given, no opportunity allowed. G2 patiently control the river, and they suffocate Fnatic. They remove the smite, they take down the jungler, they secure the dragon, and they say that they want more. A 1-team fight, a 4K gold lead. And Fnatic are very quickly running out of options.
It's another heartbreak potentially on the line for Fnatic here. They desperately need something to go their way, but G2 refuse. Mickey scaring Fnatic out of their own jungle. The Boogeyman has arrived, and it's got the G2 logo as a face.
G2 pushing in the bot side. Baron buff remains for 1 minute 50 seconds. Fnatic, any last ditch attempt, any last hope, any miracle you can muster. Broken Blade caught with the twisted advance, but he dashes back with Pathmaker and he's fine for now. Baron in the mid lane, Caps is the one shepherding that wave in. The Nature's Grass comes out and Fnatic look for the engage. They get onto Broken Blade, the Mega Inferno Bomb not enough and the curtain's open. Is it all done? Is it all over? The Magnus Sword finds his mark, but Mickey's the only one to fall. Caps is in the base. The Nexus Tower's his target as G2 begin to shepherd their way in. They're looking for more. Razzle goes for the re-engage, tries tanking the tower, but the tower's not long for the rift. G2 in a 4v4, Yike flashes away from Humanoid, and Humanoid will not live to see another day. G2, 4 strong, 1 Nexus Tower between them and glory, 1 Nexus Tower between them and victory once again. Jun dives in, but I think it's all over for Fnatic. Winter, spring, summer, season finals, G2 win the Grand Slam!
Incredible finals once again. Fnatic fought valiantly, but the control from G2 was just too much, and they will once again lift the trophy.
In this trophy ceremony presented by Kia, G2 will once again claim their prize, their second season finals. And what a way to do it. Fnatic fought. I thought after game 2 we were gonna go all 5, but G2, their victories defined by small moments, defined by everyone standing up when it matters. And every player on this team has earned the right to call themselves champion.
G2 just feel undeniable. Slow, steady, controlled. Everything that they have learned this year culminated in this moment as once more they raise a trophy for Europe.
G2 will secure themselves the first seed representing Europe internationally once more. An organization whose expectations are beyond just this. They set their sights on the World Championship and they revel in their victory today.
Well deserved for G2. Not only the players, of course, the staff behind them. We saw them win. Coaching team of the split, Dylan Falco lifting the trophy. The best coach I think Europe has ever seen.
I think it's important to remember that this was not an easy road for G2. Yeah. They were pushed at multiple points. 5 games against PDS. Mad Lions, Coin knocking them down into the lower bracket. Fnatic pushing them at every point. But they were able to solve their problems and come out on top once more.
And to all the G2 faithful here as well in the crowd, supporting the team, boisterous, raucous, cacophonous at times. They were bolstered by your cheers, I'm sure.
Not gonna lie, slightly worrying at times as well, seeing the entire stand in front of me bob up and down in time and in unison, but their fandom as well earned from this roster. G2 again, just the growth that this team sees is just incredible.
The best team we have ever seen in Europe as an organization, and this year the best team without a doubt playing in the LEC. More awaits them, of course, Worlds here in Europe. What a prize it would be to bring back something from that. Still a distant hope, but a hope nonetheless, I'm sure, for all of us here in the Olympiahalle in München.
I do think, though, a lot of those doubts that were leveraged at them, you can take a look at this series and see it just isn't as valid. It was very slow and controlled over this weekend. They didn't give up those same mistakes. There wasn't those same individual errors. In fact, so many of these members had incredible, outshining performances than what we've seen over the entire course of the year. And now it's just a case of if they can find that success once more on that international stage.
I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Not just for G2, but for our teams in Europe, what they're capable of, how they test and compare themselves against the strength of the rest of the world. But you're right, G2 came in with confidence, clean gameplay, solid drafts, and big smiles on the faces. As I said, this was not an easy road for them. They were pushed, they were tested, their flaws were exposed, and they've done their best to grow and earn this title. The most dominant organization in Europe will continue their dominant ways.
And for Fnatic, obviously disappointment, right? They were close. Game 1, they almost won. Game 2, they brought back from the brink. Just on the day, the team you see on the stage right now were better. And that's no disservice to Fnatic. That's nothing to be sniffed at. G2 are a very good team.
It's so frustrating as well for a player like Razork, who you can see at the top. Even with Yike's fantastic performance today, you look at the entire year and Razork has earned the title of the best jungler in Europe. He's come so close to a title against this team so many times, and it's always G2 that stands in his way. Fnatic will continue to have their supports. I'm excited to see where they go moving forward. We know this potential is strong in this team. Unfortunately for them, today was not their day.
Maybe it'll be the 110th time when Fnatic can finally take down G2, but unfortunately, as you say, it was just not today. G2, they just have to find some way to take them in the mid-game, to control silence, to do anything against this team, but it's always easier said than done. And it doesn't matter how much your individual star power is there in Fnatic. There was incredible performance from every one of those players throughout the year, but it's not just enough to be better individually, you have to be better as a team. And G2, they've been fundamentally working on that for so long.
I see Law heading over to the stage to get ready for a post-game interview, so you won't have to listen to us yapping for too much longer. We will hear from the boys in the middle, who's making all the plays, calling all the shots on the stage. And Roman leading us in. I believe it's an Icelandic clap.
And as the crowd gives a final cheer, a big shout out and thank you to the viewers of the LEC. We've had an incredible year, an incredible season finals. And thank you, gentlemen, a fantastic cast on the day.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Thank you, G2 and Fnatic, for really delivering. Very
and
grateful
MDK
for this
for
opportunity.
yesterday, obviously.
I mean, it's just been, I've really enjoyed the LEC.
We love you all dearly.
Yeah.
And we love you, Dagda.
Of course we do. Of course we do. And see, Law is now standing by with Hans Summer and Caps in our Marriott Bonvoy post-game check. Ish.
We are just finishing to set up, actually, but of course a lot to celebrate here for yet another G2 victory. Munich, noch einmal für G2 Esports! Your season finals champions in 2024. But Caps, this is really not your first time here. 14 titles. The trophy case is piling up, I feel, and it's stacking up here, I feel. But how does this one feel after winning so many times? Is this one different for you?
Definitely. I think every title has its own specialties, and I think winning today, a lot of comebacks, a lot of cheers from the crowd. Thank you guys so much for the support. I'm super happy that we managed to win out the last game and take it home.
The Samurais have been really, really loud. I know you guys over there, I've heard you, but the entirety of the arena have been really loud today. Hans Sama, Similar question, it's not your first trophy. How does this one feel?
It feels very amazing to have this trophy. I feel like it's been like a long road, right? We went to the loser bracket and we had to like sweat in a lot of best of 5. And I'm very proud of my team and everyone to really put that much effort and ended up winning it.
Tell me about the loser bracket round, because you did this in the past, but I don't feel like last year this is a road that you had to go through. Do you feel like this is something that helped you, Caps, being that dominant today?
I definitely think we had like a bit of a wrong meta read going into our first series, and we were not really there on the day performing. So definitely having a lot of best of 5s, getting to really find our place in the meta. Also making everyone quite worried, especially against BDS, you know, it definitely helps us.
And also playing on stage twice, playing in front of this amazing arena twice. Hansama, I remember that when you came back in Europe 2 years ago, you were heartbroken, you had a lot to prove, you wanted to prove it out, and one thing that you told me is that one of your main goals was to be the best AD carry you can find in the West, not even in Europe. 2 years in, do you feel like you got there? Would you call yourself the best AD carry in Europe?
I mean, probably.
Right? You know what?
I mean, I think.
Before you go, I think I have something that's going to help you make this decision, because you are the finals MVP! The crowd is cheering. The community has decided you are the finals MVP, so I'm going to ask you this once again. Are you the best AD carry in the West?
Well, I'm surprised to have this finals MVP. There's definitely some stuff about the game that I think I might be better than the other ones, but definitely the other AD carries have their own strength. I wouldn't say that I'm the best AD carry. I still have to prove more, and I really put a lot of effort to really make myself stronger the past months. Really, I've been really trying hard, and I really want to get there. You know, to go to the level that I will be proud of. I'm very happy to get this, it's huge thanks to my team, because they're just there to set me up for success as well, and very thankful.
Caps, you all achieved something that you actually had never done before. Got the winter splits, got the spring split, got the summer splits as well. The season finals here today. What was missing before, and what was the difference this time around for you guys to complete the domestic golden road? We're gonna call it that.
I think last year in spring we were experimenting a lot. I remember playing a lot of Malphite mid and some crazy picks. I think this time around we also experimented, but it was only in the upper bracket. And I think once we went to the lower bracket, we just pulled out some more boring drafts, maybe not too many crazy picks. We still had some Gwens here and there. We had some Callistas popping up, but definitely a bit more like what is our comfort.
I have to mention Worlds, because when we sent you off to MSI, I asked you, can we trust you? Can we trust G2? Can we trust you guys after what happened at Worlds 2023? Well, let me ask you this again. Worlds in Europe this year. We know that usually Europe performs well when they play at home. Can we trust G2 and the LEC and the EMEA overall at Worlds this year, Caps?
I mean, if we have this amazing crowd with us, how can we not win, right? So, thank you guys.
Sharks, Hans, congrats once again. Congrats to the entirety of G2, of course. Munich, one more time for your season finals champion.
Thank you.
We want to hear from the rest of the team though. So Sharks, over to you.
Thank you so much. Wonderfully done, Lord. Two wonderful champions already, and I've got Broken Blade and Mickey X here with me, as well as Goldberg, who is a champion in my own mind. But yeah, congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Was it a hard series?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Very sweaty. It's very warm.
Yeah, I wanted to say, this is like one of the warmest arenas we've had. I mean, this is kind of a silly first question, but that does make everything a little bit more difficult, right?
Yeah, especially if it goes like 40 minutes or 50 or whatever the first game was. That was felt very long.
You are wearing a jacket.
Yeah.
It's true.
What about it? Also wearing a jacket. Look at you.
Yeah, I don't do that behind the scenes.
Yeah. Broken Blade, talk to me about that first game specifically. It was actually the longest game between Fnatic and G2, I think, ever was the stat, and it was definitely the longest game of the year. How was that of like a primer of what was to come?
I mean, it was very exciting to play the game, being in a 6 items kind of game, 50 minutes game, especially in the finals. It's always very... it's always a bit exciting. And
Thank you.
When you go out ahead of the game, it's a lot of pressure, you know, and Fnatic came back and beat us. I thought after that game it could have been a 3-0 because we know that Fnatic in the past were not the strongest mentally, but they showed up great. They gave us a very big fight. We came out on top. We started rising. G2 emote.
G2 emote, exactly.
They missed it. You have to show it again.
Yeah, they had to show it.
G2 emote.
Hey, buy it.
Yeah.
Broken Blade is always very, you know, respectful to everyone, you know, the enemy team. But you did giggle when he said mental fortitude for Fnatic. Would you like to elaborate?
Well, I didn't expect to go 3-0 after the first game, so that was like very not respectful of BB to think that even. But yeah, it was definitely a rough one. And I think, yeah, after the first game, I mean, it felt like if we win this, actually no, after game 3 I was like, okay, if we won that game, then probably the series is over.
Yeah.
Because game 3 and 4 were just like, yeah, they were rough to play. Like, the stuff I was seeing in game, it was not pretty.
Would you think make those games so difficult to play then? Because it felt like there was no room for mistakes in any of the games, really. What made the last games that much more difficult then?
I mean, the difficult part was just that everyone was kind of breaking their hands. So it was like,
no, not again.
it was just like more embarrassing to like watch the gameplay sometimes in the last 2 games. Not sure if you agree, but you know, game 3 early game.
We're here to celebrate the gameplay, not beat it down.
Nice,
Yeah.
we won anyway.
Yeah, you won anyway, let's go. You won the Grand Slam also, I don't know if that's what we're calling it, whatever. You won every single shield and you won the trophy. That wasn't the case last year, and I know, you know, as far as accolades go, you both have so many already, but how cool is it the fact that you can now definitively say there is no one else in Europe, Mickey?
Yeah, I mean, it feels nice. I think it's more like a relief than, you know, it's like a very good feeling, of course, to win in like a big arena as well. But it's more just like a relief because I think everyone expected us to win, like from ourselves. We were just very confident that we can win everything in Europe, and now we did it, so that's nice and gives us a lot of confidence for going international.
Of course, they didn't, Broken Blade, but they didn't do Mickey X.
What?
The G2 faithful. They didn't do Mickey.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
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 They even added the X.
Nice. The X is silent.
Well, they have to do it again. No, I'm kidding. So we are setting up for the draw show in a bit for the play-ins. You're, of course, going into Worlds as first seed. Sometimes Europe's first seed, though, you get a really difficult group anyways. But I feel like G2's opinion is always Broken Blade. Regardless of what group you get put in, regardless of who you get drawn against, even in the best of 5s, there's always that confidence. So what can you tell me about the form going into Worlds?
I mean, we're very, very excited. The last time we went international, like in MSI, at least, we, in my opinion, we performed pretty well. Beating an LPL team, we are looking to do it again. And even more than that, making it to Worlds Finals and winning. Hey!
Yeah, if there's someone you have to make up therefore, if you do make it to the World's Finals, you can't put him through that again, like losing 3-0 in front of the European crowd.
I won't.
You got me?
Nice.
This is so cute. But you're talking a big talk here, BB, as well. And I know the road, despite having 3 shields this season finals, it's not been easy. Despite being a team that's played together for so long, there'll always be the struggles. So now having overcome those struggles from summer to season finals, what has that taught you moving forward to Worlds?
Being the best is not easy.
Yeah.
Can you look at the camera and say that?
That's it. No, that's it.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it to the camera.
You know what's a good thing, though? You're definitely not the best going into Worlds, right? So...
Who knows?
You're not?
I mean, I think we are, but, you know, up to the public perception, of course.
Yeah, it's your opinion.
Yeah, it's just my
Our
opinion.
opinion matters more.
It does, it does.
Yeah.
As we are going into the draw, do you have some hopium for us? Mickey, every time Worlds has been in Europe, the European teams have kind of like smurfed it. Also, sometimes like they weren't supposed to, but they still did. I still remember Splice as an example, getting out of the group. But do you have some general hopium for us? Or not?
I mean, I'm pretty confident going into international because I think we're just way better than we were last year. And I think we also have some strategies we couldn't use last year because we were out pretty early. So we still could save some. And I mean, during MSI, I felt like none of the teams were like very far above our level. So I feel like we can for sure beat everyone.
Okay.
So yeah.
Wonderful.
EU faithful.
We are going to head over to the draw show in a second, so I'll say goodbye to you and let the crowd cheer one more time for Broken Blade, for Mickey, the X is silent, and G2 Esports winning yet another title. Awesome, and now let's kick it over to Lore for the draw show for Worlds 2024.
Worlds is heading to Europe for 6 weeks of high-stakes international play where we will once again crown the best team on the planet. The format this year is very similar to last year's, but there are some key changes. Here's everything you need to know. Worlds 2024 will include 20 teams from around the globe, facing off in 3 stages: play-ins, twists, and knockouts, all culminating at the grand finals to determine the winner of the pinnacle of esports competition. Are you not entertained? Play-ins will kick the tournament off in Berlin with the first and second seeds from VCS and PCS, the first seed from LLA and CBLOL, and the third seeds from LEC and LCS. These 8 teams will be drawn into 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. The winners of each bracket will move on to the Swiss stage. In the lower bracket, teams with a 1-1 record from opposing brackets will play against each other to fight for the last 2 advancement spots. That means 4 teams in total move on to the Swiss stage. Those 4 teams will join the top 2 seeded teams from LEC and LCS, as well as the top 4 seeds from the LPL, the winners of MSI Gen G, and the remaining top 3 seeds from LCK. These 16 teams will be drawn into an initial 8 best-of-1 matches based on their seeding. Following the first round of play, there will be another draw for the second round to pair teams with the same record against one another. The tournament will repeat this process for 3 more rounds of play, pitting teams with even records against each other until they reach 3 wins to advance or 3 losses to be eliminated from competition. New this year, teams will not be placed into rematches against previous opponents. While the initial rounds are best of 1, all advancement and elimination matches will be best of 3. After 9 days of interregional play where every match matters, 8 teams will move on to the knockouts.
These guys came to fight!
In the knockout stage, those 8 teams will head to Paris and make their way through a best of 5 single elimination bracket, delivering the thrillingly high stakes of Worlds we expect. No blinking, no second chances, leading us to the biggest match of the year on November 2nd, the grand final at the O2 Arena in London, to discover the 2024 World Champion. You can follow all the action from September 25th to November 2nd on lolesports.com, and be sure to log in to collect drops and be eligible for watch rewards.
What kind of League of Legends are we watching, good lord?
Thank you, Medic, and welcome to Olympiahalle in München for the Worlds 2024 Play-ins Draw Show! We are so incredibly excited to be bringing Worlds back to EMEA, kicking off the play-ins at the Riot Games Arena in Berlin on September 25th. And competing in the play-in stage will be divided in 2 tiers. In Tier 1, you will have LEC's third seed, Mad Lions Call. LCS's third seed will be determined next weekend. BCS's first seed will be PSG Talon, and VCS's first seed will be GAM Esports. And for Tier 2, BCS's second seed will be Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks Gaming, VCS's second seed Viking Esports, CBLOL's first seed will be determined as well next weekend, and to finish, LLA's first seed will be Movistar R7. Now, for the rules of the draw. Tier 1 teams will play against Tier 2 teams for the first round of the bracket, and will be drawn the Tier 2 teams, and then we will draw their opponents from the second tier. A draw rule is in place to prevent teams from the same region from playing on the same side of the bracket. In the event an invalid match is drawn, the team drawn will be placed in the first valid bracket placement. Now I feel like I should have... Thank you so much, Malu, for bringing the envelope. I do feel like I'm missing someone, though. I should have a guest. No, he was supposed to... He's not supposed to be here. He's supposed to be at the airport. I don't want him on stage. Security, please. Oh, okay, I guess welcome Odoamne on stage.
Well, if it's not EU's crusher of hopes and dreams.
If there's one thing that I can say for sure is that we did not miss you. Although I'm not sure because of what happened in Korea last year, but please be gentle with us this time around, especially given the fact that we have Worlds in Europe. Please start with the first envelope here from the 4 that you have here. It is Mad Lions Koi.
Mad Lions Koi. They didn't need a high win percentage to get to the World Championship, but they are here all the same. Elyoya and his crew, the youngsters, they made it happen, and they didn't make their dreams come true. Here, they didn't lift the trophy, but they have got high hopes, they've got the motivation, and you're damn sure that they're going to want to show what they can do at the World Championship. One of the first times they will play the best in the world, and I will say it for all of us, we believe in you.
Mad Lions will be associated to Match A. Please proceed. Paris Saint-Germain Talon.
PSG is a dominant force in Pacific Championship Series, securing their 7th title in just 9 seasons. Their consistent regional success has translated into multiple appearances at the World Championship, with 2024 making their 5th participation. Key players like veteran Maple Mid, Betty in the bot lane, and young star Junjia bring a blend of individual talent and experience that define PSG Challenge success. Let's see if once again they can live up to their high expectations of the PCS.
Yeah!
PSG Esports will be associated to Match B. All right, let's keep on going. What do you have for us? It is GAM Esports.
GAM Esports, don't we know them so incredibly well? They continue to secure spots at the international tournaments. They secured the BCS 2024 Summer Championship, and they set a record with 6 consecutive BCS titles. They are currently kind of the G2 of the BCS, the most successful team there. Levi is going to be there again, one of the most accomplished players in the BCS, and you know they always have something in store for us.
And GAM Esports will be associated to Match F now. Odoamne, the last draw for Tier 1, please. It will be the LCS's 3rd seed determined on September 7.
LCS first seed is determined next weekend, so we don't know who they are yet. At the LCS Roadshow in Los Angeles, the third seed can be FlyQuest, Cloud9, or 100 Thieves. Fly, if it will be Fly's first appearance since 2020, with a mix of rookies and veterans, including former LEC players Inspired and Bwipo. For C9, they're looking to make their 11th Worlds appearance in 12 years, and for 100, they're looking to make their 4th appearance since joining the LCS in 2018. They have phenomenal rookies, Sniper in the top lane.
Stay tuned on September 1st to know which team will be participating at Worlds, and meanwhile, the LCS 3 will be associated to Match G. This concludes the Tier 1 teams. Let's draw from Tier 2 now to determine their opponents. Let's go. You know how it is. And it is Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks Gaming, SHG.
Now, making a debut at Worlds, a team from the LJL representing the PCS historically saw DFM as the dominant team, but now they are finally making it back. You may find recognizable names like Epi finally making it back to the international players. Epi, the iconic player from Japan with his signature thumbs up gesture, is finally making it once again back after his appearances at the LEC, now to an international at Worlds.
Let's go.
So because SHG cannot compete on the same side of the bracket with another team from the same region as them, they will be placed in Match F against Gami Sports. All right, you can keep on going. Next draw. Who do we have? It is Vikings Esports.
Vikings Esports also coming from the VCS. How did they get to Worlds? Well, they consecutively finished as the runner-up in the VCS twice, and so they have qualified for Worlds. And you know who's back? It's SOFM. He won't be playing though. He is the head coach of Viking Esports. I know that's still good, but it promises to be a very, very exciting journey. They have developed a very unique and colorful playstyle. They are looking to take down some top dogs and play an underdog who can spoil the party.
And the Vikings will make their debut at Worlds as a team in Match A against MDK. All right, I believe that's a nice thing for us for once, but you may proceed. And it is the CBLOL finalists. We will know about them on September 7th.
Exactly, Laure. On September 7th, we'll know who will come to Worlds out of the CBLOL. Will it be the Vivo Kids Stars or Pain Gaming? We have two organizations who have so much history within Brazil. But it's Pain Gaming that has been runner-up for 5 times. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Will this be the time? We'll see. They are taking on Vivo Kids Stars on the 7th of September. And it would only be their second title if the Kids Stars are able to pull it off. So we'll see.
And the first seed of CBLOL will go to Match B against PSG Talent. And now for the last draw. LLA representatives, Movistar R7.
Now, the most winning and most historic organization from Latin America is back. Not only that, biggest 6 one-trick pony in the mid lane, Hater Summit, is also making his way back to the internationals. Not only that, the legendary jungler from Peru, Odi, is back at the biggest stage to win his 5th LLA title. They are undefeated in series and thriving to get their 4th LLA.
And Movistar R7 will be playing in Match G against the LCS's 3rd seed. I think that concludes our draw. For now, a merciful draw for the West, would you say?
Well, I could have done a lot worse, but we will see on the main stage what happens, because sadly, this is just a preview of what's going to happen for EU.
Of course.
They're going to go down.
No, incredibly excited for Worlds, and I hope you guys are as well. Worlds coming back in Europe. This concludes the Worlds Play in Draw show. We will see you for the playing stage at the Riot Games Arena on September 7th. And I would like to welcome my colleagues on stage here, because it has been an incredible year for the LEC. The road to Munich has been long for all of us, but we traveled the road together. From everyone here at the LEC, thank you for everything.
Thank you so much. We know it hasn't been the the easiest year, but believe you me, that we're all putting in 100% to make sure that you have the best time watching the LEC. Thank you so much, production. You have stuck with us and you make our crazy ideas come true. And all of you, one more time, we could not do it without you. We'll see you at the World Championship right here in Europe.
Oh boy, I love LCS. I sure hope Cloud9 plays Skarner today against 100 Thieves. It's gonna be so hype. That's right, Flowers. I've sure got faith that today the viewers will be rewarded.
Just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Try coming top lane and see what happens, bro. You think junglers are going top lane? Woo! Just give me silver scrapes, y'all. I love lane swaps. I sure hope we get more. Oh, hell nah. Hey, does anyone have a prediction for this series? I have a golf game to get to. Focus up, chat. We got games to cast. Oh, hey there. It's not what it looks like. Is the LCS starting soon?
The lightning rush forward, flash forward as well, looking for that stun. Previous still has the flash, but I don't think he has a chance of living. Oscar flashes away, but here's the charge. FNC later, Oscar. Holy smolder! Humanoid steps a little bit too far forward. Oscar only has Ghost here. Broken Blade has the flash. He's top father for a reason, Betty. Abs. Magnustorm comes down, he has a Valkyrie, but here comes more! The true shot barrage!
I'm fine, no percent. Together. Yeah, I can chill you, no percent. Nice. Kill them all. I can chill you.
Humanoid finds one! It's Oscar and Humanoid versus Yike! And I damn well like those odds! And Brand can do a lot of work with his passive in this sort of situation! Mickey, the sapling! Shadowing strike coming out, that's crashed down as well. He's slided in underneath the tower. I don't think Humanoid survives this one. Almost gets capped. Razzle chunked down towards the bottom side. Noah look for the chain of corruption. He's stunned with the sear. I thought I liked it rare, but G2 won this fight. Well done. Fire beats wood after all. Yike will secure the kill and Razzle is charcoal. That Humanoid's still alive. Caps has to flash away. Noah here to join the party. And Summer hits one.
Calm down here, okay? Calm down. We got this. No, kill her. Just kill her. He's dead. I want to kill. Yeah, do the thing, guys.